wa bona ke bothata koketso ba o lokile eng man so o na le bokoketso ba ntho wa bo boketso ntho ba ntho ya a ke tse ka boketso a o ke check a o ke mo founela
Which page? It's not this one. Remember silence, what? Right there. Good morning, honorable members. Leba Khiba Gauteng Dumelang. Let's remain standing to observe a moment of silence for meditation and prayer. Thank you very much. We may be seated. Is he online? Okay. All right, thanks. Sorry. Okay. Okay, once again, good morning, honorable members and the guests that we have, including members that have logged in online. We're now starting with our meeting. So, guess that a motion. Announcements? Okay. Under announcements, honorable members, we have none. motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, also we don't have any. Oh, okay, I've just been advised that the Chief Whip will do it later. We don't have any statements from MECs which are tabled in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. We have 5 member statements, and these are tabled in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. Member Musai.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, the Premier, and the executive members. Madam Speaker, on the 9th of October 2024, we witnessed the smooth change of guard and the election of a new City of Tshwane executive mayor under the ANC-led coalition. To this day, we have observed very closely an action-orientated plan by the newly elected city's administration to ensure that service delivery mandate is discharged to all residents of the City of Tshwane without fail. We have been watching with interest the new executive mayor, Councillor Nasiphi Moya, and her collective crisscrossing the entire city landscape, engaging communities about the 100 Days program in the office. We welcome this move of always putting people first in every single action plan that the municipality seeks to achieve in the quest to turn around the fortunes of City of Tshwane. This has been echoed by the State President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, in his remark of celebrating 100 days of GNU a few weeks ago. As the ANC, together with our coalition partners, we will work very hard to contribute to a stable and effective local government and cooperative governance that puts the interests of the people first. The 100 Days program, tabled to the citizens of Tshwane, has placed financial recovery at the center of efforts to improve the city's governance and service delivery scorecard. To this effect, an important institution in the form of Moody has retained the city's stable outlook, rating status as a sign of confidence supply on the work of this collective led by the Executive Mayor Moya under the Tshwane ANC-led coalition. Honourable members, as the COCTA Portfolio Committee, we will closely monitor all this work currently happening in Tshwane and give our support informed by the District Development Model Guidelines as one of the instruments at our disposal to hold the leadership of Tshwane accountable to all the commitments made to the electorate and all important stakeholders in the jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, we will continue to build and grow Gauteng together, brick by brick, municipality by municipality. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Honorable Dr. Muketi. She's not sure. Okay. Honorable Gentile.
Madam Speaker and the members of the House, Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the ANC Women's League on their successful march to the Union buildings on the 29th of November 2024. This march, held during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, was a powerful statement against gender-based violence. The ANC Women's League has once again demonstrated their unwavering commitment to the cause of women's empowerment and the fight against gender-based violence in this province and this entire country. This march served as a reminder that all of us must join forces to defeat the scourge that continues to plague our society, of which the President Cyril Ramaphosa has already called a second pandemic. Madam Speaker, on that Friday, as we're marching to the Union buildings, we're reminded of the bravery women of 1956 who took on the apartheid regime during the historic march. Their courage and determination continue to inspire us today as we strive to build a society that responds to the aspirations and the plight of women of this country. The ANC Women's League March was a resounding success, and it is testament to the organization's dedication to the fight against gender-based violence. The large turnout of women and men from all walks of life sent a clear message, and we will not tolerate violence against women and children, and that is our commitment to our communities. We must continue to work together to address the root causes of gender-based violence, which includes poverty, inequality, and the patriarchal structures that perpetuate violence against women. We must also ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice and the survivors have access to necessary support and all resources. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to applaud the ANC Women's League for their tireless efforts in the fight against gender-based violence in this province and in this country. The successful march serves as a rallying cry for all of us to redouble our efforts and work together to create a society that is free from violence and discrimination. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Igama lamakhosikazi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gentile. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the leadership led by the Premier. Greetings to you, honourable members, and the Gauteng residents who have joined us today. Madam Speaker, annually the 1st of December is marked internationally a World's Day with the purpose of uniting...
is now joining.
Madam Speaker, annually the 1st of December is marked internationally as World AIDS Day with the purpose to unite against HIV/AIDS and TB pandemic, and also to show support to people living with HIV while remembering those who succumbed to the disease. Section 27 of our Constitution guarantees universal access to health care. The first known recorded case of HIV in our country was in 1982. Since then, Madam Speaker, the country has come a long way to facilitate the reduction of HIV infections. However, despite these advances, the country has made, stigma and discrimination still persists for many people living with or affected by HIV. World AIDS Day 2024 is therefore an opportunity for all South Africans to remind ourselves that HIV is still a reality and that it is incumbent on all of us to continue fighting prejudice, stigma, and discrimination. Yesterday, being the 1st of December, Madam Speaker, the Republic commemorating World AIDS Day under the theme, open quote, equal rights, equal care, close quote. Winnie Pianyana, UNAIDS Executive Director, in her foreword to the World AIDS Day report of 2024 said, and I quote, "We can end AIDS if the human rights of people living with or affected by HIV are respected, protected, and fulfilled to ensure equitable accessibility and high equality services," close quote. Nothing, Madam Speaker, can be truer to this statement. I am therefore standing here, Madam Speaker, with appreciation to the road that has been travelled by the ANC-led government to better the lives of the people living or affected with HIV and AIDS. Over the years, the ANC-led government has prioritized providing treatment to people living with HIV/AIDS. To date, antiretroviral treatment is free to anyone who tests positive, irrespective of their CD4 count. Madam Speaker, the sixth South African National HIV Prevalence Incidence Behavior and Communication Survey identified that men and youth were less likely to engage in healthcare services and more likely to engage in risky sexual behaviors. This is very worrying, Madam Speaker, and we urge our Department of Health and Wellness to intensify its efforts on HIV messaging against men and women, because we leave no men or youth behind. Remoho, Madam Speaker. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. And Honorable Mketi, I'm told you are online. You may proceed. Honorable Mketi. Okay, let's take Honorable B. Engelbrecht.
Honorable Speaker, can you hear me? Honorable Speaker?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Muketi. Sorry, we'll come back to you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the honorable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Honorable Namathemba Mokgethi, of the ANC tables the following member statement on the West Rand hailstorm and survivors that were affected during this incident that happened at Mohlakeng and Tukom's Rest in Gauteng province. Madam Speaker, recently Gauteng experienced a bad weather which affected some parts of the corridor of West Rand, in particular areas of Mohlakeng and Tukom's Rest. We take this opportunity to thank the deployee of the ANC, MEC for Copter, Honorable Jacob Mamabolo, for a swift response working together with local councillors, municipality and other local stakeholders in visiting all the affected parties and assessing the damage caused by these heavy rains and storms. Madam Speaker, we support the initiative by Copter Department and its sister department of making sure that the necessary deployment to offer help to the victims of this storm was activated as a matter of agency and that normal services are restored. It is reported that about 1,000 families were severely affected by this incident. This includes the church and a shopping center locally. We will continue to monitor the implementation of the relief efforts through the Provincial Disaster Management Center and a joint operational center to all affected families. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, disaster recovery and management of natural occurrences such as this will remain with us, especially at the height of the need to take action to stop climate change and ensure that government and non-government structures work together as we move forward. We wish all those who were injured full and speedy recovery. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muketi. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Honourable Speaker, 9 years after the Gauteng Department of Education committed to eradicating asbestos in schools by 2016, 29 schools still remain built predominantly or entirely of asbestos. Across the world, asbestos has been banned as a hazardous material due to its devastating health effects. However, it is clear this ANC government still does not realise the huge health risks to both teachers and the innocent children who are inhaling these toxic fibres. This failure has placed over 25,000 learners and nearly 700 teachers at risk of respiratory diseases like mesothelioma and asbestosis. Alarmingly, additional reports indicate that over 240 schools contain partial asbestos structures, affecting even more lives. It is time the DA takes over this government to finally remove all traces of asbestos in our school structures. We demand transparency, expedited timelines, and unwavering commitment to protect the future of our children. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Engelbrecht. Honorable members, regarding motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, I will allow Honorable Mikwe to table the motion. Honorable Mikwe.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, all presiding officers, all honorable members. I, Linting Ntombi Mikwe, on behalf of Chief Whip, Honorable Makubela, hereby table the following motion in terms of Rule 120, read with Rule 121 and 122 as follows. Noting that the reports were not programmed for today's sitting on Monday, the 2nd of December 2024, 1. The Finance Portfolio Committee report on the final voting mandate on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill B13-2024. 2. The Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight report on the first quarterly performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Government GPG-wide for the 2024-25 financial year. 3. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Government GPG-wide for the 2024-25 financial year. 4. The Finance Portfolio Committee Forecast Intervention Study report on a root cause analysis of the backlog, a GIFA infrastructure projects, a case of underperforming projects by the Oversight Committee on Finance during the second quarter in the 2024-25 financial year. 5, Economic Development Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the role of the Gauteng Investment Centre, Invest South Africa Gauteng, in facilitating investments to foster economic growth and development. 6, Social Development Portfolio Committee Report on the final voting mandate on the Older Persons Amendment Bill B1111D of 2022. 7, Transport and Logistics Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the maintenance and protection of road infrastructure, the implications of these on road safety in the province. Therefore, I request that the House resolve to add all the reports to the orders of the day. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mikwe. Okay, honorable members, who's going to second the motion?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mikwe. The motion is then tabled and moved. Okay, I now pose a question. All those who support the motion, say aye. Yes. And those that are against the motion, say no. Okay, the motion is tabled then, is adopted rather. Honorable members, we don't have any motion in terms of Rule 121, and then we move to apologies. I received the Premier's apology this morning. He took ill. Honorable MEC Maile will then table his report. All members of Umkhonto weSizwe are joining the House virtually, but this is not an apology. They are in the meeting. Honorable Leanne Diacher is on urgent party business, and Honorable A. Ali is still on leave. I now call on the presiding officer to read the first order.
Thank you, Speaker. Finance Portfolio Committee report on the final voting mandate on the division of the Revenue Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Honorable Musai, tables the report on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. The bill is introduced in terms of Section 76 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, and it's widely referred to as Section 76 Bill. The bill proposes to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2020 in accordance with Section 12(4) of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 2009. Since the National Adjustment Budget for the 2024-25 financial year necessitates changes to the Division of Revenue Act 2024, the bill is to be introduced together with the tabling of the adjusted estimates of the national expenditure and revised fiscal framework for the 2024-25 financial year. Madam Speaker, the process that was followed is that the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Murakani Musupie, formally referred the bill to the Finance Portfolio Committee for consideration in terms of the GPL Standing Rule 251 subsection 1A. In considering the bill, the Portfolio Committee considered the recommendations of the Financial and Fiscal Commission to the Division of Revenue for the 2024-2025 financial year. 2024 Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, Provincial and Local Government Fiscal Frameworks for 2024 MTEF, as well as the 2024 Adjustment Appropriation Bill. On Thursday, 28th of November 2024, the Portfolio Committee received a briefing from the NCPO Permanent Delegate, Honorable Ryder, supported by National Treasury. Moreover, the Portfolio Committee received presentations on the socio-economic alliances, the legal opinion, and the Gauteng Executive Council's view on the 2024 DORA Bill. As required by the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Portfolio Committee received submission from various stakeholders, including SALCA, the FFC, Amanda.Mobi, and the Lady of Peace Community Foundation. The notices of public hearing and requests for submissions were published in the newspapers, in legislature websites, social media platforms, and committee stakeholders were invited. In the same meeting of Thursday, 28th of November 2024, the Portfolio Committee deliberated on the bill. Thereafter, the committee adopted its report on the bill to be tabled at the NCPO plenary. The report was transmitted to the NCPO Select Committee on Appropriations on Friday, the 29th of November 2024. The committee received minutes from the Select Committee of Appropriation on the consideration of negotiation mandates on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, which confirmed that there were no amendments to the bill as referred. In terms of the principle and the detail of the bill, Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2020, Act 24 of 2024, in accordance with the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 2009, and to provide for matters connected herewith. The main purpose of the DORA bill is therefore to amend column A of the DORA bill schedules, which shows the allocation for the current year. The new column A created by the DORA bill shows the original allocation, the adjustment, and the new allocation to maximize transparency in the adjustment process. The schedules of the bill relate to the following: adjusting the equitable share among the three spheres of government, changes to allocations to provinces to supplement the funding of programs or functions funded from provincial budgets for the 2024-2025 financial year, changes to specific purpose allocations to provinces and municipalities for the 2024-25 financial year, and changes to allocations in kind to provinces and municipalities for designated special programs for the 2024-25 financial year. The bill also deals with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa Act 108 of 1996. The bill seeks to give effect to the provisions of Section 214 of the Constitution. It is noted in this regard that the bill is in line with the relevant provisions of the Constitution, the Money Bills Amendments Procedure, and Related Matters Act, read together with the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act. In terms of the outcome of the negotiation process, Madam Speaker, the committee mandated Honourable Ryder to table the negotiation in favour of the bill with the following 4 recommendations: that National Treasury should work with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to ensure the general financial prudence in the provincial as well as local governments in relation to infrastructure spending; that National Treasury should work with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to implement consequence management in instances where government officials are found to have not exercised their duties in as far as utilization of allocated funds is concerned. 8 provinces therefore voted in favour of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill as referred, and the Western Cape province did not support the bill. Overall, responses on the recommendations by province are enclosed in the minutes. The view of the Gauteng Provincial Executive Council on the bill, Madam Speaker, suggests that it supports the changes proposed in the 2024 Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, as they were deliberated by the GPG Executive Council, and details were presented to the Legislature during the table of the 2024 Adjustment Budget and the Medium-Term Budget Policy Statements. In terms of the financial implication of the bill, Madam Speaker, this bill is necessitated by the proposed National Adjustment Budget for the 2023-2024 financial year, which affects the division of revenue between the 3 spheres of government. The financial implications to government are limited to transfers to provincial and local government. The adjustment budget is an increase of 17.036 billion in total transfers, resulting in a revised budget estimate of 2.153 trillion for the 2024-25 financial year, compared to the original allocation of 2.136 trillion. It is worth noting, therefore, Madam Speaker, that the equitable share for both the provincial and local spheres of government were spared of in-year reductions, and only conditional grants were adjusted because of the rollovers. Thus, some GPG departments received a combined 920.973 million in rollover of unspent funds but committed funds for the 2023-2024 financial year. The final position, therefore, adopted by the committee after due consideration is that, in accordance with Rule 163, adopted the report in support of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, Section 76, as referred, and recommend its adoption by the House. The Portfolio Committee, therefore, extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC El Maile, the Head of Department, Ms. N. Mnyani, and officers of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the processing of the bill. Thanks and appreciation to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Member Mkhobe, Member Tlebere, Member Sisedinyani, Member Hickley, Member Robinson, Member Baba, Member Evans, Member Ngobeni, Member Makwala, Member Ali, Member Mure, Member Chirota, and Member Maluka. The committee's gratitude is also extended to the following support staff: the Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. Budibe; the Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. Nzani; the Researcher, Ms. Chilwani; Legal Advisor, Ms. Ngubani; Senior Information Officer, Mr. Ntsibane; Media Officer, Mr. Dikola; Triple P Officer, Mr. Dlomo; Committee Intern, Ms. T. Mangole; Triple P Intern, Ms. Singosi; and Service Officer, Ms. R. Msimanga, and Hansard Recorder, Ms. R. Singh. I hereby table the report in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Is there a seconder for the report? Honorable Sisedinyane.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sisedinyane. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the report is duly adopted. Will the Secretary please read the second order?
Thank you, Speaker. Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mikwe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Can I request that all the areas that will not be read be considered as read? The GPL's financial performance shows a total allocation of 264 million for the quarter under review, with 239.371 million, which is about 90.6% spent, resulting in an underspending of 24.8 million. In terms of financial performance per program, Program 1 Leadership and Governance had an allocated budget of 8 million and 11 million was spent, resulting in overspending of 2.3 million, which is 126%. Compensation of employees under this program overspent by 610,000 due to the appointment of additional unfunded staff for presiding officers. In response to the committee's question regarding the reason for the appointment of these unfunded staff for presiding officers, the GPL indicated that this is in line with Section 1.5 of the Handbook for the provision of support to the presiding officers of GPL, approved on the 23rd of July 2024. The committee noted with concern that this handbook for the provision of support for the presiding officers was approved without the knowledge of members of the GPL, and it was never presented to the House for deliberation and adoption, but was implemented. Program 2, Office of the Secretary, underspent by 1.6 million. The program was allocated 5.3 million and managed to spend 3.7 million. Goods and services underspent by 595,000 due to S&T hearings, external service provider no longer required, lower than projected legal fees, the administration planning that was conducted in October, and the register of members' interest of the 7th term was published in October. Program 3, Corporate Support Services, was allocated 163 million and spent 151 million, recording an underspending of 12.3 million. Goods and services underspent by 7.2 million. due to outstanding invoices from service providers, short-term institutional insurance organization development project, which was cancelled, and no applications for bursaries for members were received. Capital assets underspent by 3.3 million due to the rehabilitation of concrete sheeted roof invoice to be submitted after verification of on-site chamber spare holding and replacement of MacBook laptops for graphic designers and audiovisual staff as the warranty for the existing ones was extended. Core business spent 58.5 million on the allocated budget of 71.9 million, resulting in an underspend of 13 million. Goods and services underspent by 11 million or 49.1% due to various reasons, including misalignment between the term program and committees after the establishment of the 7th Legislature, APEC annual conference and meeting, the 10th Vita Basadi Awards, which was postponed and is awaiting the presiding officer's decision, outstanding invoices from service providers, and the Nelson Mandela Day celebrations. The Office of the CFO was allocated a budget of 14.3 million, but spent 14.6 million, resulting in an overspend of 274,000. Goods and services overspent by 1.1 million, mainly due to AXA audit fees, audit and risk committee members' fees, supplier open day and salsa forum, which was projected in the first quarter, but was only attended in the quarter under review. Capital assets underspent by 113,000 due to delays in submission of the invoice for 2 trailers for goods by the service provider, which was received in October. The GPL underspent on compensation of employees in all the other programs 2, 3, and 5 due to the delays in the implementation of the 2023-2024 financial IPMS for senior management, unfilled vacant posts, and savings from the lower anticipated salary increase. In terms of the non-financial performance, 15 out of 19 targets were achieved, with 4 not reached, and the non-achievement has been documented under Program 3 and Program 4. The 2 targets that are not met under Program 3 are the leadership initiative and the implementation of the HR strategy, which were also not achieved in the first quarter. The reason provided was that there is a need to consult on the 5-year employment equity plan to achieve the 50% target for the implementation of the HR strategy. The leadership initiative planned output of 50% was not achieved because of competing priorities on the GPL calendar. Although these 2 performance targets were not achieved as planned, there were several milestones that were attained in this reporting period. The 2 performance targets that were not achieved under Program 4 are the publication of oversight question papers and the percentage achievement of milestones in the annual implementation plan of the integrated communication strategy and the PPP. The GPL reported they were mainly affected by the transition in the 7th Legislature, which saw the adoption of the Legislature's term program only at the end of July 2024. The GPL exceeded its quarterly targets on 4 targets. On preferential procurement, HDI achieved 66%, women achieved 44%, youth achieved 10%, and the township spend achieved 17%. GPL performed dismally regarding a target of PWDs as 0% was achieved. The GPL highlighted that the participation of people with disabilities in the market and their responses to requests for quotations have been unsatisfactory. During the quarter, the GPL continued to oversee the executive and engage with multiple sectors involving members of the provincial legislature and administrative support. These included participation in various forums, both locally and internationally. The committee acknowledged that the citizens of Gauteng province actively participated in the work of the legislature. They took part in the House Sitting Committee Oversight and public participation work, as well as public and voter education workshops. The public observed the proceedings of the opening of the legislature when the Speaker hosted the Premier of Gauteng. The Premier of Gauteng province to deliver the State of the Province address to open the 7th Legislature and Administration on the 15th of August 2024. Further, the chairperson of the Standing Committee of Chairpersons led a citizens' responsibility campaign against human trafficking to rally the citizens of the Gauteng province against the scourge of human trafficking. In terms of public education workshops, which aim to raise awareness about the work of the legislature, as well as capacitating communities with the knowledge necessary to engage with its public representatives meaningfully, the GPL conducted workshops under 3 themes, namely voter education, educational tours on the historical significance of the legislature, and the public education. The committee commends GPL for achieving an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings for the 2023-24 fiscal year, marking its 5th consecutive year of this achievement. The committee expressed concern that a handbook for the provision of support for the presiding officers was approved by the 23rd without the GPL's knowledge. This handbook was not presented to the House, and furthermore, the committee is concerned that the appointment of unfunded positions to support presiding officers has led to overspending and contributed to the growing wage bill. It is noted that at the beginning of each legislative term, incoming POs contract a support team for the position, and these contracts end when POs vacate their role. This suggests that the support positions of the presiding officers of the 6th Legislature should have remained vacant, allowing the new cohort to fill these vacancies without exceeding the budget or adding to the already inflated wage bill. The committee is concerned about the prioritization of spending on international travel. At the same time, there is a shortfall in support for political parties and the cost of 4 monitors for the security office at 297,000. Committee recommendations. The committee should be provided with a handbook, I think as alluded also earlier on, and the committee should receive a report on spending priorities, particularly on international travel and the specifics of the 4 monitors purchase, as the costs are excessive by the 31st of January 2021. After careful consideration, let me also appreciate the cooperation of the Speaker, Honorable Musupia, the Acting Provincial Secretary, Mr. Mwali, the Senior Management Team during the consideration and the second performance of the 2024-25 financial year. I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Makubela, Honorable Dr. Masugu, Dr. Mukheti, Dr. Chokwe, Honorable Msimang, Mr. Nel, Honorable Bloom as an alternate, Mr. Makwala, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Miso, Honorable Nkani, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Alice. The committee would also like to thank the group committee coordinator, Ms. Vas, Ms. Lamini, Ms. Muntisi, Ms. Mahato, Mr. Mukhule, Senior Information Officer, Ms. Nechivuyu, committee administrators, Mr. Sitole, Mr. Ngono, Hansard Recorders, Ms. Singh, Ms. Zondo, Service Officer, Ms. Katisi, Communication Officer, Mr.
Honorable
Similane for the
left
committee
with
during
30
the
seconds.
process. After careful consideration, the committee unanimously approved its report on the second quarter report of GPL for the 2024-25 financial year in accordance with Rule 164, and the committee presents this report to the House and recommends its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mikwe. Is there a seconder for the report?
I, Honorable Chokwe, second.
Is there a seconder for the report?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I, Chokwe, I second for the report.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. And those that are not in favor say no. Okay, the yeses have it. The report is duly adopted. Secretary, will you please read the third order?
Thank you, Speaker. Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the financial year 2024-2025.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mikwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Office of the... let me also request that all the areas that will not be read be considered as read. The Office of the Premier's main appropriation for the 2024-25 amounted to 673.9 million year to date, and annual spending to date was 366.6 million. The Office of the Premier reported that non-compliance with alignment for payments to GCRO that contributed to underspending in Programme 3 has been resolved, and payments will be made in 3 tranches of 7.5 million in November and December 2024, as well as January 2025. In addressing lower spending in forensic investigation that also contributed to underspending in this program, the Office of the Premier reported that forensic pre-qualified list of service providers was finalized in March 2024, and only 3 companies were successfully appointed, and work is in progress with anticipated 100% spending. The committee notes the Office of the Premiers paid 99.36% of valid invoices within 15 days from the date of receipt and managed to meet the targeted 100% payment of invoices within 30 days of receipt, as guided by the legislative framework. It is further noted that the Office of the Premier exceeded its preferential procurement targets for enterprises owned by women, youth, black people, and township economies in the quarter under review. However, underperformance on preferential procurement target for business owned by PWDs reflected a slight improvement from 0.01% in the first quarter to 0.53% in the quarter under review. The committee advises the Office of the Premier to fast-track the implementation of intervention mechanisms that are in place to meet the targeted 7% PWD preferential procurement targets. The committee appreciates the Office of the Premier's initiative of revising the preferential procurement target for youth from 15% to 30%, as highlighted in the revised APP, given the plight of youth unemployment. The committee notes improvement that the Office of the Premier made in addressing non-compliance of senior management services and supply chain management officials from 63 SMS and 39 SCM in the first quarter of 2024-25 financial year to 21 SMS and 19 SCM outstanding security clearance applications in the quarter under review. In addition, 174 out of 75 senior management services field position in the GPG were vetted, and 532 are awaiting feedback, while 45 SMS officials have not yet applied for security clearance. The Office of the Premier reported that follow-ups will be made with SMS and SCM officials in the GPG who have not applied for vetting, and acknowledged the committee's advice to seek assistance from the President on vetting applications that are awaiting feedback. In response to the committee's assertion that Life Estimate project is far from closure since 264 claims were lodged in the quarter under review, the Office of the Premier reported that this large number of claims was not anticipated and has contributed to overspending in Programme 1. The Office of the Premier reported that EXO has agreed that budget be adjusted to cover the last tranche of life estimate claims, as this project cannot go beyond the next financial year. The committee knows that support for mental health care will be institutionalized within government, as per the Office of the Premier's report. The Premier also highlighted that crime is the main contributor to the declining property value in Gauteng, as well as the mass exodus of young professionals with critical skills seeking employment outside the country, while electricity and water are secondary factors to this challenge. It is noted that water as a basic service is not a provincial but a national competency, but the Office of the Premier has confirmed to play a coordinating role to ensure the resolution of this challenge. The stabilization of electricity crisis in the province is appreciated, as it is well managed through COGTA in partnership with City Power and ESCOM, and the 5,000 megawatt plan to expand energy is also noted. It is further noted that plans for the inner city rejuvenation are in place and located within the Department of COGTA. In response to the food poisoning crisis that has caused death of school children in the province, the office reported that regulations of the Township Development Act that also addresses the regulation of spaza tax shops will be resubmitted to the Gauteng Legislature for consideration, as there are changes to be made on areas that should be gazetted. In addition, the office highlighted an urgent need to review the red tape to unlock infrastructure projects. The Office of the Premier reported that GPG priorities for the 7th administration are informed by the findings of the Quality of Life survey to ensure corrective measures are in place in the delivery of services to the citizens, and will be presented to the committee in due course. It is noted that 70% of the GPG priorities emanated from the medium-term development plans agreed upon by Government of National Unity, and the Gauteng Provincial Government has elevated 30% of priorities that it deemed to be of key importance. There were no committee findings or concerns as recommendations and implications on lawmaking and the Office of the Premier's second quarter performance report for 2024 financial year, because all the issues that were raised were responded to the satisfaction of the committee. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier, Honourable Dusufi, the DG, Mr. Musue, and the team of senior officials. I wish to thank all the members that were acknowledged in the first report of the GPL, because it's the same team. I'm not going to repeat the names. Further, the committee would like to thank all the committee support staff, as alluded to in the first report of the GPL, because it's also the same people. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of GPL, the committee hereby presents the report for the House adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwe. Is the second for the report?
Madam Speaker, I'm Honourable Voice Gentile, and I second.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gentile. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. So the report is duly adopted. Secretary, could you please read the fourth order?
Thank you, Speaker. Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mulder. I'm informed Honourable Mulder is online. Honourable Mulder, can you please table your report? Okay. Honourable Mulder, will you please unmute and table your report?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Apologies. The Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development presents its annual oversight report on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2023-24 financial year. The department adjusted its main appropriation budget to 1.259 billion in the financial year, utilised 97.7% of its budget, up from 89.8% in the previous financial year. The department spent 93% of its conditional grant, which marks a significant improvement from last financial year's expenditure of 60.3%. The administration program utilised 96.3% of its budget and just falls outside of the optimum range of ±3% of the budget. The department continued with its program to keep the province clean and provided support to waste enterprises, buyback centres and cooperatives with recycling equipment. The department furthermore continued with the management of the various agri-parks and have established and have positioned more of these in additional tunnels, as well as expanded the open areas meant for the new entrants. The department, though, still battles with clearing the backlog of infrastructure projects that need to be delivered in the province, and has continued to battle livestock diseases, as well as swine fever in pigs, influenza and poultry, etc. The committee continued to note with concern that the infrastructure development management system and its associated supply management system processes still pose challenges to the department and has led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure products. The Development Bank of Southern Africa also reported delays due to tenders being non-responsive. Thus, some of the projects could not be finalised at the end of financial years. The delay in the infrastructure projects through DBSA has led to the delay in realisation of expenditure and the allocated budget. The committee continued to note that the implementation of the Gauteng City Region overarching climate change response strategy was with disability and action plan has remained pivotal towards reducing the impacts of climate change in the province and the country. To this end, the department had reported that they will implement interventions that accelerate transition to a low-carbon, resource-efficient and climate-resilient economy that absorbs a maximum number of jobs within the Gauteng City Region with special focus on waste and biodiversity economy. Honourable Speaker, the committee continues to acknowledge that the department is making efforts to promote the development of youth, people with disability and women. The procurement from historically disadvantaged individuals, women and youth has also significantly improved. The Auditor General awarded the department an unqualified audit outcome with material findings on compliance with key legislation and regulations that relate to expenditure management. The committee will continue to provide oversight to the department and assist the department to capacitate the SCM unit in order to have adequate staff members who will implement adequate controls and ensure the proper record management is improved. As far as findings and recommendations and implications on lawmaking is concerned, the committee is concerned about the following. With respect to financial management under administration program, there's a lack of paying invoices within 30 days. With respect to program performance, specifically program 2 and 3, the committee has a major concern with the failure to align its budget with planned targets and under expenditure is continuously observed. With respect to project management, the committee is concerned with lack of completion of capital funded projects, and the committee is also concerned with the IDMS system and its associated SCM process that still pose challenges as led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects. Further on project management, the committee noted with concern that the department did not manage to achieve its procurement targets with people with disabilities. And with respect to conditional grants, the committee is concerned that the department continues to struggle to spend the allocated conditional grants. Recommendations, Honourable Speaker. The committee recommends that the department should provide a report on how invoices will be paid within the legislative timeframe, to provide monitoring and evaluation quarterly reports on progresses of how planned targets are achieved, to provide a feedback report plan on how the DBSA will implement capital funded projects, department to provide a feedback report plan on intervention processes that will address IDMS challenges, and to provide quarterly reports, progress reports on how SCM will engage GOD to assist with sourcing more on PWDS-owned businesses, and also to provide a comprehensive report on the under expenditure incurred on conditional grants. These reports, of course, has to be submitted to the committee by the 31st of January 2025. We also need a progress report on a general plan contemplated to be effective to management pollution and environment by waste generated. Also on a repeat offenders found. Also a report to detail how farmyard was appointed and that has been made that the entity to date the role they were appointed for. Honourable Speaker, let me acknowledge and thank the MECs for Agriculture and Rural Development, Mrs. Wieswa Ramapocha, the MEC for Environment, Honourable Sheila Peters, the Acting Head of the Department, Mr. Mase, his team officials, and I also wish to thank the Honourable Members of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Choku, Honourable Mugethi, Honourable Miller, Honourable Engelbrecht, Makineni, Honourable Moody, Honourable Nyathi, and Honourable Mesu. Further appreciation goes to the alternate members of the committee, namely Honourable Seteka and De Jager. It is an honour to lead such a hard-working team. And further, Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee wish to express appreciation with the contribution of the following staff members, the Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. Bodibe, the Committee Researcher, Mr. Mabuza, Committee Coordinator, Ms. Mampe, the Administrative Assistant, Ngadi, Hansard Recorder, Mrs. Moremi, the Senior Information Officer, Mrs. Kivitz, Communication Officer, Mr. Sabia, Service Officer, Mr. Tlapu, and Mr. Dlomu. In terms of rules 117.2c, read together with 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the Oversight Report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2024-25 financial year and recommends its adoption. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Is there a seconder for the report?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. I now pose a question. All those that are in favour say yes. Yes. And those that are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is duly adopted. Secretary, will you please read the fifth order?
Thank you, Speaker. Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honourable A.D. Alberts, could you please table your report? She's also online.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm online.
Okay. Thank you, Member. Please proceed.
Thank you. Parts of the report not read will be deemed to have been read. The department realised 57.89% of the set targets, therefore attaining 11 of 19 set targets, whilst entities attained 56 out of 74 planned targets, thus translating into 76% achievement. This remains concerning as the department and entities continue to fail in attaining all targets, particularly those that are related to job creation. Whilst the following entities reported their financial and non-financial information in a quarter under review: Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, including its subsidiaries Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng Tourism Authority, Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site, and Dinoking Projects, as well as the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. The committee noted the performance of agencies or entities, with the least performing entity being the GGDA Holding, as it has only attained 3 out of 9 targets, constituting 33%, while its spending is at 50.4 million rand. The committee observes this with concern as it highlights the huge imbalance between the inputs and outputs. Some of the entities and subsidiaries performed well, including the TIH achieving all 8 planned targets while spending 20 million rand, and GEP achieving all 12 planned targets with an expenditure of 72.8 million, constituting 99% expenditure. The Gauteng Gambling Board attained all 8 planned targets with an expenditure of 56.3 million, accounting for 92%. However, the GTA regressed as it attained 4 out of 5 planned targets, constituting 80%, with an expenditure of 33 million, 180%. In a quarter under review, the department spent 373.4 million out of the budget amount of 388.7, which translates to 96.05% of the budget allocation. It has therefore resulted into a 3.95% variance amounting to 15.3 million rand under expenditure, which is far above the 3% threshold. This poor spending is evident on economic planning spending, wherein the program underspent by an amount of 13.346 million, constituting 84.97%. The committee remains concerned with the department's inability to align expenditure with plans attained. The vacancy rate is at 16.3% overall, accounting for 16.66% within the department, which entails 68 posts and 15.38% of the GLB, accounting for 14 posts, owing to several terminations and minimum appointments as the department awaits approval of the structure. In light of this, there has been some progress in implementing the organizational structure, as the department is confirming employees on a post-establishment structure based on the 2012 organizational structure in preparation for matching and placement of employees against the 2024 newly approved organizational structure. Despite this, the committee will follow up on this final until finalization. The committee is concerned about the agencies not attaining some of the planned targets, thus questioning the role of the Agency Oversight Unit, which is tasked with conducting oversight over departmental entities. The department outlines that it is only responsible for collating and consolidating the information to indicate how the department's group is performing. In this regard, the committee thus questions the role of the Agency Oversight Unit in ensuring that such does not recur going forward. The committee continues to impress to the GLB that issues relating to fraud and corruption in issuing and renewal of licenses should be halted, as well as curbing illegalities and contraventions of the legal laws as part of the overall strategy to properly regulate the industry. The committee is of the view that the GLB should develop plans that will talk to increasing the capacity or number of inspectors as part of the 2023 liquor industry pledge. The committee noted that the GGDA reported that in terms of completing the biopark Phase 3, the depleted professional fees for the PRT necessitated a forensic investigation for the previous quarter, but there were delays. Thus, the outcome of the forensic investigation and legal process are key. It is important for the department to provide a detailed account of the finalized investigation report, including the recommendations being implemented. In response to this, the committee was informed that the report has been finalized and recommendations are being implemented internally. However, the committee should be furnished with the details of the report containing the currently implemented recommendations. Meetings with the professional services team and contractors have resumed to discuss, mitigate and resolve challenges that led to the suspension of the project, and this is to ensure that the remaining work resumed by end of January 2025. As a growing concern for the committee, challenges on the construction of the new visitor centre and the completion of the biopark Phase 3 persist during the quarter under review. Unfortunately, the appointment of new professional service providers failed to be secured following the termination of the previous one. The inability by the GGDA to complete the construction of the new visitor centre at the Constitutional Hill exemplifies poor planning by the GGDA, caused the delays on this project have protracted for more than 2 financials, and thus impact negatively on the spending of public funds. The view of the committee is that with every new PSP that is appointed, there may be an escalation of costs on the project. In addition, the GGDA should submit a list related to the causes of the delays on the project and the mitigation measures that were implemented to possibly guide the GGDA to resolve any bottleneck that keeps delaying the project. The lack of creating adequate job opportunities remains a concern for the committee, as in the previous quarter, similar concerns were raised with respect to the creation of jobs. The committee is concerned with the role of the Agency Oversight Unit, which is tasked to oversee the performance of department entities, because some entities did not attain planned targets, and the committee is concerned about the continuous failure by the GGDA to meet targets related to construction of the new visitor centre at Constitutional Hill and the completion of Biopark Phase 3. Acknowledgements. The appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as MEC Maile and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during deliberations on the first quarterly performance report for the 24-25 financial year of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Gratitude goes to the following honourable members: T. Konene, B.E. Letswalu, M.M. Mfikwe, M.S. Moriarty, N. Sharif, F.K. Ngubeni, R.L. Abrams, R.F. Ngubeni, L.J. Evans, A. Ali, A.B. Zaba, N. Delebu. And further appreciation goes to alternate members S.J. Dos Santos and P. Makwala. It's an honour to lead such a hard-working team. Appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons: Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Bodibe; Researchers, Mr. A. Malapane, Ms. M. Makubele; Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana; Committee Administrator, Ms. V. Mukubetsi; Hansard Recorder, Mr. S. Baloy; Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Lomu; Public Participation Assistant, Ms. R. Matabule; Service Officers, Ms. L. Muslala; Communication Officer, Mr. T. Hondo; Information Officers, Ms. A. Njaviu, for their devoted assistance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alberts. Is there a seconder for the report?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. Okay, the yeses have it and the report is duly adopted. So the Secretary, could you please read order number 6?
Thank you, Speaker. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, including its entities for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The purpose of the second quarter report is to provide a summary of programs undertaken by the GPT from July to September 2024. The department's quarterly report provides progress report that specify achievements against key performance targets for the period under review. The purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury second quarterly report, inclusive of Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, is to monitor and assess GPT's performance, as reported in the quarterly performance report. In assessing quarterly performance, the committee considers both financial and non-financial performance against set targets and expenditure patterns. The sector oversight model states that in-year monitoring through quarterly reports provide the committee with the information needed to monitor effective program implementation. The evaluation of the GPT's second quarter performance report of 2024-25 financial year depicts a satisfactory state of affairs, with 18 of the 19 performance targets achieved and 46% of the total appropriated budget spent. The quarterly budget expenditure is slightly lower than the 50% straight line projection. However, it compares favorably with the 95% annual performance plan's achievement. As at the end of the second quarter, administration program achieved 4 out of the 5 planned performance targets. The performance targets pertain to the maintenance of an unqualified audit outcome, the payment of 100% of suppliers within 30 days after receipt of valid invoices, conducting a workshop and/or training to promote awareness on transformation agenda matters, and submission of a report to the Office of the Premier to monitor the implementation of the GOD programs. On the other hand, GPT planned to appoint 50% of women at senior management service level. However, 47% of women were appointed at SMS level. The rationale for the deviation is that there's slow progress in the recruitment process due to cost containment measures, and the situation was compounded by resignations. To redress underperformance, the GPT reported that concurrence was received from the Office of the Premier, and 5 posts were advertised to fast-track recruitment process on funded posts that would address employment equity. The expenditure for this program stood at 102% of the appropriated funds for the period under review and 52% cumulatively. There is a slight over expenditure. However, it falls within the acceptable standard deviation of 2%. On the 4 performance targets planned under Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Program, all performance targets were achieved. The performance target concerns completing and submitting 100% of assessment reports of the submitted planning documents to the departments before the prescribed legislative timeframe. Ensure that cash disbursements to the department do not exceed appropriation of 87,441,000. Consolidating and submitting 3 in-year monitoring reports for the department in accordance with National Treasury timeframes, and consolidating and submitting 10 in-year monitoring reports for public entities in accordance with National Treasury timeframes. This program expended 97% of the funds appropriated during the quarter and 45% of the total appropriation. On the 18 performance targets applicable to GIFA for the period under review, 16 performance targets were achieved, or 89% APP achievement. The areas of underperformance relate to failure to submit the business case for the state pharmaceutical company to Gauteng Executive Council for approval, and failure to facilitate one project to reach financial close. Expenditure for GIFA during the period under review stood at 47% of the final appropriation. On the other hand, the Financial Governance Program achieved all 3 performance targets earmarked for this quarter. albeit with pockets of overperformance. The performance targets are associated with producing one departmental 30-day suppliers payment compliance report and convening 10 audit committee meetings. Of importance to note, this program planned to ensure 90% of supplier invoices were submitted electronically. On the contrary, the target was surpassed by 10%. This program spent 103% of the budget allocated for the second quarter and 44% progressively. Although the program is overspending for the quarter under review, it should be noted that the program is underspending for the year to date. In the same vein, the Provincial Supply Chain Management Program achieved all seven performance targets planned for the quarter under review. The performance targets relate to producing 14 supply chain management compliance registers for the department, producing 8 SCM compliance registers for public entities, producing a report on 60% spend on township suppliers, providing 2 training workshops to Gauteng township-based suppliers, producing a report on monitoring implementation of open tender process by departments, producing a report on monitoring implementation of open tender process by public entities, and producing a report on monitoring implementation of procurement plans by the departments and public entities. The program managed to spend 86% of funds requisitions during the quarter, or 46% of the main appropriation. The Municipal Financial Management Program achieved 4 of the 4 planned performance targets. The performance targets refer to conducting 22 intergovernmental relation engagements with relevant stakeholders, conducting 8 compliance assessments on Municipal Financial Management Act on delegated municipalities, and producing 8 assessment reports on the implementation of the budget funding plans of delegated municipalities with unfunded budget. This program expended 97% of the funds allocated for this quarter and 43% of the main appropriation. The 2 performance targets planned under Gauteng Audit Services Program were achieved. The performance targets are about 100% of internal audit action plans as implemented at departments and trading entities, and compiling 19 annual internal control assessment. The portfolio committee noted that neither GPT nor GIFA reflected on any major strategic risk nor request for intervention with respect to their APPs or budget and or quota performance in the report. The committee, therefore, is concerned, Madam Speaker, that although the committee welcomed the increase of percentage on the procurement spend on township suppliers to 60%, the portfolio committee is concerned whether that is feasible, bearing in mind the persistent failures when it was 30%. That GPT provides a detailed plan on how it intends ensuring that 60% procurement spent on township suppliers is achieved in the face of the initial target of 30% not being met. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Maile, the Head of Department, the GIVA CEO, as well as senior officials from the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberation on the second quarter performance report goes to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Ms. Klebere, Mr. Sisedinyane, Mr. Mohobe, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Hickling, Mr. Makwala, Mr. Ngobeni, Ms. Evans, Ms. Qaba, and Ms. Chirota. The committee's gratitude is also extended to the following support staff members: the Group Committee Coordinator, the Senior Committee Coordinator, the Researcher, the Legal Advisor, the Senior Information Officer, the Media Officer, the PPP Officer, the Committee Intern, the Committee PPP Intern, the Service Officer, and the Hansard Recorder. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the second quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-25 financial year. So in terms of the Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-25 financial year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Can I get a seconder to the report, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Member Nzako Mohove, I second the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohube. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no.
Yes.
So the report is duly adopted. Secretary, could you please read the 7th order?
Thank you, Speaker. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Government, GPG-wide, for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll request that part of the reports that are not read must be considered as having been read. The Gauteng Provincial Government Quarterly Financial Performance Report, as tabled by Gauteng Provincial Treasury, affords the Portfolio Committee an opportunity to interrogate the final position of the GPG departments for the quarter under review. Furthermore, the GPG Quarterly Financial Report is a useful tool that encompasses the financial performance of GPG departments, thereby assisting the Finance Portfolio Committee and the public's understanding of the financial performance of the Gauteng Provincial Government, as well as ensuring accountability to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. At the end of the quarter, the GPG's cash receipts accounted 45.03 billion, representing 27.2% of the provincial receipts. These cash receipts comprise of 32 billion in equitable share, 4.35 billion in provincial financing, 7.8 billion in conditional grants, and 1.5 billion in own revenue, whilst cash outflows totaled 43.2 billion, 99.99% departmental requisitions, 0.01% were direct charges, and provincial receipts amounting to 1.75 billion remained unspent year to date. It is worth noting that the revenue collection, as per the appropriation for the 2024-25 financial year, was projected at 2.002 billion. However, as at the end of the first quarter, 1.594 billion or 19.90% was collected. The 1.594 billion revenue collection represent an under collection of 5% relative to the straight line projection of 25%. The least performing departments are roads and transport and economic development, under collecting by 16.36% and 12.14% respectively. The Department of Health collected 26.14%, thus over collecting by 1.14%, while Gauteng Provincial Treasury outperformed all departments by over collecting by 25%. Other departments over-collected by 13% against their collective appropriated target. During the quarter under review, GPG departments expended 44.662 billion, representing 27% of the total budget of 165.8 billion, which is slightly above the 25% Treasury benchmark. Most departments displayed satisfactory levels of expenditure, save for the departments of cooperative governance and traditional affairs, human settlements and sports, arts, culture and recreation at 14%, 15% and 17% respectively. However, a notable over-expenditure is observed under departments of infrastructure and development and health and wellness at 32% and 29% correspondingly. For the current financial year, goods and services is allocated 35.78 billion and year-to-date expenditure is 11.13 billion or 31%, with a projected 368,248 under expenditure at the end of the financial year due to laboratory services and contractors. Significant expenditure is recorded under the health-related items such as the medicine, medical supplies and laboratory services on account of accruals. The other items with high expenditure include property payments, municipal services and security services. On the contrary, low expenditure under learner-teacher support material is projected to increase towards the end of the third quarter, as placement for the next academic year will resume, whilst agency and support services and computer services projects to overspend by the end of the financial year. The overall budget for the compensation of the employees for the 2024-25 financial year is 99.3 billion and expenditure stood at 24.6 billion or 25%. It is forecasted that GPG departments would overspend by 539.6 million at the end of the financial year. Based on the spending to date against the budget allocation, some departments display a tendency to overspend, while it is expected that others would underspend. With regards to conditional grants, the overall performance at the end of the first quarter amounts to 5.8 816 billion or 21% of the main budget of 27.9 billion. Most departments spend less than 20% of their conditional grants. Hence, expenditure is below the 25% Treasury benchmark due to non-expenditure on some grants because no transfers were made. It was noted that national departments could not finalize details of cash flow with the National Treasury due to some provincial departments not concluding their business plans on time. The Departments of Social Development, Health and Wellness, Infrastructure Development are the only departments that reach the requisite expenditure level of 25% expenditure, followed by education at 21%. For the provision of new infrastructure and the maintenance of existing infrastructure assets, the allocation for infrastructure delivery stood at 12.727 billion, and expenditure of 2.313 billion of 18% was incurred. Most departments spent below 20% of the allocated infrastructure budget, and the Departments of Health and Wellness, Roads and Transport and Infrastructure Department are the only departments that expended 24%, 24% and 21% individually. An assessment of the financial performance of GBG departments in the first quarter reveals that most departments spent equal and greater than 20%, with some departments surpassing the 25% threshold for the first quarter. Overall expenditure was driven by personnel costs, which accounts for the bulk of the overall expenditure, while the performance of goods and services was slightly higher than the 25% mark at 31%. In view of the socio-economic challenges facing the country, the Portfolio Committee urges GPT to monitor financial performance of departments and inculcate financial prudence. In terms of the concerns and recommendations, the committee is concerned about the Department of Education. The Portfolio Committee is concerned whether the department contracts incorporate penalty clauses to help mitigate against project delays by establishing financial or contractual consequences for failing to comply to timeframes. In terms of the Department of Human Settlement, the Portfolio Committee noted with concern the continual delays in the approval of business plans for the department, which impact on service delivery. In terms of the Department of Economic Development, the committee is concerned that the department did not provide any reason for their lackluster performance, contrary to the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act. In terms of the Department of COCTA, the committee is concerned that the department did not provide any reason for their lackluster performance, contrary to the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act. The committee therefore recommends that after assessing the performance of GPG, the Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requests for responses by the 31st of January 2024. The Department of Education, that the department, in conjunction with its implementing agent, provide a report detailing the extent to which the service level agreements safeguarded from poor contractual performance and the consequence thereof. The Department of Women's Settlement should provide evidence that the business plans were compiled and submitted on time to its parent department to circumvent the delays in the approval of business plan, and if not, the department should provide cogent reasons for the continued delays in the submission of the same. The Department of Economic Development should provide reason why it did not comply with the provision of Section 40, subsection 4C, 3 of the PFMA by not providing an explanation, not mitigating measures for the department's overall under-expenditure. The Department of COCTA should provide reasons why it did not comply with the provision of Section 40, subsection 4C3 of the PFMA by not providing an explanation nor mitigating measures for the department. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Maile, the head of department and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication and commitment shown during deliberation on the first quarter financial performance report progress goes to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. The committee also extends its gratitude to the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the first quarter financial performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Government for the 2024-25 financial year, and in terms of Rule 117, Section 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the first quarter financial performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Government for the 2024-25 financial year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Is there a second to the report?
Speaker, I second the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nguveni. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor may say no. So the yeses have it and the report is duly adopted. Secretary, could you please read the eighth? Order.
Thank you, Speaker. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Government, GPG-wide, for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honourable Speaker. Member Masai.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. You called me Speaker, so yeah, thank you. The Chair of Chairs, I would request that the parts that have not been read be regarded as being read. Thank you so much. The Gauteng Provincial Government Quarterly Finance Performance Report as tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury affords the Finance Portfolio Committee an opportunity to interrogate the financial position and monitor the financial performance of GPG departments for the quarter under review. Furthermore, the tabling of the GPG Quarter Financial Performance Report ensures that the GPG departments are accountable to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature through the Finance Portfolio Committee. As at the end of the second quarter, the GPG departments requisitioned 86.3 billion or 52% of the budgeted provincial receipts. Provincial receipts consisted of provincial equitable share amounting to 64 billion, conditional grants at 15.02 billion, own revenue at 4.8 billion, and provincial financing at 4.35 billion. GPG requisitioned 85.47 billion or 51.54%, which shows overspending of 7.1 billion, with 9 departments having requisitions at 50% and above, and 5 departments at 49% and 30%, and 1 department below 30%. The direct charges amounting to 35.42 million were paid against the RPF. The rate compliance to government's 30-day payment period to service providers revealed that 100% compliance level was achieved by 8 departments, inclusive of the Department of Infrastructure, and less than 100% if the department includes the client departments. It is worth noting that revenue collection as per the main appropriation for the 2024-25 financial year was projected at 8 billion. However, as at the end of the second quarter, 4.1 billion or 51% was collected, which indicates that GPG departments are in line with the straight line budget. During the quarter under review, the overall GPG expenditure stood at 86.3 billion, or 52% of the main appropriation. The collective expenditure of most departments is equal and greater than 50% of their main appropriation, apart from the Department of Culture at 29%. The Department of E-Government also at 40%, the Department of Human Settlement at 41%, Treasury at 46%, and Department of Economic Development at 48%. The departments advance a variety of reasons for the slow rate of expenditure, ranging from, amongst others, to the late submission of invoices from suppliers and delays in receiving site plans, money being allocated to energy projects under goods and services, delays in supply chain processes and goods and services. Overall, 10 departments have spent in line with the state land budget and indicate expenditure between 50% and above. There is a projected over-expenditure in 2 departments, namely the Departments of Education and Health. The over-expenditure is due to settlements of accruals and pressure in the compensation of employees. In terms of economic classification, the cumulative expenditure for compensation of employees accounts for 50% of the main appropriation of 99.3 billion. Most departments spent between 45% and 50%, while over-expenditure of 1.5 billion was recorded under the Department of Health at 51%. The Department of Education at 50%. On the other hand, the total expenditure for the goods and services amounts to 20.5 billion, or 57% of the main appropriation. While there is over-expenditure in some goods and services items, such as the medicine, medical supplies, laboratory services, accruals, property payments, and operating leases against agency and support, and learner and teacher support material. The allocation for the infrastructure program comprises of 9.6 billion or 75% from the conditional grants and 3.1 billion or 25% from equitable share. Of the main appropriation of 12.7 billion for infrastructure projects to address the condition of existing infrastructure and maintenance of existing infrastructure assets, 5.6 billion or 44% was spent. Most departments could not reach the requisite threshold of 50% expenditure. Apart from the Department of Infrastructure, Development, which managed to spend 53%, and Department of Health, 52%. The total conditional grant allocation for the GPG amounts to 27.89 billion, with expenditure at 13.1 billion or 47% at the end of quarter. The overall conditional grants performance was impressive, with improvement from the 43% from the same quarter in the previous year. The least performing departments, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The department contributing to the improved performance of conditional grants include the Department of Health, Education, Roads and Transport. The performance for most departments as at the end of second quarter was equal and greater than 40%. Apart from the departments of Culture and Agriculture and Rural Development, which has significant outliers at 25% and 11% respectively. Some of the impediments towards expanding on conditional grants relates to the late approval of business plans, the PWP grants awaiting the finalization of MOU with service providers. The committee acknowledged the strides in revenue collection and expenditure efficiency, while recommending improved oversight on conditional grants and infrastructure projects delays. The committee is concerned about the following. Under the Department of Health, the department has not complied with the 30-day payment to service providers, the accruals from prior periods reducing available funds for new projects. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the department projects to underspend the allocated budget, therefore the budget will be adjusted downwards during the budget adjustment. The department is showing poor performance in the utilization of conditional grants. The Department of Community Safety needs to fill the funded vacant posts, more especially with the prevailing high level of unemployment. The Department of Women Settlements, the delays in finalizing projects and the payments of contractors, while the accruals from prior periods are affecting the rollout of new projects. The delays in submission of business plans and the misalignment between grant cash flows and project requirements that have adversely impacted the effective utilization of conditional grants and hindered the timely implementation of the projects. The Department of COCTA is showing poor performance in the utilization of conditional grants. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, in terms of the timeline for upgrading and construction of sports and recreational facilities, are often delayed due to slow procurement processes and planning inefficiency, the under-expenditure of mass participation and sports development grant. The committee, after assessing the GBG state of finances, the committee recommends the following and requests for responses by the 31st of January 2025. From the Department of Health, the department should develop and submit a plan with consultation with Provincial Treasury in ensuring that it complies with 30 days payment to service providers. The department should submit a plan as to how it intends to deal with accruals from prior periods affecting funding for new projects. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development should provide a plan on how it intends to spend as it has underspent during this period. The department should provide a report explaining the nature of delays attributed to the perennial under-expenditure of conditional grants. The Department of Community Safety should provide a report detailing the restrictions imposed by DPSA circular, as it is unable to fill the funded vacant posts. The Department of Health, Women Settlements should develop and submit an integrated plan on accruals from the prior periods affecting the rollout of new projects. The department should submit a report on how it will circumvent late submission of business plans and the delays in aligning grant cash flows with projected need to contribute to slow planned spending. The Department of COCTA should provide a report explaining the nature of delays attributed to the perennial under-expenditure of conditional grants. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation should submit a report highlighting how it will circumvent slow procurement processes and planning inefficiency, including that it should submit a report highlighting the under-expenditure of mass participation and sports development grant. The committee acknowledges and extends its gratitude to the Honourable MEC, the head of the department and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the consideration of the report, and appreciation for diligence, dedication and commitment shown during the deliberation goes to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, and the gratitude is extended to the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the Oversight Report on the second quarter GBG State of Finance for the 2024-25 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarter GBG State of Finances for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Musai. Can I have a seconder for the committee report, please?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Member Ntsako Mohove, I second the report.
Thank you, Honorable. Secretary, can you read the 9th order for us, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Speech by the Speaker and consideration of the Oversight Committee of the Office of the Premier and the Legislature's Oversight Report on the Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Financial Year 2023-2024.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable members, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chair of Committees, the Honorable Premier, though he did apologize, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, baagi ba Gauteng bagolo ba rona ke a le dumedisa bo botlhe. Dumelang. It is with immense pride and responsibility that I rise to present the annual performance report for the 23-24 financial year. This report is not just a summary of the year's activities, it also reflects our dedication and collective effort of this legislature to fulfill our constitutional mandate. Our goal has always been to uphold the values of transparency, accountability, inclusivity, and excellence as we serve you, the people of Gauteng. In this critical year, which ushered the 7th legislative term and on towards the end of our historic 30th anniversary of our democracy, I invite you to join me and all the members of the legislature in reflecting on the many achievements we have made despite the obstacles that we had to face. All of these achievements are a promise that the GPL will continue to thrive and become a cradle of democracy and beacon of hope for generations to come. Regarding oversight activities and reports, oversight is the cornerstone of our democracy, ensuring that the executive is held accountable at every step, from planning to implementation and to reporting. I am proud to report that 161 oversight reports were adopted this year under the sector oversight model, exceeding expectations and ensuring that every department is rigorously scrutinized. We all in all conducted 22 studies on service delivery issues, such as access to housing and infrastructure projects. These studies produced actionable recommendations, further demonstrating that our oversight is not just procedural, but it is also impactful. House committees processed 386 departmental responses to House resolutions, closing over half of them. This shows our commitment to ensuring that our decisions drive real improvements in service delivery. With 54 oversight question papers produced, we ensured that the executive remained responsive and engaged with the legislature on critical issues. Furthermore, we have incorporated recommendations from the Auditor General of South Africa, the past studies, and lessons learned to enhance its oversight framework. Regarding public participation and education, which is normally known as the people shall govern, that's the phrase we use to explain this particular responsibility. So our responsibility extends beyond consultation. It includes providing timely and meaningful feedback to communities. This fosters transparency, it builds trust, and empowers citizens to remain engaged. Public participation in its nature is essential in building a democracy that reflects the will of the people. Through deliberate efforts, we went beyond our initial targets, achieving 275 public education workshops, more than 3 times our planned target of 75. From public hearings to sector parliaments, our outreach has been both broad and deep. These workshops empowered residents, especially the youth and marginalized groups, to actively engage in legislative processes. This administration will implement an ambitious public participation program as we take the GPL to the people. Our partnerships with other state institutions allowed us to expand our reach, showing that democracy works best when government collaborates with communities. Additionally, the success of the Petition Standing Committee speaks to the trust people have in this legislature. 266 petitions, a record number, were submitted, with 252, which translates into 94.7%, were adopted, and only a handful were deferred for further consultation. This is a demonstration by Gauteng to the GPL's ability to listen and respond to the concerns of the people of Gauteng. On lawmaking and participation, lawmaking is at the heart of what we do as the legislature. And this year we focused on ensuring that our legislation is not only responsive but also anticipates future challenges. 34 bills were considered, including key reforms such as the National Health Insurance Bill, the Climate Change Bill, and the Bella Bill. 5 critical regulations, including amendments in health and traffic laws, were approved, ensuring the province remains aligned with national priorities. These efforts reflect our goal to legislate with purpose and ensure that every law passed meets the evolving needs of our communities. Furthermore, by preparing for the implementation of the money bills amendment procedure, we are positioning this legislature to have an even greater influence on the provincial budget in this current term.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker. On the online, can you please just mute your mic, please?
Thank you, Honorable Churches. So on cooperative governance and strategic partnerships, governance today requires strong collaboration across all spheres of government. Throughout the year, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature worked closely with national, regional, and global partners to align policies and share best practices. We strengthened ties with key organizations such as the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, SALGA, and the Public Protector's Office, the Auditor General of South Africa, and we fostered cooperative governance that benefits all levels of society. We also extended support to local council and provincial coordinating officers, ensuring that legislative efforts are aligned from the ground up. This collaborative approach ensures that our province speaks with one voice, whether it's at national or international forums. We also focused on achieving clean governance. Our commitment to accountability, transparency, and clean governance remains solid. I am pleased to announce that the GPL achieved another clean audit this year, and like I said earlier on, in my other speeches, I want to give credit to my predecessor, Honorable Mikwe, and the team she was working with, because they were responsible for making sure that we achieve this clean audit. This reflects the sound financial management practices we have entrenched, ensuring that public resources are managed effectively and transparently. Our success is backed by the work of independent governance structures, such as the Audit and Risk Committee, the Performance and Remuneration Committee, the Human Resource Development Committee, amongst others. Collectively, they have provided critical oversight and guidance, reinforcing our accountability to the public. We live in a time of rapid digital transformation, and the GPL is embracing these challenges to become more agile and accessible to our people. Our hybrid work model, blending virtual and in-person sessions, has not only improved productivity, but also increased public access through platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. And in this particular case, I really want to thank the people of Gauteng because they are engaging with the GPL on these platforms. Please continue doing that. We need that criticism, positive criticism that will help us to improve our work. This year, we achieved 81% completion of our 5-year ICT strategy. We automated key governance processes and enhanced our cybersecurity postures through zero trust security frameworks. Regarding empowering members and staff through capacity building, this legislature's success is built on the talent, the dedication, and the development of its members and staff. This year, we achieved 88% of our leadership training targets, providing critical skills that ensure our institution remain dynamic and forward-thinking. MPLs received focused training on legislative drafting, oversight, and the implications of new laws like the Electoral Amendment Act, ensuring they are prepared for the challenges of the 7th Legislature. Committees participated in international benchmarking visits, exchanging knowledge and counterparts around the world. These experiences have enriched our legislative processes and positioned us to adopt global best practices. Looking ahead and building the future of democracy, so as we transition into the 7th legislative term, which we are already in, we are more prepared than ever to build on the foundation we have laid. The road ahead will not be without challenges, but I can assure the people of Gauteng that we are ready to face these challenges. We are advanced with our strategic planning processes for the 7th legislature, with a focus on realigning priorities and improving institutional efficacy to better serve you, the people of Gauteng. Consultative sessions with presiding officers, members and their committees have been done. Consultations with administrative parts are ongoing to ensure comprehensive input. The process emphasizes good governance, accountability, and collaboration with other state organs. The final strategy, aligned with constitutional mandates, will be tabled soon, and this will set the foundation for impact service delivery. On priorities of the 7th legislature, we have 5 of those, and they are oversight mechanism to enhance executive accountability. The second one is lawmaking that is responsive to the needs of the people. The third one is public participation that is meaningful and inclusive and representative. The fourth one is cooperative governance that is purposeful collaboration with other organs of the state. And the last one, the fifth one, is good governance driving sound governance processes and administrative efficacy. As I conclude, Honorable Chair of Chairs, honorable members, this annual report is more than just a collection of numbers and statistics. It stands as proof of our enduring perseverance, our commitment, and cohesion, particularly during a time where Gauteng is governed by a coalition under the Provincial Government of Unity, ably led, I must say, by Premier Lesufi. This has brought both unique opportunities and significant challenges. Operating on a coalition government requires delicate balancing, constant dialogue, and compromise to ensure that we meet the diverse needs of the people of Gauteng. Despite these complexities, we have shown that we can rise above differences and deliver to the people we serve. I extend my deepest gratitude to my fellow members of the legislature, to our dedicated staff, and most importantly, to the people of Gauteng, not forgetting fellow presiding officers, for your trust and support. It is through our collective effort and determination that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature continues to stand as a beacon of hope and a cradle of democracy. Together, even under the challenges of coalition governance, we will build Gauteng that is equitable, that is united, and prosperous for all its people. Here's to an even brighter future for Gauteng. Bagolo, ke a le leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the very same to you, ma'am. Secretary, can you read we're still on the 9th order, please? Thank you so much. Chairperson Mekwe, the chairperson of OCPO.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. I'll come and live in Westbury so that you don't forget me. Thank you so much to our Honourable Speaker. We present the annual report of the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier, as well as the Legislature. The annual reports enable the legislatures to assess the performance of departments and entities following the conclusion of the financial year, and these reports are a crucial tool for reporting on performance targets and budget expenditures related to the annual performance plans. During the year under review, GPL achieved 20 out of 24 planned targets. Those that were not achieved, its ICT strategy, which only achieved 81% when they planned to do 90%. And the reason of this shortfall was a reliance on external partners for deliverables, as well as the HR strategy, which was aimed to meet 100% milestone, but only 95 were achieved. This was due to a postponement of the oversight structure workshop that was related to the value creation project, which impacted on the 3 milestones. The target for the leadership initiative implementation plan was also 100%, but only 88% was only reached, and the training on the 3 competencies began in 23-24 fiscal year and is expected to be completed by the end of the year. One committee inquiry report was not adopted due to delays in the committee oversight mechanisms, but the GPL reported that this inquiry was initiated to address ongoing delays in the opening of Maibuye Primary School, which was ultimately opened in January 2024. The GPL was allocated a total budget of 857 million, which represents a decrease from the 825 million allocated in the previous financial year, and GPL has spent 805.93 million, achieving 94% of its budget, but also resulting in underspending of 51.1 million. Chair, what we want to congratulate the GPL is a continued achieving of a clean audit, especially in the year under review, marking the 4th consecutive year of this particular achievement. I think this needs to be commended because of the work that has been undertaken. We also noted that GPL actively participated in various legislative sectors, structures and activities. I think I'm not going to indicate most of them because even the Honourable Premier...
Sorry, Honourable. On the platform online, can you please mute? Can you mute for us, please? Answer. Sorry, Honourable Mekwe. Can I ask our members, honourable members on the platform, just make sure that you are muted. You are disturbing us here in the House. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honourable Mekwe.
It shows, Chair, that they are not in the meeting. They are doing their own things. And I think it's a bad reflection on leaders of this institution. Chair, I'm not going to include all the participation in the other sectors that I've alluded to. I think even Madam Speaker spoke about some of those, but also in my previous report, I also indicated about those participation. But GPL continued to lead and oversee institutional projects through the Project Governance Office, which has successfully executed 4 transversal mainstreaming capacity development initiatives with a total of 78 members of this August House and staff who attended. The 2 initiatives served as part of a 3-phase approach leading to intensive gender-responsive budgeting training. GPL continues to play a pivotal role in establishing systems to facilitate financial disclosure by both members and staff, and collaborated with the Integrity Commissioner to promote ethical behavior. But, Chair, I think here we're worried also that even in the previous financial year, the report has not been submitted for public scrutiny. I think it is needed. The Office of the IC compiled and published, I think it was in the 2022-23, 23-24, it was not actually published.
it should be published, Chair. The GPL adhered to regulatory frameworks that comply with Provincial Procurement Policy Framework Act, which is centrally in facilitating the transformation of the public procurement process in line with the country's endeavour to redress past injustices. GPL achieved 67.31 for historical disadvantaged individuals against a target of 60%. Women, it was 36%, youth, 15%. Although the target, I think they over. Yeah, I think because the target was 10%, but they did 15%, which is commendable. And for PWDs, PWDs, GPL was able to do 0.51 against 0.45. I think, Chair, here there's room for improvement, and want to commend the GPL because we have seen that even the Public Participation Office has been engaging with various stakeholders to ensure that they understand what are the public procurement regime of the Gauteng Legislature. The committee raised questions and concerns while considering the GPL's annual report to the 23-24 financial year, which were addressed and discussed and agreed upon by the committee. I think the committee was actually happy with the response that was received from GPL. The committee appreciates the cooperation of the Speaker as well as the senior management, as alluded to, especially on the issue when we're considering the annual report for the 2023-24 financial year. I also wish to extend my gratitude to all the members that I alluded to in the first report on the Q2, and we also would like to thank the group committee coordinator as well as the team, support team that I also spoke about in the first instance. I'm not going to repeat. Thank you so much, Chair.
Do you move for the adoption, Honourable?
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. I thought this is the report of the Speaker. It's not our report, but I will nonetheless indicate that in accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report for the House to the House for the adoption. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder, please?
Chair, I second the report.
Thank you, Honourable Funzi.
Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary. Can you read for us the
Thank you, Chair.
10th order, please? Thanks.
Debate on the annual report on the Office of the Premier for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honourable Maile, you're doing it in behalf of the Premier. Thank you so much. Apology, Honourable Maile. Honourable Mechwe, my apology. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought Honourable Maile was now married to the Michwes. Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, and good morning to all our honourable members and our citizens of Gauteng. I am thrilled to stand before this August House to debate the annual report of the Office of the Premier. We are reminded of the struggles that our forebears had to endure while fighting for the emancipation of the majority of citizens of this country. Today we are celebrating 30 years this country has seen the democracy that many people fought for and died for. We are mindful of the vision that those who built this government 30 years ago had in mind when building this noble Gauteng government. We should strive not to fail them. We dare not to fail. But we should build on what they started 30 years ago to create jobs, eradicate poverty, and end inequality. Albert Stein once said, I quote, "The only sure way to avoid making mistakes is to have no new ideas." I close quotes. We have seen the Office of the Premier coming up with new ideas of how to create jobs and eradicate poverty. This is a journey that we will have to traverse towards a total or low levels of unemployment. The NASISPANI was launched as part of the program to eradicate unemployment in Gauteng. This program, having been launched in 2023, has seen close to more than 40,000 of young and older unemployed citizens finding job opportunities and being able to feed their families. Their lives have been changed for the better. The quality of life as well shows to that fact. This program created employment and job opportunities in areas of energy renewal, environmental conservation, public safety, education and infrastructure, amongst others. This is proof that the ANC-led government is a caring government. Frederick Lenz once said, I quote, "3 important things to always remember is to care, share and to be fair." I close quote. A total of 155.7 million was allocated in 2023-2024 financial year to ensure that the 32,000 young people participate in educational assistance program. The Crash No Lover program assisted close to about 40,000 young people who have and are receiving artisan training, which we need in our province to be able to maintain our infrastructure in various areas. An amount of 404.2 million was allocated for the transversal support, and about 1.1 million of that portion was allocated for the program to promote the socio-economic inclusion of military veterans. This amount is not enough, we agree, if we are to rigorously improve the lives of our military veterans, the people who are in the forefront in ending apartheid and creating this democracy that you all enjoy today. As the ANC, we are confident we will continue out of the clutter, bring simplicity, out of discard, bring harmony, and out of difficulty, bring opportunities to our citizens, as envisaged by Albert Stein. Honourable Chair of Chairs, want to actually commend our government and also encourage them to actually continue to bring ideas, and others will follow the ideas that are brought about by the ANC-led government. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Mech. Honourable Msimanga gave an apology. Over to you, Honourable Moriarty. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair of Chairs and Honourable Premier, or I should say Honourable MEC in his stead. Members of this House, once again, we meet to discuss the performance of the Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi's office. This time it's for the 2023-2024 financial year. Looking at the priorities set out in the annual report and during the State of the Province's addresses in both February and August, a clear picture is emerging. Premier Lesufi is like the emperor who loves new clothes. In the old tale, the people were told anyone not able to see the wonderful nature of the new clothes was not worthy of his or her position. It's rather like how this Premier views those who criticize his performance. Every year, like his predecessor, he unveils shiny new plans to improve service delivery for Gauteng residents. These same ideas have been rebranded and repackaged into something supposedly new. However, when unpacked, there are no new details, and thus no tangible plans that would truly solve the problem of the lack of service delivery. In the annual report of the Office of the Premier, key targets are not being met. These are targets that would have improved service delivery for our residents. For the 2023-2024 financial year, the Office of the Premier was meant to conduct a skills audit. This is a crucial step to ensure that officials appointed in the Premier's office have the necessary qualifications, experience and expertise needed to execute service delivery mandates. There were recommendations contained in a functional analysis that was required before the audit could commence, but unfortunately it wasn't done, and it meant that the skills audit could not be completed this year. Noting the elevated priorities that Premier Lesufi rolled out last year, if one doesn't know what additional skills may be needed, the upgrading of our townships, informal settlements and hostels will be negatively impacted. This much is clear. Mr. Chair of Chairs, to ensure effective service delivery to the residents of this province, it is of utmost importance that all government departments are adequately staffed with personnel who possess the correct skills to ensure that projects undertaken by the office are completed on time and within budget. Mr. Chair of Chairs, unemployment remains a huge problem in the province. There are over 2.5 million residents that are unemployed, with an additional 572,000 discouraged work seekers. Every year, honourable members, the Premier outlines his plan to create jobs in the province, but the latest number for the third quarter of 2024 paint a bleak picture. It paints a picture of a province that is not inspiring investor confidence. The Nasi Spani program launched by the Premier is meant to create employment opportunities for the residents of this province. However, the unemployment figures tell the story of a pet project that is not working. It confirms, as we have said before, that this project was a way to garner votes ahead of the May 2024 elections. We know that the government's job is not to create jobs per se. However, it is responsible to create an enabling environment for investors to invest in the economy. But again, there have to be certain mechanisms in place for this to happen. One of these is combating corruption, and that is why we in the DA are constantly exposing corruption in this province. We note that on last Wednesday, the Premier gave information pertaining to the lifestyle audits. In short, what did he do? He directed us to go and ask for details from the SIU. However, besides this, there are 177 forensic investigation reports, Mr. Chair, that the Premier will not release. These reports are an integral part of clamping down on corruption in this province. This is one way to show that the private sector on whom we depend for investment that we are serious about running a clean government and a transparent government. But we don't have them. Leaked reports of some of these investigations have shown that hundreds of millions of rands of public money have been stolen. Now, Mr. Chair, the Premier has denied our PIA application on the basis that it contains personal information, and there are also ongoing criminal investigations into the matter raised into the reports as per the recommendations. Well, that's his view. The fact is, it's worrying that we could not have even been given even a redacted version of the reports that have been completed. As opposition and legislature members, it is our responsibility to hold the executive to account. How do we do it? We do it by asking questions that those in charge may not like, but are a necessary step in ensuring that this provincial government is spending our taxpayers' money responsibly and transparently. However, we cannot do this if we are not given access to the information that will ensure corruption and corrupt officials are rooted out of government. We are elected to oversee. We cannot oversee that which we cannot see. The Premier quickly took to social media when we requested the forensic reports to be made public, saying that he has released all the reports into alleged corrupt activities. Well, why deny our request? What are you hiding, Mr. Premier? For the last few years, we have been hearing about lifestyle audits conducted, but it seems that these lifestyle audits will remain a secret between the Premier and the DPSA and maybe the SIU. Lifestyle audits are critical when trying to root out corruption. These audits reveal who has been living beyond their means and living a lifestyle that clearly cannot be sustained on their salary and may require further investigation. As I said, on Wednesday, the Premier indicated we should approach the SIU. Why? Nothing stops the Premier from sharing the details with those whose elected jobs, Tina, that's us, whose elected job it is to provide oversight, namely the members of the Provincial Legislature. The reluctance to release these reports is worrying. It paints a picture of a government that is trying to protect officials who are deployed cadres and only looks out for themselves by not following all the processes in place when awarding tenders and appointing service providers. So again, Mr. Premier, will you release these reports and stop giving elected public representatives the runaround? You indicated action will be taken against officials and politicians who are suspected to be unduly benefiting from government contracts. But what action? And against who? It's a matter wherein the public, our residents, our citizens here in our province of Gauteng have a genuine interest. They want to know and they need to know. How much longer must the people of this province suffer because of a government that is not interested in rooting out corruption? Madam Speaker, or Mr. Chair of Chairs, crime also hinders investment in any country. Gauteng, unfortunately, is not immune to crime, and our South African Police Service must be capacitated with adequate resources to clamp down on the scourge. While there may have been a slight decrease in crime in the province for the second quarter of 2024, more needs to be done. The levels are intolerably high and people fear being victims of violence and harm. This does not inspire confidence in the SAPS or potential investment. Ask yourself, why would any investor want to put their money into a province where the police are unable to respond to incidents of crime speedily? A provincial government worth their salt would immediately liaise with the Provincial Police Commissioner and National Minister of Police to ensure that an audit of all police stations is done. This will assist in identifying the exact needs and determine the resources that should be then allocated where they are lacking. Mr. Chair of Chairs, 2 years ago, this House signed the Township Economic Development Bill into law. This was meant to be the first step in growing the township economy. Now we learn that a review is being undertaken on an act that is hardly 2 years old. Township businesses tell us how they are still struggling to cut through the red tape in doing business with the provincial government. Furthermore, the act is meant to address social injustices in the township economy. But recently, the spotlight has been on spaza shops and compliance. Ideally, the government should have been ensuring that all shops, not just spazas, are compliant with municipal bylaws before it emerged that our residents are being unwittingly purchasers of products that have been contaminated due to incorrect storage. Instead of being proactive, unfortunately, true to form, this government has been reactive and spaza shops are only of late being made compliant. So I conclude, Mr. Chair of Chairs, we need not be led by a provincial government that is not only interested in trying to sell us old ideas dressed up in new clothes that do not add value to our lives. In the old tale, people convinced themselves that they could see the clothes. Why? It's because they feared being called out for not seeing the emperor's new outfit, which didn't actually exist. The emperor was, in fact, naked. We are not the only ones here on our side of the House that say that the Premier's vision is an empty one. I quote from an article in yesterday's Business Times, and I quote, "There is no sign that the first citizen of Gauteng is concerned about the administrative failings. Instead, he looks around for opportunities to be seen every damn day, from hugging robots to many other public relations events of no value. Not even he benefits from the visibility campaign, as it attracts more ridicule than real engagement. Mr. Chair of Chairs, we need a provincial government that puts the needs of its residents first and puts proper measures in place to deal with corruption and crime. We need a government that is committed to ensuring that red tape is cut to make it easier for businesses to do business with them, particularly those who operate in the townships. We need a government that will reflect on what skills are lacking in government departments and fill all vacancies with officials that have the necessary experience and qualifications to get the job done. Officials who will use the money in the public purse wisely while ensuring value for every rand spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. Before I call the next speaker who is online, Honourable Makwala, can I ask that the sound be slightly lifted? I think we're finding it hard to hear properly, please, in the House. Thank you, members. Thank you. Honourable Makwala.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the Madam Speaker and the Honourable Premier of Gauteng and members of the House. We sit today on the precipice of history, where for the first time in 30 years, the people of this province, indeed even the people of this country, have showed their vote of no confidence in the current ruling party. For 30 years, the people of Gauteng have had to scramble around for adequate housing. For 30 years, the people of Gauteng have had to scramble around for sustainable and dignified job opportunities. For 30 years, the people of this province have seen economic decay, rugged unemployment, and rampant crime. It is no secret that this province is notoriously known as a gangster paradise. It is also known as a heaven for those in Sandton and hell for those in Alexander, Diepsloot, Sicelo, Bekeza, and many other locations or squalor that are living in poverty. Chair of Chairs, the report of the Premier boasts very little progress on a very loud platform. For instance, the four locations we mentioned above have all since 1994 been the center stage of the ANC's political stance with no sense of tangible development. We know that the office of the Premier in this province is still haunted by the ghost of Alexander Renewal Project, where billions of rands meant for developing one of the oldest townships in South Africa went missing. And as the economic freedom fighters, we must state openly that in as much as Pala Pala, it's not going anywhere or away. The Alexander Renewal Project is not going away. It is the skeleton in the Premier's office, past, present, and past present is there. The office of the Premier in this province, instead of resuscitating itself, continues to invite more ghosts into the four, leading one to conclude that indeed the state of governance in Gauteng is a film, not just a film, but a horror movie. The Office of the Premier's report carelessly flaunts 8,000 jobs created by the Nancy Spani program, 6,000 jobs created by the Garden, the Green Warden programs, 32,000 jobs within Gauteng schools, but does not say the real truth as it is. These are peace jobs given to the masses of the youth in the province, and in order to give the impression that the government is creating actual jobs. As we speak, one is tempted to ask how many of the 32,000 education assistance posts that were handed on the 11th of February 2023 in Dobsonville Stadium are still currently active. The Premier boosts the revitalization of the township economy, yet fails to acknowledge that the township has only recently been identified not by him and his government, but by white capitalist interest as a potential for the expansion of their own capitalist interest. It is nothing profound that the Premier has suddenly had an epiphany on the potential of the township economy. His own report states that the Department of Economic Development in the Gauteng province has developed a list of 94 township enterprises that are registered and verified to be able to manufacture and supply a range of products, goods and services. And yet we must believe that the Premier, prior to the newly found interest of Pick and Pay and ShopRite, had a passion for transforming the township economy. The office of the Premier has demonstrated no practical spatial development framework. In fact, as the economic freedom fighters, we strongly believe that there can be no talk of spatial development without mention of land and its availability to the people of this province. We cannot talk about spatial development without mentioning the need to redesign apartheid spatial planning of the township and urban centers. The Gauteng Spatial Development Framework has turned only a handful of hostels into suitable family units. Yet in Dube Hostel, in Deep Kloof Hostel, there are still protest because the spatial development strategy of the province is not working. In many township and informal settlement, people's houses were built precariously. Abandoned mines were that used to operate as a result of these people, victims
Thank
of
you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Honourable Ngubeni.
Fellow members, Chair of Chair, people of Gauteng, Chair, as Action SA, we stand here not just to criticize, but to offer constructive solutions to the challenges highlighted in the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2023-2024 financial year. Chair of Chair, while it is commendable that the Office secured a clean audit opinion, underspending of 23.6 million raises concerns about effectiveness and allocations of resources. The regression in spending on procurement groups, especially for people with disabilities, must be addressed urgently. The stagnation in vetting processes for SMS and SCM members is also worrisome and compromises accountability. We cannot turn a blind eye to the discrepancies between planned targets and actual achievements, particularly in regards to fraud detection and asset recovery. The failure to recover lost assets due to financial misconduct is a blow to combating corruption and promoting clean public service. Furthermore, Chair of Chairs, the significant underspending in Programme 3 reveals inefficiencies in procurement processes and lack of alignment with targets. It is imperative for the Office to streamline processes to ensure budget alignment and effective utilization of resources. Therefore, as Action SA Chair, we propose the following solutions. The Office of the Premier must firstly implement rigorous fraud detection mechanism and expedite the recovery of lost assets. We are also saying as number 2, the Office must enhance vetting processes for SMS and SCM members to uphold integrity and accountability. Thirdly, we are saying it must address disparities in procurement spending, especially for marginalized groups like people living with disabilities. Lastly, we are saying it must improve efficiency in procurement processes to minimize underspending and maximize the impact. In conclusion, Chair, while recognizing achievements, we must address shortcomings to truly serve the people of Gauteng. We want to work with the Premier's office to ensure transparency, accountability and efficient use of public resources for the benefit of the residents of Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kompeni. Honourable Magubela.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, the Honourable Speaker in absentia, Madam Deputy Speaker and all presiding officers, the Deputy Chief Whip of the leading party in the Legislature, Comrade Nzago Mahobe, the Honourable Premier in absentia, the Leader of Government Business, members of the Executive Council, the Honourable members of the Legislature, the people of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to congratulate the Premier of Gauteng for handing over 201 brand new, fully equipped vehicles to police stations and units across the province. These vehicles will add to the crime-fighting resources that includes helicopters, panic buttons, and crime wardens. These vehicles, equipped with latest technology, will aggressively intensify police visibility and response of police to crime scenes. Indeed, mentero ya bulabula. Re a ho lebohisha Mmina Phuthi. This is a clear statement that our commitment to rid our province of criminality, especially violent crime, is on track. Honourable Premier, who is in absentia, when our people were plunged into darkness due to failures of our municipalities, especially the city of Tshwane, and criminality that had caused multiple transformers to malfunction, you said, let there be light. You never said this is not the competence of the provincial government. You responded by committing transformers to all these affected areas, which brought electricity and light to many of our people and businesses. Honourable Premier, when thousands of our youth found themselves in a state of hopelessness, you said, "Si Pispani," and responded by saying, "Nasi Spani." You unleashed the provincial budget and pushed your colleagues in the EXCO and the private sector to wage a war on vacancy rate and unemployment. Government alone, Honourable Moriarty, as you also made a point and later came back to correct yourself, cannot be able to fight unemployment. We need the private sector to come to the party. A report which was actually published by the very same publication which you selectively quote, the Business Day. It speaks about a particular trend that is done by the private sector in this country, which is actually in charge of almost 3.2 trillion of our economy, that they are not reinvesting the money that they are making from all sectors of the economy back into the economy, and therefore pushing people to then only look at government as the only source of employment. And I think we have to have a discussion about that and see how we can push the private sector to be able to actually come into the party. Lifestyle audits in Gauteng are not cooked. They are done by reputable law enforcement agencies and agencies of the state, unlike in the Western Cape, which are done by a law firm which receives tenders from the very same government that it actually goes and says it is vetting its officials and its politicians. And that, no wonder why you could not pick up one of the members of your ESCO who had falsified their qualifications. As I was driving to the exam hall, I was listening to one of your members speaking about asbestos. And I want to tell him and yourself, Honorable Moriat, because you've been speaking about asbestos for a long time. They must stop making that point. Because asbestos were meant to kill black people. It was the apartheid government that placed us into matchbox houses that were roofed with asbestos. It was apartheid schools that were only roofed with asbestos. And it is this democratic government that is removing this asbestos. So don't make that point again, because you are provoking us. You are pushing us to actually state the obvious. You were meant to kill us and you failed to kill us. We are still alive while many of our people died and perished of cancer. Don't mention asbestos again. Leave it. We made manifesto commitments as the African National Congress to our people. And part of those manifesto commitments was to respond and become an accountable government. And one of these commitments was that we wanted to run a clean and an accountable government through enhancing compliance with legal requirements to prevent unnecessary, irregular, and wasteful spending. The audit outcomes of the Gauteng provincial government have improved in the last financial year, with a steady improvement over the past 3 years. This improvement indicates the ANC's government commitment to sound financial management, accountability, and governance. The Office of the Premier has received clean audit outcomes for 11 consecutive years. There has been a decrease in irregular expenditure, and there has been no unauthorized expenditure over the years. The Department of Education has a continuous good performance audit outcomes. No department of that magnitude has done so well compared to other South African provinces, including the Western Cape. The department has the second largest allocation in the province, with an annual budget exceeding 60 billion. This constituent improvement is happening despite the challenges posed by high levels of inward migration. Once again, this is a demonstration of the ANC-led government of provincial unity, which is committed to ensuring that we run a clean government.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Maile.
Chair,
on behalf, hold on.
Mr. Chair of Chairs, I'll rise in rule in terms
Just
of Rule
wait,
90.
Honorable Maile. There's a point of order.
Rule 90, personal explanation. Honorable Makubele cast aspersions on me and my party about asbestos schools, and he described a historical situation as tragic and as repulsive as it was. I want to tell Honorable Makubele that I went to a school about 5 kilometers from here, and regretfully, I too sat and had lessons in an asbestos classroom. He mustn't reinvent history. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moriarty. Honorable Maile. Honorable Maile, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, officials in the Office of the Premier, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm reading the address that would have been delivered by the Premier, and he would have started by saying that this tabling of the annual report before this August House is the first since the beginning of the 7th administration, although it looks back to the period that fell within the purview of the 6th administration. It is signally important because of the seamlessness of the work of government as well as for its implications for the 7th administration. In a way, it is setting the tone for policy trajectory and defines the contours of the implementation of the mandate of the 7th administration, which we will accelerate with more vigor within the context of the government of provincial unity over the next 5 years. The Office of the Premier continues to derive its mandate primarily from the Constitution, the Public Service Act and its regulations, the Public Finance Management Act, policy directives, and the overall mandate of government. The National Development Plan, as well as Vision 2030, adopted by Parliament, continues to serving as a roadmap for the 2023-2024 financial year, as we focused our energies on radically reducing poverty and inequality, improving socio-economic development, as well as transforming the economy and society. Within the period under review, the Office of the Premier responded to 7 national priorities in its role to lead the alignment, monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the strategic agenda of the Gauteng government, and lead the delivery of specific outputs of defined outcomes. Specifically, the Office of the Premier contributed directly to the following MTSF outcomes: a capable, ethical and developmental state, economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services, spatial integration, human settlements and local government, social cohesion and safe communities, a better Africa and world. The policy mandate of the 6th administration was detailed in the GGT 2030 Plan of Action that was adopted in February 2020, and in the last year, a focus was made on township, informal settlements and hostels. The GGT 2030 is the current provincial plan of action, which was implemented to strengthen our position nationally and on the continent by setting our path to double the size of the Gauteng economy whilst fighting unemployment, reducing poverty substantially, and empowering people who continue to be excluded from the mainstream economy. It is worth reiterating that the GGT 2030 reflects a collective vision for the Gauteng City region in the decade to 2030. It is about the realization of the NDP and electoral manifesto, and it reflects Gauteng's alignment and response to the MTSF 2019-2024. On 19 February 2024, we had the honor of delivering the State of the Province address at the Nasrec Expo Center, where we reconfirmed the Gauteng provincial government's commitment to improving the living conditions in townships, informal settlements, and hostels. As you know, towards the end of the 6th administration, we identified 5 elevated priorities underpinned by a focus on niche areas. We were then, as we are today, determined to ensure that we improve living conditions in townships, informal settlements, and hostels. We believe the time has come to accelerate the improvement of the living conditions in the niche areas in order to unblock and release the potential that remains constrained within these communities due to lack of resources and enabling conditions. As the 2023-2024 financial year marked the 5th and final year of the 6th administration, the Office of the Premier continued to lead, coordinate and oversee all Gauteng provincial government departments towards the delivery of the stated agenda and priorities of the GGT 2030 plan. and sought to ensure that a smooth transition was realized between the 6th administration and the new 7th administration. The GPG undertook an unprecedented program called Ikrash Nelova to recruit people from the township areas to receive training in various artisan fields. The provincial elevated priorities remained key and were tracked on a monthly basis with the help of the Delivery Support Unit, which is capable of quick interventions if needed to support departments in achieving the targets earmarked. The GPG also partnered with Randwater to address the various challenges faced in the Vaal River system. The Crime Prevention Wardens program has made significant developments in enhancing community safety and addressing illegal land occupation in collaboration with metropolitan police departments and local municipalities. A total of 7,361 CPWs have successfully completed their peace officer training, whilst 5,878 CPWs have received their certificates validating their completion of the training and readiness to serve their communities. The ESCOM Transformer Replacement Program in Gauteng Province involved replacing 522 transformers. As at the end of 31 March 2024, 336 transformers had already been replaced. Among the remaining 186 transformers, 95 have reached a deferred payment arrangement threshold. The goal was to address the 91 non-compliant transformers by the end of April 2024. This program has benefited over 4,500 households. The procurement spend of the Office of the Premier on targeted groups compares as follows: black people, 90% compared to the target of 80%. Women, 46% compared to the target of 40%. Youth, 23% compared to the target of 15%. Townships, 48% compared to the target of 40%. And people with disabilities, disappointingly, 0.3% compared to the target of 7%. The pursuit of an ethical, capable, and development state remains a central tenet of the government. Accordingly, the Office of the Premier and SIU signed a secondment agreement for the Learning and Development Department, Human Capital, within the SIU to assist the Office of the Premier in building the skills capabilities of investigators within the Gauteng provincial government. The provincial forensic audit units received a total of 570 national anti-corruption hotline cases between 1 April and 31 March 2024. Of the 570, a total of 525, which is 92% cases, have been resolved, while 45 cases are still outstanding. During the 2023-2024 financial year, 85% of action plans were implemented throughout the province to ensure the anti-fraud and anti-corruption internal control processes. To date, a total of 18 forensic investigations cases were recommended for referral to law enforcement agencies, and 18 have been reported to law enforcement agencies. The Office of the Premier is tracking the implementation of the recommendation of the forensic investigation reports, including recoveries through the quarterly reports to the Premier and the Provincial Anti-Corruption Coordinating Committee. Amongst 766 SMS field posts, 242 have been vetted and 404 are awaiting feedback. Additionally, 40 SMS officials within GPG have not applied for security clearance. Regarding SCM field posts, out of 1,009, 321 have been vetted and 645 are still waiting feedback. Furthermore, 43 SCM officials within GPG have not yet applied for security clearance. Measures are being taken to ensure that this process is completed as swiftly as possible in order to enhance the ethical character and high standards of probity in the institutional ethos of the Office of the Premier. In the 2023-2024 financial year, Office of the Premier achieved 100% SMS financial disclosure as of the 30th April 2024. We are pleased to report to this August House that the Gauteng Provincial Government is registering demonstrable progress as far as good governance is concerned. On Sunday, 6 October, we had the honor of awarding departments and entities for achieving clean and unqualified audit outcomes. We have also noted that there's been a steady increase in the number of departments and entities achieving clean audits over the past 3 years. 7 departments and 14 entities received clean audits, whilst the 7 departments and 4 entities received unqualified audit opinions, and in the 2023-2024 financial year. 6 departments sustained their clean audit opinions from previous financial year. The community safety improved from unqualified audit to a clean audit. The G fleet went from a disclaimer to qualified, but in the last 2 years, it has achieved clean audit. All this is encouraging and shows that if we put our shoulder to the wheel and pay attention, we can get things done. Unfortunately, 7 departments remained stagnant and unqualified opinions with findings in the current year. We will keep encouraging them to work hard to get the clean audit. We also need to pay our service providers within 30 days and support the departments that are struggling. It is also pleasing to note that there was no department that got disclaimer or unqualified audit opinion. The Gauteng government is indeed committed to maintain the clean audit that have been achieved and at the same time improve the audit outcomes of other departments and entities going forward. To further ensure that we maintain high standards of good governance, we will intensify internal controls to ensure that we do not regress. We are also working on strengthening the forensic unit in the Office of the Premier and create a mini forfeiture unit to deal with all the small cases instead of taking them to the Special Investigating Unit. We are working with the Special Investigating Unit as part of corruption prevention to increase awareness, education, and lifestyle audit, amongst other things. The lifestyle audit is a chapter on its own under the prevention and is part of rolling out the important work of government and ensuring that we are proactive in fighting maladministration. The democratic journey of South Africa continues with the national elections taking place on 29 May 2024. The outcomes of the elections have undoubtedly influenced the direction of the nation's policies, governance, and development agenda. The May 2024 elections have also shaped the configuration of the 7th administration. We have just gone over the first 100 days in office. We are pleased with the level and nature of cooperation with the parties which have formed this 7th administration. We continue to respect one another, engage in consultation, and focus on key tasks at hand, which is to deliver a better life to the residents of our province. Towards the end of the 6th administration, we also took deliberate steps in anticipation of the 7th administration, which will follow the 7th national democratic elections. These included the following: planning preparations for the 7th administration commenced in February 2024 with a draft medium-term development plan drafted. The 30-year review and end-of-term reports were compiled and consulted upon the GPG departments and various stakeholders. We are pleased with the smooth transition to the 7th administration, which emphatically demonstrate continued improvement in the core processes of our democratic system. The 7th administration of the GPG is in place now and has started to discharge its governance duties. It has its undivided attention on delivering on its electoral mandate within the context of overcoming the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment in our province. We have the urgent task of improving the lives and livelihoods of the people of Gauteng. We remain seized with these key challenges. Our core mandate is to make real the 3 priorities set out in the President's State of the Nation address. We are thankful to the members of this August House for continuing to deepen democracy, democratic culture in our province. Our robust engagement and our cooperation are the dialectical energy which is needed to accelerate our work ethic in delivering the mandate of the 7th administration. As we bring the 2024 calendar year to a close, we wish all the members of this August House, those in government and in opposition, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The year 2025 will continue to expect more effort, focus, and cooperation from all of us as we continue with the difficult process of realizing the medium-term development plan consistent with our electoral mandate. We also wish to thank DG Musue for his stewardship of the Office of the Premier, as well as the senior managers in the Office of the Premier and all officials for their hard work and dedication. Having said that, Honourable Chair of Chairs, I think it will be important, though a number of issues that have been raised by members are addressed in the speech, perhaps we might want to emphasize certain matters. Let's start by thanking all the members who have participated in the debate. Member Mekwe, thank you very much for the positive and constructive contribution in the debate. Let's also thank Member Moriarty for the issues you have raised. However, Member Moriarty, I think, well, you referred to the Premier as what, an emperor who always likes new clothes, something like that. I think when we have a debate of the state of the province next year, you will be able to realize that what we are saying is not true, because next year we will be reporting on progress on the things we said we will do in the last 2 years. There's a lot of areas, and I can speak with, without any fear of contradiction, that there's a lot of work that is happening under the stewardship of the Premier. And of course, as we implement, there's always pitfalls, there's always challenges. It's not perfect, but to try and say that every year we present new plans, it's actually not true. And you'll see we won't be presenting any new plan. We will be reporting on what we have presented as a plan. So that's the first issue. The second issue, we agree with you that unemployment is a big problem and a huge challenge. But I think it is disingenuous to create an impression that the worsening economic conditions are as a result of the ineffectiveness of government. I'm sure you know yourself that there's several factors that are beyond and have been beyond us. So in short, there's objective and subjective factors. You will know, and the devastating effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we're not saying before that there were no problems, and I'll speak to that. And we did say when we presented the budget speech that the impact was huge, and it contributed negatively towards the economy. About 6% of the economy was lost. You will know that there are geopolitical challenges that are far beyond us. Russia, Ukraine, in the Middle East. You will also know that there's issues about, and those geopolitical challenges have an impact on a number of things, including the price of fuel, the exchange rate, and those directly have got impact on the cost of living, the price of food, and all that. But you would also, if you are honest, and I'm glad that you are reading Business Day, because they report about the economy consistently. And in the budget speech, we also dealt with this issue. You would have seen that the inflation, I'm sure you have seen it, you know, You would have seen the repo rate by the Reserve Bank, the announcement that was made. You would have seen there's been some improvements in the number of jobs that have been created by the economy, not by government, working with government. And there's been, and you would have seen as well, there's now improvement in manufacturing amongst others. And to reindustrialize, that's what we need. You would have seen there's been stabilization of the energy and a lot of many other good things. But I'll tell you what, Member Moriarty, you are not raising this issue objectively, because the real issue here, which is the issue that you, as the DA, we've been trying to raise in public, that any government without the DA is not legitimate. And that's why you go all out. You go all out to raise even things that are being attended to. For instance, you convened a press conference to claim that the Premier is hiding some reports in the Department of Social Development, which is not true, and that report was not done during his time and all that. And I can go on, and today you are continuing with that narrative because it's simply an act of desperation on your part. And I'm honestly disappointed, because I thought that you love being in the opposition, because it's easy to be in the opposition. But it seems so I thought I should deal with that issue. And then you continue to say Nazi Spani was about electioneering, which is not true. Because when we launched Nazi Spani, there's two things we did. Firstly, there was a huge vacancy rate, which we said we want to close that vacancy rate. So the positions in the organogram of departments are not temporary. So Nazi Spani was dealing with those two issues, but also dealing with skills. And we were able to even bring other partners, like the UIF, to the party. And some of those programs are continuing. So if you look at the vacancy rate in the provincial government, you'll see the impact of Nazi Spani. And if you look at the number of young people, which we will gladly have a debate with you during the state of the province, because we are not allergic to debates, we don't have a problem. And we know we're not perfect. And if there are issues that we're not doing well, we don't have a problem of being taken to task, because we understand that we have a responsibility, as you say, to account to the public in Gauteng. And then we have the issue, the problem, Chair of Chairs, of allowing drunkards to sessions is that they don't listen. They don't listen to important issues here. We're giving clarity, but we must just bring Indo Lendwek Footer, Chair of Chairs, to check. Yeah, I brutalize. So you know the issue of lifestyle audits. I don't understand, honorable members, because we have done lifestyle audits. The first thing is that the lifestyle audits, we did not do lifestyle audits on ourselves, because we are men and women of integrity. We are not doing what our counterparts in the Western Cape are doing, calling our friends to do an audit on us. We gave reputable state agencies the responsibility. They have done it, and they've given a report. And the Premier has spoke eloquently about that issue last week, and we had a press conference. You see, the problem is that when you are a drunkard, you sleep drunk, you are not able to wake up on a Sunday. We had a press conference with the SIU to report on this, but someone was drunk and they could not wake up and see. That's why they're asking here. So that's the issue about lifestyle audit. So we have done lifestyle audit, and we are happy that people are being held accountable. And Chair of Chairs, the issue of the tenders, we are the only province, we're the only government, and I think in the whole continent, unless I can be proven wrong and otherwise, that has got an open tender system where we appoint probity auditors and all that. I want to challenge members from the other side to tell me why is it that we are not doing it in the Western Cape, if they are indeed transparent. And not only that, in the state of the, in the speech, the budget speech, we have made a point that now we want to automate our systems because, and talk is not cheap because we are doing it as we speak. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. However, the issue of the Township Economic Development Act, the fact that is being reviewed, it doesn't mean that we will not be implementing it. So we'll continue to implement. However, there has been weaknesses that might have been overlooked previously. And that's why we are saying we will look at reviewing it. Like any other piece of legislation, it has to adapt to the conditions. So it's not a casting stone. And anyway, the review, you will see, because I don't know why will you have a problem with the review if it's about strengthening. You will see it's not dealing with fundamental principles and a major overhaul of the Act. The issue of Member Makwala, just one issue. You know the issue of the Alexandra Renewal Project. I think the Human Rights Commission and the Auditor General, not Auditor General, the Public Protector, have conducted an investigation and they made the findings. And in those findings, there's nowhere they're saying there was money stolen and all that. Then that report raises a whole range of issues and gives directions. So I will advise Member Makwala to ask the Office of the Premier to give you that report and give you that briefing. On the issue of the township economy, we said, and that's why in the budget speech, one of the things we said is that we want to grow township economy, because the biggest tragedy about township economy is that despite the fact that it is said to be worth more than 200 billion, only 2% of the goods that are consumed in the townships are produced in the townships. And you will know, economy is about three things. It's about production, it's about consumption, it's about the circulation of money, amongst other things. So what is happening in the townships, it's only consumption, and the money that does not even circulate, it leaves township economy to big industries. So we agree with Member Honorable Makwala, and that's why in the state of the province and in the budget speech next year, we will say what are some of the things that we'll be doing to direct resources towards a township economy and make sure that we grow it. So special development, transformation is key in our agenda, and we agree with him. Honorable Ngobeni, thank you very much for criticism and for the suggestions that you have given. And we agree with you. We will have to do all these things. Deal with fraud, fast-track the processes, improve efficiency, deal with procurement issues. We agree with you. And that's why in the speech, those issues are there. Honorable Makubela, thank you very much. And you are correct. The Premier just last week demonstrated our commitment, made available 201 cars. And this goes to show, Honorable Mreadi, that we are genuine and we are honest. And because we could easily argue that policing is not our responsibility as a province. We must just do oversight. But we have gone beyond that. We are dispensing resources at the disposal of the police. And we have also added more boots on the ground, issues of technology. We are committed to those issues, and that's why we've made the budget available. And we are worried, the citizens of this province as well. about crime. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC Maile, on behalf of the Premier. Can the Secretary please read the next order for us?
Thank you, Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, we are going to the debate on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2023-2024 financial year. We will leave Honourable Mekwe, who's not here now. We'll bring her later for her committee report of OCPOL. The next speaker is Honourable Engelbrecht. Engelbrecht.
Chair of Chairs, I would like to congratulate GDOT on its improvement in spending conditional grants, 93% compared to last year's 60%. Despite this, over 100 million will be returned to Provincial Treasury this year, despite hundreds of beneficiaries desperately waiting for assistance. The budget was 1.25 billion, one of the smallest in the province, yet it is marked by the biggest discrepancies in delivery. The AG awarded GDOT an unqualified audit outcome, yet material findings on compliance with key legislation paint a stark picture of financial mismanagement and non-compliance. The Food Index, compiled by the World Data Lab, shows that 40% of Gauteng's population will be food insecure. These financial failures are not just numbers. They represent empty stomachs and hopeless job seekers left behind under the leadership of Premier Lesufi. The failure to effectively utilize allocated budgets and resources exacerbates the crisis as vulnerable communities continue to suffer. Despite having the potential to be the backbone of Gauteng's food security system, smallholder farmers have been left behind due to the department's inefficiencies. Only 22 farmers out of targeted 50 were supported, but none reached viability, many citing unaffordable costs for audited financial statements as a barrier to growth, leaving these small-scale farmers unable to grow their operations and feed their communities. Under this Premier, the tools to fight hunger are rusting in warehouses, while families go to bed hungry. The unemployment rate is over 34%, and GDOT's failure to create sustainable jobs is unforgivable, with 2.5 million people unemployed. The department missed the opportunity to invest in sustainable agro-processing and commercial farming, which could have created long-term jobs and bolstered food production. Financial mismanagement is at the heart of this department's failings. 21 million rand fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And, MEC Mahili, just listen to this, alongside the 49.7 million under investigation, represents resources that could have been used to build infrastructure, support farmers, and feed the hungry. Instead, it was squandered due to poor planning, procurement failures, and a lack of accountability. Even crucial infrastructure such as abattoirs and irrigation systems remain underfunded or neglected due to administrative delays. Furthermore, 6.2 million of assets were stolen, and 43,000 assets have just been lost. The failure of this government to effectively manage GDOT has led to a betrayal of the Gauteng's most vulnerable. The unspent fund, delayed projects, and inefficiencies are not just statistics. They are the faces of children going to bed hungry, farmers struggling to survive, and young people losing hope in a system that continually fails them. Gauteng's potential has been squandered, leaving the people of Gauteng without the support they desperately need, leaving a legacy of hunger, hopelessness, and squandered potential. The DA calls for urgent reforms to streamline procurement processes, strengthen security measures, improve accountability, and prioritize high-impact projects. It's time for the people of Gauteng to get a government that actually delivers on its promises and turns resources into real results.
Your time is up. Member Machene from the EFF.
Thank you very much. Is it acting chair? Thank you very much. 18% of Gauteng's population struggles to access food, in particular black and colored communities, who are the most affected by hunger, and 2/3 of these households reside in urban areas. These alarming statistics come in the context of a failed 36 million farmyard project that is currently under investigation and was meant to alleviate hunger and restore nutritional value to the struggling households. Speaker, it is on this backdrop that we assess the department's performance for the 2023-2024 financial year. The department received an allocation of 1.259 billion, where 98% of the budget was spent and only 81% of the targets were achieved. We further note that the department received an unqualified audit with findings. It is worth mentioning that this department from the month of August has been struggling to pay workers of the Green Army, where even in the middle of October, some of these workers had not received their September salaries. The department recorded an underspending of 8.5 million on conditional grants related to CASP infrastructure, meant for the training and capacity building of farmers and unemployed graduates. Owing to this underspending, the department failed to complete the commercialization of smallholder producers, as all 22 producers part of this program were unable to produce audited financial statements due to the cost of these processes. All while grants that could have gone towards the support of these farmers in accessing financial services went underspent. Most recently, the same MEC who in the past spoke of the need to end urban hunger and support small-scale farmers, further threw these farmers under the bus, calling on them to seek alternate sources of funding due to the financial constraints of the land bank. MEC, is this your plan to curb urban hunger and support farmers? The EFF expresses concern that this department continuously fails smallholder farmers, and this in turn hampers transformation efforts within this sector that is in dire need of transformation, where those participating in the agri-value food chain should reflect demographics of South Africa and Gauteng. However, what we have is a department that fails to prioritize transformative interventions. Zero agri-BEE in Daba's health, out of a target of 1. Zero rural infrastructure projects supported out of a target of 8. All key interventions which would have supported previously marginalized persons in this sector and accelerated rural development. Most concerning, Speaker, is the failure of this department to release 20,000 hectares of land, where only 6,827.7 hectares of agricultural land were released. This is testimony once more to the failures of this government around land and the urgent need to adopt the cardinal pillar number 1 of the EFF on expropriation of land for equitable distribution as a catalyst towards ending urban hunger. A recent national air quality assessment found that Gauteng had the poorest air quality in the country. The EFF remains opposed to the anti-developmental agenda peddled by international NGOs who use environmental indicators to deter environmental projects in an economy in dire need of industrialization. Instead of
Member Machene, thank you very much. Your time is up.
The challenges of quality in
Member Machene,
interventions like a
ake
massive
nimcimeni
urban
ngathi akafaka
greening
ngizwa kahle.
campaign.
Member Magene, time is up.
The extension of the
Aye,
protected
aye, ake
area network, a
nimvalini.
target the department
Member
could have
Magene.
achieved.
How, Matot? Member Miller, the member from the MK is not here, so we'll go to Member Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. There is an environmental crisis unfolding in Gauteng. The 2023-2024 Department's annual report is not a document of missed targets. It's a damning report of systemic environmental failure. Environmental management has all but collapsed in Gauteng. The numbers are not disappointing, they're shocking. Only 26% of enforcement notices are complied with, a staggering 44% below target. This isn't environmental protection, this is environmental anarchy. Nearly 60% of licensed facilities are operating in direct violation of our laws, facing no consequences. Conservation efforts have been equally disastrous. Against a target of protecting 89,512 hectares, the department achieved zero, not a single hectare. In a rapidly developing province like Gauteng, the failure to safeguard our natural spaces is not incompetent, it's unforgivable. Waste management is in disarray. The regional integrated waste facility remains stuck in limbo. Waste minimisation regulations gather dust, while our landfills overflow and illegal dumping continues unchecked. Let's credit the department for planting trees and distributing waste bins. But these are cosmetic solutions that mask a fundamental breakdown in environmental protection. The department boasts about processing 92% of environmental impact assessment applications within a time frame. This is great, but what is value in speed when there's no enforcement? Of 24 total performance targets, only 16 were achieved. The department has dramatically scaled back on environmental initiatives, reducing recycling facilities from 150 to zero, cutting tree planting targets, and completely removing waste management regulations from the performance plan. These numbers tell a story of constrained resources, reduced ambitions, and significant challenges in management. The reconfiguration following the 2024 elections and budget constraints have forced a dramatic reimagining of our environmental priorities. We must ask ourselves, are we protecting our environment, or are we simply managing its decline? The strategic objectives aligned with Sustainable Development Goals, the National Development Plan and Agenda 2063 seem increasingly distant from our current reality. Our environment is not a luxury. It's the foundation of our economic stability, our health and our future. Every tree not planted, every compliance notice ignored, and every waste management target reduced is a step backward for Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, Gauteng deserves more than window dressing. We need a comprehensive strategy that transforms environmental management from an administrative exercise to a critical mission of preservation and progress. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Miller. Member Moody.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Our province is facing severe environmental challenges that threatens our health, our economy, and our future. Climate change, air and water pollution, wastewater treatment, solid waste management, and biodiversity loss are just a few of the pressing issues the department needs to address urgently. Gauteng is the largest industrial and economic hub in Africa. This comes at a high environmental cost. Air pollution, for example, causes many respiratory illnesses, especially in the very young and elderly. Our province is a very water-scarce one, yet pollution of our natural water systems is increasing by the day. Our local municipalities are the major contributors to polluting our rivers and streams, for they are failing to effectively and efficiently manage the wastewater treatment plants, which are in most cases non-functional, with no clear plan to remedy the disaster taking place under our watch, even as we debate in this House today. The negative impact on our rivers and streams, polluted by millions of litres of untreated raw sewage on a daily basis, is being experienced downstream in places as remote as Pelau, situated on the Orange River in the Northern Cape, more than 2,000 kilometres from Gauteng as the river flows. The polluted water threatens the livelihood of this impoverished community, which relies on farming with dates as an export commodity. Their primary source of income is under threat, and they can no longer meet international standards. Right here in Gauteng, our major rivers and tributaries are so polluted that the Vaal River system is under severe threat. The tourism industry on the West Rand is negatively impacted, and the internationally acclaimed heritage site, the cradle of humankind's existence, is questionable. From the briefings by the Mogale municipality as a case in point, it is clear that one of the root causes of the collapse of the operations at all our wastewater treatment plants is the lack of necessary skilled workers, the lack of oversight by councillors, and the total absence of consequent management. There is no accountability. Infrastructure vandalism was blamed for this catastrophic situation. The head of department blamed the so-called step-in shoot, black-suited, clothed security, close quote, when it was put to the mayor and the HOD that they employed these inadequate security services to deal with a problem that they themselves identified, there was no answer. On the issue of climate change, the impact thereof is experienced in high temperatures, the droughts and the floods that we are witnessing. This, together with the water pollution I've mentioned, is affecting our agriculture and our water supply and our economy negatively. Now, I may be a doomsayer, but I can tell you that I express what I see and what I feel. So I believe that the MECs for rural development and agriculture, as well as for environmental affairs, you have a poison chalice.
Member
but
Moody,
we're here to serve you and to try
Member
and
Moody, your
remedy the
time is
situation.
up. As you
Thank
conclude, thank you very much. Member Diacher, your 1 minute starts now.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chair of Chairs and honourable members. The Percy Stewart Waste Management Plant continues to contaminate our waterways with impunity. The Blowgat River from Mogale to Mildesdrift has become a sewage channel right up to the Hartebeespoort Dam. Rivers like the Yixkay in Morning Hill and Alexandra are biological hazards, teeming with dangerous E. coli levels that pose immediate and severe public health risks. The Gauteng Department of Environmental Affairs, under MEC Sheila Peters, has failed in its most fundamental responsibility of environmental protection and regulatory enforcement. No meaningful remedial interventions or enforcement notices were issued, despite overwhelming evidence of environmental catastrophe. The systemic breakdown of environmental governance is not a bureaucratic failure, but a deliberate abdication of constitutional duty. This department's inaction is not negligence, it's a systemic failure that threatens public health, ecological sustainability, and the fundamental right
Your
to
minute
a safe
is up, Member
environment.
Diacher.
Our rivers, our ecosystems, and our communities deserve better.
Your minute is up. Thank you very much. Member Dr. Chokwe.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Legislature, and the people of Gauteng, Dumelang. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, let me borrow the wisdom words from our Freedom Charter, and I quote, "The land shall be shared among those who work on it." Close quote. This implies that the agricultural and rural development and environment become a key sector that need an urgent attention to contribute for the development of our country, particularly our province. I'm humbled today to debate the annual performance report of the Provincial Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, noting that this department has a clear mandate of providing comprehensive agricultural and food security support services across the boundaries of our province to the poor and vulnerable people in society at large, with the intention to achieve National Development Plan Vision 2030. With Chair of Chair, the Provincial Department of Agriculture also responded positively to the clarion call of the Premier of Gauteng to Growing Gauteng Together, our roadmap towards 2030, with the intention to address provincial growth and development strategy of the Gauteng City region, which is intact and is at an advanced stage for the socio-economic transformation agenda to improve food security and agricultural opportunity to all the people of Gauteng. Our goal has always been to provide decent agricultural food security and thrive to transform agricultural sector for all the people of our province to have a dignified and sustainable livelihoods to the most poor and working class by providing them with agricultural opportunities. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department has established information technology transfer platform and channel towards the implementation of its strategies in contributing to the assistance and development of agri-food sector, particularly smallholder farmers. This is important in the creation of an environment for identification and selection of appropriate technologies for the smallholder farmers and agri-food sector to continue to create jobs and increase the agricultural contribution towards GDP, with focus to community-based food gardens, smallholder farmers, agricultural cooperatives, where the department is igniting the excellent service to the empowerment of township, informal settlement, and hostels areas. On research and development strategy, Deputy Chair, the ANC-led government of the provincial unity complement the department to host agricultural research symposium, where agricultural research presentations are made for the purpose of transfer of technology and development. The presentations are made to various stakeholders, including farmers, to share the research results and technology with the potential to help in the improvement of the agri-food value chain from 2015 to date. The department, through its research partners such as the Agricultural Research Council, the universities, the National Research Marketing Council, published numerous scientific papers in various scientific journals as part of its mandate of technology transfer in line with the Gauteng Agricultural Research Agenda policy. Honourable members, with the growing use and availability of the agricultural information and communication technology and the emergence of the fourth industrial revolution, the department will assist the agri-food stakeholders, including the SMMEs, the agri-park, small farmers, with digital solutions such as farm planning applications, agricultural information management solution, and spatial technology tools. These solutions and tools are envisaged to help the agri-food stakeholders and farmers to improve their farming operation, increase their yield, and also increase their income. Honourable members, the protection of high potential agricultural land remained a critical factor in Gauteng province, where competition for limited land is high. It is on this basis that the department ensures that protection of higher potential agricultural land remain an integral part of the spatial development planning. The Gauteng Agricultural Potential Atlas, which is GAPA, will continue to be used as a tool to guide and assist in decision-making for the land use planning and management processes in line with the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, we call it SPLUMA, the Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act, Conservation of Agricultural Resource Act, CARA. The increase in water scarcity and competition among water users and growth in the population calls for the effective and sustainable management of water for agriculture with an objective of satisfying future demand for food. The ever-expanding needs of industry has also made great demands on our limited water supply. Therefore, farmers will be exposed to water-saving technology training, soil fertility workshop, with emphasis on saving water during the irrigation and to encourage them to look after their soil and water for future generations through adopting correct irrigation method and technology on how to work the soil using practice that will result in sustainable water preservation. To this end, we commend and applaud the department by ensuring that through the implementation of CASP and LIGIMA program, small and emerging farmers are given a kickstart in their farming enterprise and are able to leverage more funding from other financial institutions. Deputy Chair of Chairs, according to their report, the Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment Department will continue with the implementation of agro-logistic chain program aimed at assisting farmers in meeting the market access requirement while concurrently pursuing the development of agri-park, agro-processing infrastructure project. The department coordinates the implementation of comprehensive rural development program, which is called CASP, in the targeted rural area in the West Rand, Sidibeng, Tshwane, as well as in the rural nodes of Devon, Hekpoort, Bantu Bonke, Skulume, the initiative of the ANC-led government to advance agricultural transformation. The ANC-led government reaffirms the commitments to work with the subsistence and emerging farmers to transform commercial and agricultural sector for sustainable livelihoods on food security to provide for the families. Deputy Chair of Chair, one of the Lekgotla resolution of the ANC in Gauteng is to further make a clarion call to enhance access for agricultural education and training to encourage communities and academics to take agriculture as a matter of life and death to improve social and economic food security within our province for the benefit of the poor and the working class. Deputy Chair of Chair, the ANC-led government of Provincial Unity believes in the commitment of the Department for Integrity and Accountability to lead transformation agenda under a dedicated agriculture, rural development and environmental fraternity as a cornerstone to change the lives for the better. As ANC, Deputy Chair, we want to emphasize that the agriculture, rural development and environment are always fundamental paragons of society to respond positively to the need of communities with the intent, purpose of fighting poverty and hunger. I therefore compliment the efforts made by the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment to deepen economic growth and make significant impact to address the terrible challenges that face our province. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Member Chokwe. I will then now call Honorable MEC Ramokgopa to reply to the debate.
Kamalama Kosikazi. Honorable Acting Speaker, honorable members, esteemed guests and members of the public who have travelled far and wide to join us here today. I'd like to make a special mention to the residents of Ward 95, Jugulane, who have heeded the call to be active citizens and are present today. We see you and we thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable members for your inputs and your comments. A culture of robust debate is critical to strengthening good governance and transparency, which are key pillars of our democracy and to which we remain committed. While some of the issues raised are true and valid, it is also important in performing our duty to present a balanced account of the performance of the department. So we thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht, for acknowledging the significant improvement of 98% expenditure of our budget in the year in question, and GDOD has also achieved an 81% overall performance for the year 2023-2024. Now, GDOD also faced many significant challenges, which many of the members have already touched on, and we will not shy away from confronting these challenges. And we are, in fact, already confronting them head-on. We are ensuring that we implement weekly expense monitoring and robust project oversight through weekly management meetings. We are working to improve supplier payment timelines where resources allow. We are engaging transparently with the residents of Gauteng through continuous stakeholder engagements. Member Magene, the issue you've raised around land pains us equally. GDOD, unfortunately, does not possess the land, but we continue to engage with local municipalities, Department of Infrastructure Development, and other civil society organizations to acquire land for agricultural purposes. It's also important to note our improvements in performance. GDOD succeeded in paying 93% of our invoices within 10 days, which is over and above the AG's requirement of 30 days. 10 days, Mama. The department also overachieved on procurement from youth and continues to be committed to pursuing justice and equity through targeted procurement. We committed and succeeded in supporting subsistence producers. Those are the real beneficiaries of food security programs and where the need is most pertinent. And we supported more than 12,000 subsistence producers and conducted 109 capacity building initiatives for subsistence producers. This is, of course, just a start. In the 7th administration, we have already started to right the wrongs of the past, and the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is on the rise. But we are under no illusions. It will likely get a bit worse before it gets better. But we have started to see the fruits as evidenced in the performance of our Q2 2024-2025, and we are committed to making long-term structural changes, such as rooting out and exposing over-expenditure and wasteful expenditure in this department, and ensuring that no single rand of public funds goes to waste. We have been driving the campaign to ensure that the farmyard project is fully investigated and have secured a commitment from the Office of the Premier to instigate an SIU investigation. So we are well on track. We have already approved 24 vacancies to be advertised, and once we have received concurrence, we'll address the urgent capacity gaps. We are reviewing our APPs, and we are aiming to prioritize impact over mere compliance. We are committed to creating sustainable jobs in this province of Gauteng through our Made in GP campaign, which seeks to promote agro-processing and agro-industry in our province and grow the economy of Gauteng. And most importantly, we are slowly but surely winning the battle to make agriculture fashionable again. And this is important so we can attract young people into this sector and ensure the sustainability. It has been my greatest honor, members, to lead this department in the last 4 months, and I thank the members of this House, the department officials, and the people of Gauteng for your support. Gauteng and the agricultural sector will rise again. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. We now call on Member Honourable Peters to reply to the debate.
Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Members, Honourable Premier in his absentia, follow colleague MEC Voyiswa, Honourable Members of the House. Firstly, we note the Auditor General's Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site and Dinokeng Project's financial statements for the year ended 31 March 2024. The Auditor General of South Africa issued unqualified audit opinions on the Cradle of Humankind, with no material findings identified on the audit of predetermined objectives in compliance with laws and regulations. We further note the financial statements of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the year ended 31 March 2024. The Auditor General, South Africa, issued unqualified audit opinions on the financial statement of Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, with material findings on compliance with laws and regulations. This is an unchanged audit opinion from that which it received in the previous 2 financial years. The committee findings were as follows: the breakdown in internal control measures as a result of the payments section rejecting invoices. Now, as MEC Voyiswa has also mentioned, that the department has now put controls in place to address the non-payment of these invoices rejected by the system. So it's also a system issue, but on the department is working together with the Department of E-Government to successfully resolve the operating system problems within the department. The recommendations made by the committee is further noted to deal with lawsuits. I will ensure this report reaches the Portfolio Committee by no later than 25th February 2025. The matters on internal control deficiencies and detailing the effectiveness of the action plans and control measures to address the non-payment invoices with the described of 30 days will also be tabled by the aforementioned date and status report and State Information Technology Agency, SETA, Cloud First Migration Project in partnership with the Gauteng Department of E-Government. To respond to the members, when it comes to the non-payment of the EPWP workers, as the House is aware, that was an unfunded program for almost 2 years. We inherited the unfunded program, and unfortunately we had to request additional funding for the EPWP program. It is my pleasure to announce that they will be paid within the next few days for September and October, and towards the middle of December, they will be paid for November. I am also privileged to announce to the House that 3,000 of the EPWP workers will be enrolled into an official program, which actually started yesterday in collaboration with Kochta, Josie My Josie, and Pick It Up. That program then basically gives us 3,000 jobs again, and in February we will take in a further 1,000 jobs. When it comes to the environmental issues, the river pollution, I would also like to mention that the challenge that the municipalities are facing is resources, right? But it is the mandate of the Department of Environment to assist the municipalities, but at the same time, we also will do the monitoring. I can also confirm that proceedings are being taken as we speak against the municipal manager of Mogale City with regards to the pollution of the rivers. I'd like to end with, it is abundantly clear that we cannot execute this broad mandate with the provincial fiscus only. We will therefore partner with the private sector, especially producer responsibility organizations, municipalities, NPOs, NGOs, faith-based organizations, and women as well as youth-led organizations to respond to the Environmental Management Act. We need partners to ensure effective climate change, action, sustainable waste management, and effective job creation. This we can achieve only through a multidisciplinary approach that leverages private and public sector support and action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Peters. That concludes that debate. Secretary, before you read the 13th item, may I ask that our guests upstairs do not take photos, please? I see flashes going off. It's not allowed in the House. Thank you so much. Secretary, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Consideration of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you. Honourable F.G. Mulder, you are online. Can you present the committee report? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Honourable MECs, Honourable Members. The House would have heard some of the information that I want to share with the House today, that the MECs has already responded to some of those or mentioned it. The Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development presents its annual oversight report on the performance of Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2023-2024 financial year. The department adjusted its main appropriation budget to 1.259 billion rand in the financial year, utilised 97.7% of its budget, up from 89.8% of the previous year. The department spent 93% of its conditional grant, which marks a significant improvement from last financial year's expenditure of 60.3%. The administration program utilised 96.3% of its budget and just falls outside the optimum range of ±3% of the budget. The agriculture and rural development as well as environmental affairs programs reached 97% and 99% respectively of budget utilisation. The department continued with its program to keep the province clean and provided support to waste enterprises, buyback centres and cooperatives with recycling equipment. The department furthermore continued with the management of the various agri-parks they have established and have provisioned some of these with additional tunnels as well as expanded the open areas meant for new entrants. The department, though, still battles with clearing the backlog of infrastructure projects that need to be delivered in the province and has continued to battle livestock diseases, which include disease in rabbits, avian influenza in poultry, as well as swine fever in pigs. The committee continued to note with concern that the infrastructure development management system and its associated supply chain management processes still pose challenges to the department and has led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects. The Development Bank of Southern Africa also reported delays due to tenders being non-responsive. Thus, some of the projects could not be finalized at financial year end. The delay in the infrastructure projects through DBSA has led to the delay in realization in expenditure of the allocated budget. The committee continued to note that the implementation of the Gauteng City Region overarching climate change control strategy and action plan remains pivotal towards reducing the impacts to climate change in the province and the country. To this end, the department has reported that they will implement interventions that accelerate the transition to a low-carbon, resource-efficient and climate-resilient economy that absorbs a maximum number of jobs within the Gauteng City Region, with a special focus on waste and biodiversity economy. The committee continues to acknowledge that the department is making efforts to promote the development of youth, people with a disability and women, the procurement from historical disadvantaged individuals, women and youth has also significantly improved. The Auditor General awarded the department an unqualified audit outcome with material findings on compliance with key legislation and regulations that relate to expenditure management. The committee will continue to provide oversight to the department and assist the department to capacitate the SCM unit in order to have adequate staff members who will implement adequate controls and ensure that proper records management is implemented. The committee concerns, Honourable Chair of Chairs, the committee is concerned about the inability to create requisite work opportunities in relation to CEPA 1 million program, lack of establishing agriculture infrastructure, the IDMS system and its associated SCM processes still pose challenges and has led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects and non-responsiveness to tenders which affect service delivery. The lack of filling critical positions as their failure to maintain the vacancy rate at 10%, the department's continuous failure to align its budget with its planned targets as under expenditure is observed in agriculture and rural development programs. The underachievement in relation to the target to engage businesses owned by youth and people with disabilities, the lack of spending on the conditional grants on the agriculture industry, as well as lack of consequential management and accountability on targets not achieved. Honourable House Chair, the committee recommends the following, and these reports should be submitted to the committee by the 26th of February 2025. The committee recommends that the department should provide the committee with a comprehensive report on how creation of work opportunities will be implemented in the current financial year in respect of the CEPA 1 million program, to provide progress reports on the backlog faced with the establishment of infrastructure projects brought about by the IDMS system and its associated SCM processes, to provide a report with timelines on the vacant critical positions that needs to be filled, to provide a report on the department and monitoring and evaluation quarterly reports on the progress of how planned targets are achieved and the budget is spent on planned projects. The department to provide quarterly turnaround strategy on how procurement targets for women, youth and children, people with disabilities will work, to provide a quarterly turnaround strategy on how procurement targets for women and youth will be achieved in the next quarters, and then to provide a committee with a detailed report on how the allocated funds for conditional grants will be utilized, to provide the committee with a comprehensive report on the consequence management implemented for targets not met. Honourable House Chair, additional recommendations that the committee be provided with a comprehensive report on the projects that will still be finalized with the rollover of the unutilized funds for the year under review, and the mechanisms in place that attract more youth to participate in skills development programs, and to provide the committee with an update on the status of the Isayego milling plant and whether there have been secured operators to run the mill. Honourable House Chair, The Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Honourable Ramaphosa, as well as MEC for Environment, Honourable Peters, the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the acting head of the department and the officials, as well as the committee staff for their valuable input during the past couple of months. And after due consideration, the Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development Portfolio Committee adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department for Agriculture and Rural Development Annual Performance Report for the 2023-24 financial year. In terms of Rule 172C, read together with Rule 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Committee presents the Committee Oversight Report of the departments to the House for adoption. Thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Can I have a seconder for the report, please, honourable members?
Chair,
I'll support, Chair.
Who was that online?
Mokgethi.
Thank you, Dr. Mokgethi. The report has been seconded. All those in favour say yes. Yes. All those not in favour say no. The report has been adopted. Can the Secretary please read the 14th order? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Ms. Moriarty. Thank you.
Mr. Chair of Chairs, you're back. You should apply for overtime. Mr. Chair of Chairs, there are two ways of viewing the obligation of the Department of Economic Development. You could either say we're in a sphere of limited influence and we can only do our little bit. After all of these extraneous factors like Ukraine and other things are constraining us, we can do nothing more. Or you can adopt a more holistic approach where we are a custodian of all things within our borders and engage with all role players, even those from national or local governments, in order to improve our economy. In August, Premier Lesufi went to great lengths to describe how much his government has boosted the economy towards a great economic future. But in the Portfolio Committee, we were unanimous that the Premier can have the best vision in the world, but unless the APPs of the department and its agencies align, the vision will not materialize, and you heard it again when the chairperson presented the committee's report. The annual reports show that the department missed 7 targets, and one of its agencies, the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, missed 6. And unfortunately, the ones missed were more significant than the ones achieved. I quote from the committee's report: "The unattainment of targets by some of the entities remains a concern for the committee, especially in areas related to the support of small businesses. This includes the finalization of infrastructure projects that are aimed at creating employment." The department reviewed the targets, which in our view are low and do not align with the Premier's goals, but the changes are marginal. So we repeat, Mr. Premier, you will not achieve what you proclaimed while these APP targets are not directed accordingly. And we asked, what about growing the economy and creating or increasing jobs? The quarterly reports, in our view, should be less about have we done our stuff, but more about has the stuff that we have done led to more growth and more jobs. Now, I've got good news for Honourable Makubele. Economists and investors say there is potential for economic growth in Gauteng, but only through increased investment. Now, we heard from the Honourable MEC that the economics of our province are constrained by Ukraine and other factors, but actually that meeting, that engagement that you want with investors, Honourable Makubele, I would say bring it on, but you will not like what you hear from them, why they don't invest. It's matters such as crime, which is a matter that's under the purview of this particular provincial government. It's matters such as service and infrastructure, again, under this provincial government's purview. And then policy, which again is what you are in charge of. Now, the Premier and the MEC both like to cite billions invested in our economy. Most of it seems to come from TASES. The question is, would this same investment have come in, let's say, Honourable Chair of Chairs, let's say the department didn't exist. Let's say the agencies didn't exist. That investment, in all probability, would have come in anyway, despite the nearly $2 billion that we've spent on this department. And unfortunately, despite all of the good things that we've tried to do, Stats SA says that the property sector declined in Gauteng. On the other hand, the other 8 provinces, all that are subject to the same extraneous factors cited by the MEC, all of the other provinces went up. Gauteng went down. Also, Gauteng was shown to have lost 66,000 jobs over the last quarter. Again, the other provinces recorded increases in jobs. Mr. Chair of Chairs, Gauteng is an outlier in South Africa, but for the wrong reasons. The late Pravin Gordhan said, join the dots. Mr. Chair of Chairs, the Premier of Gauteng has bucked the system, and Gauteng residents are paying the price. He is killing the province's economy, and the irony is that ones who will suffer the most will be the ANC voters. They are the ones most reliant on government services, which are now being vastly impaired. Gauteng is in dire need of rescue. The DA remains to rescue the province's economy and bring good governance and prosperity to Gauteng. And no, Honourable MEC, it's not because of legitimacy. It's because where the DA governs, the government is better. Simple.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. May I call Honourable F.K. Ngubeni?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and greetings to the House at large. As the Economic Freedom Fighters would like to say from the onset that the annual report of the Department of Economic Development is ideologically defunct and has very few points that exhibit practical understandings of the basic principles of economics. The majority of the report is shrouded by the rules of so-called township economy, a red herring we understand to be stemming from the Premier's newfound interest in defrauding the masses of black people in the province. The entire document reads like the economic literature of Kenya and Uganda in the 1970s. It is based on ideas like setting up furniture programs, cell phone repair services, cleaning and chemical supply companies, whom in the interim all seem like good revenue generating schemes, but are simply just that, schemes. The township retail program on its own, its flagship example of the disaster that is this document. The department simply does not understand or unwilling to understand that the liberal policies camouflaged with the language of the people are doomed from the beginning. Most of these programs, which have generated just under 100 million in turnover in the past financial year, will not exist tomorrow because they rely firstly on too many moving parts on the side of the government, and secondly, because the model is based on demand that does not exist within their environments. The jobs these small enterprises have created today, close to 900 if read according to the annual report, appreciated as they may be, have zero security because of the unstructured approach of the department in attempting to assign township enterprises. The wrong assumption which was made was that with some training helping 2 or 3 companies get certification, aligning 10 companies with compliance means economic sustainability for those companies. The reality of the matter is that township enterprises do not have a strong vested demand capacity because the township market is not capital intensive market. And this is precise what the township economy should mean. But one will then be tempted to ask, where is the capital-intensive market? The capital-intensive market is outside the bounds of the township and refuses to do business with township enterprises, no matter how compliant they may be. Again, we have seen this in the failed market enhancement strategies of Uganda in the 1970s. The factories were privatized, unbundled, given to the local population and sold as domestic economic development. In the end, you can have a skilled township economy whose very township environment might be willing but has no economic power to interact with, and a large fear of capital that has economic power but it's unwilling to interact. What then is to be done? SME business upliftment means creating alternative markets that are semi-dependent on the larger mainstream players, creating equality and equal footing within the business environment, and formalizing income incentive market who already have the advantage of a consistent consumer base, and incentivizing larger corporations that interact within the SMEs and township market. This is a balance between supply and demand. Simply equipping people to be attractive to the value chain does not mean they are part of any value chain. And right now, Gauteng has a very beautiful but very useless strategies. In fact, the only reason the GDED's annual report shows
Thank
that
you,
the
Honourable Member.
department
Your
has
time is
reached
up.
so many of its targets because their aim
Thank
and
you, Honourable
ambitions are
Member.
so slow. Thank you.
Honourable R.F. Ngobeni.
Yeah, thank you, Chair of Chair. If you go in deep into the annual report, Chair, it becomes evident that while there are some achievements in various areas, challenges still persist, and those challenges demand that the MEC must pay attention to them. The report, if you look at it, it showcases a mixed bag of outcomes, with some agencies meeting or exceeding their targets, while others lag behind, highlighting the need for deeper scrutiny and strategic intervention. While we applaud the accomplishment like the increased rand value of direct domestic investment and enhanced procurement in township enterprises, we cannot overlook the persistent hurdles faced by some of the agencies. Challenges such as delays in infrastructure projects, job creation shortcomings, irregular expenditure underscores the complexity of the economic landscape these entities operate in, which necessitates a concerted effort to address those setbacks. If you deep down into the report itself, you'll actually note that Gauteng Tourism Authority is one of the agencies that are experiencing challenges. Cradle of Humankind, World Heritage Sites, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, and others, they seem to be struggling, Chair. Furthermore, the report underscores the critical role of oversight, of verification, and continuous monitoring in ensuring accountability and pursuing for improvements in service delivery and financial management. Chair, we want to believe that it's imperative for the Legislature, particularly us who serve in this committee, to ensure that we maintain a vigilant stance. We need to continue to conduct thorough evaluation and provide guidance to steer the agency towards greater efficiency and impact. Of course, we can't do this alone. We have to work with the MEC and his team, and we are willing and hoping that they are also willing to be able to fix some of the challenges that we are seeing. Chair, in conclusion, we want to say this report serves as a testament to the progress made and the hurdles yet to overcome in pursuit of economic revitalization and transformation in Gauteng. We are urging the MEC and the team to take some of the criticism and some of the inputs made by the colleagues and ensure that they use that as a roadmap to guide their interaction and decision-making, ensuring that we can propel these agencies towards greater success. We thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ngobeni. Before you come up, Honourable Sharif, give me a second. I am getting messages from the Honourable members saying that the lunch has not arrived, we will be Deputy Chair of Chairs. We must speak to SEM because it's a challenge. The messages are coming through and we're staying until late and tomorrow and also on Wednesday. So it's something we have to deal with. Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Sharif.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The state of the township economy as laid bare in the annual report is nothing short of shocking. 221 million rand spent on the township economy, yet only 1,690 jobs were created. Let me break that down for you. That's over 130,000 rand per job. If this is the case, you might as well hand out the money directly and it would have a greater impact. Every year during SOPA and budget speeches, we hear grand plans of the township economy. The strategy? Throw money at it and hope for the best. This government comes here and boasts of progress, while families in Sebokeng, Alex, Soweto, and Orange Farm struggle to put food on the table. I remain disorientated, MEC, when it comes to the Township Economic Development Act. It was confirmed at the Portfolio Committee that TIDA is not being implemented, yet money has been spent. 2 years after the signing of TIDA into legislation and 9 years of the Township Revitalization Strategy, more money is being spent than the amount of jobs created. The potential of the township economy supersedes the mediocrity of any achievement the department proclaims in its annual report for 23-24. Initiatives like the Township Retail Program, which refurbished around 3,200 stores, or the training of 200 scooter drivers in the Last Mile project, is a drop in the ocean. Through the Gauteng Economic Propeller, the Township Economy Partnership Fund was supposed to be a lifeline. Instead, it has become a bureaucratic mess riddled with inefficiency. Funds intended to uplift township businesses are delayed or mismanaged. Allegations of corruption and mismanagement by implementing agents paint a grim picture. When unemployment is a crisis, how can you justify funds sitting idly while businesses struggle to survive? Even worse, JEP operates with glaring inefficiencies, capacity constraints, poor budget planning, and a failure to create meaningful market access for township entrepreneurs. Nearly R500 million has been spent, yet millions of townships remain trapped in poverty. The unemployment rate soars and businesses close their doors for good. This government parades the idea of the township economy as empowerment, but where is the proof? Hundreds of millions spent, and yet townships in our province remain as economically marginalized as ever. MEC, this is not empowerment, this is neglect. When looking at the township economy and the failure of GDED, it is pitiful. At some point, you need to cut your losses and implement real change. We must ensure that we have value for money. Every rand spent must translate into real, measurable impact. If spending hundreds of millions cannot create more than a few thousand jobs, then it is obvious that the system is broken. MEC, empowerment has to be more than just pretty words wrapped up in empty promises. We cannot continue to accept mediocrity and excuses when change is so desperately needed. It is time for this government to do better. The township economy is not a talking point. It is a lifeline for millions. Stop failing our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sharif. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Kunene.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, the people of Mamelo in Ward 1, Midval, live in an informal settlement not too far from the Val Marina, a beautiful place on the Val Dam. Gauteng Tourism Authority, one of the entities under the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, is supporting tourism of Val Marina. Oma, a resident of this informal settlement, is currently unemployed and living in a shack in close proximity to her current home are fully serviced stands with a beautiful view of the Val Dam. She, like many others, is eagerly waiting for the construction of these houses, which will significantly improve her quality of life. I want to urge Member Moriarty and the entire DA leadership to engage with the DA Mayor of Midvaal to swiftly remove obstacles that they've put hindering this housing development. The situation in Mamelo is urgent, and we cannot afford the games of the DA anymore. Madam Speaker, we note that the department budgeted 841 million for the reindustrialization program, which includes special economic zones, and spent 100% of that budget. This is good because special economic zones are central to industrialization, job creation, and economic development. The people of Mamello and Ratanda are waiting for the special economic zone in Heidelberg to be operational. They are desperate for jobs, and this SEZ represents their hope. Metandi from Buitumelo in Sebokeng is waiting for the SEZ of Mfuleni to be operational because she's one of the 5,000 people in Ward 27 who are unemployed and have hope that their ward councillor, Siti Mukwena, will deliver. The Val SEZ is the hope of many people from Savannah City to Pulukong and other townships who want to change. We dare not fail them. Madam Speaker, in the year under review, the department was allocated an amount of 1.8 billion to facilitate and promote economic growth in the province. According to the department, this will be done through a radically transformed, modernized, and reindustrialized economy. Honorable Chair of Chairs, this is one of the most critical departments that carries the hopes and aspirations of the people of Gauteng, who are in Mzimhlope, Soshanguve, Project from Katlehong, Mama Refilo from Kagiso, Ntate Thabo from Wipatong. The people of Gauteng want economic freedom. They want freedom from hunger and poverty. In the year under review, the department attained 23 of the 30 set targets, which translates to 77%. We are convinced that the department and all its entities are fully committed to the creation of decent and sustainable jobs. They must work harder to attain all targets in this financial year. In the previous financial year, the department established various funds to support the Township Economic Development Act. The department reported that through JEP, it established the Township Economic Partnership Fund in collaboration with the Industrial Development Corporation. We note that the Act has not been effectively implemented as it should have been. There must be improvement so that thousands of township businesses can grow and create more jobs. Madam Chair of Chairs, we note that the implementation of Lanseria Smart City Phase 1 project was supported by the City of Joburg and the City of Mogale municipalities, which have passed resolutions, while the City of Tshwane, under the former DA leadership, has not passed a resolution. We urgently call on the new mayor and her administration to move swiftly, unlike the DA leadership, and ensure that this development is fast-tracked. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we are happy with the full operationalization of the Winterfeld Enterprise Hub and Chem the Automotive Hub, which has enabled SMMEs in those hubs to create jobs. We are asking the City of Tshwane, City of Joburg, Mogale City, Rand West, national and provincial government departments to support these hubs by sending their fleet of vehicles for repairs. We acknowledge and deeply appreciate the tireless efforts of the department in transforming the economic landscape of Gauteng. We have full confidence that MEC Maile will continue the commendable work initiated by previous MECs and expedite the economic development of Gauteng. Your dedication, Comrade MEC, is valued, and we are grateful for your service, and we are fully committed to supporting your efforts. As I conclude, I stand to adopt the annual report of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kunene. May I ask, is there any of the members that want to do a short remark? Are we good? Honorable Maile, you can reply to the debate. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me thank all the members who participated in the debate. You know, I don't know what is the problem with Honorable Moriarty. I thought the problem is that they wanted to perpetuate this narrative, which I defined earlier on. But it seems the problem is even bigger. The problem is about comprehension. And I'll explain why the problem is about comprehension. You know, I don't know whether it's an attempt to be an intellectual, because you know you don't have that capacity. That's why you ran away from school. Why you try to ridicule objective and subjective factors about our economy. And the facts are there. It's not about me saying the Gauteng economy is not performing because of Ukraine. I said there's objective and subjective. There are instruments that are beyond our control. We are not in control of the monetary policy. We are not in control of the macroeconomic policy as a province. However, as you correctly say, there are things that are at our disposal, including policy making. And those things that are at our disposal, or rather let me call them the instruments, we are using them. And I explained there, and I'll go further now, because you make an assertion in an attempt to be an intellectual. You make an assertion that investments are not dependent on government, and even if government was not there, it will not happen. I just wanted to give you just two examples about post-94, the interventions that have been big made by Gauteng government. I don't know you know the history of the automotive industry here in Gauteng, where the provincial government deliberately invested in the infrastructure and invited OEMs to come. Today we've got that industry because of the intervention deliberately. I don't know if you know that the Gautrain during construction, and this is direct government investment, which has opened opportunities for private sector investment. I don't know if you have an appreciation of the corridors that have been created because of Gautrain, and the fact that 34,800 people were employed during construction, and post, as we speak, 922, it's full-time jobs. We can go on now, and I can take you to Tshwane Economic Development Zone, where we have invested. This is recent. You see, this, you might say, no, it was before you came and all that. The Heidelberg project that Honorable Kunene is talking about, which is going to create 500 permanent jobs, because we as Gauteng government are committing to make sure that that project becomes successful. The investor is investing 2 billion rand. We are investing 100 million in bulk infrastructure to enable that project. The project I spoke about of the airport, which is the City Bank project, and the project about the Vaal River City project. They are dependent on government's contribution into bulk for those projects to unlock the billions that are being invested. So I think speaking common sense and not just applying yourself, it's doing a disservice. Your desperation to try, you can be a constructive critique. We don't have a problem. But don't just speak and criticize us for its own sake because it's the ANC. And by the way, I'm still waiting for you as the DA to give an account of the mess that you have created in Tshwane. And I know that you go around because you have not read the Constitutional Court judgment because you are allergic to reading. And I can tell you all now about the content of the Constitutional Court judgment, what it said.
Order, please.
About the mess, thank you. About the mess that you have created. And now you want to create an impression that you inherited a dysfunctional municipality. In fact, the court says you, the DA, has messed up. Honorable Ngobeni. Where's Honorable Ngobeni? No, the other, the young Ngobeni. The one that is still learning. So he was talking about a concept called ideological defunct. And I think he should have spoken about ideological deficiencies in what you are saying as well. But it's fine. We understand. He's still young. We don't have a problem. We will engage him because he's raising a number of good points. But one of the fundamental issues that he's raising and is missing the point. He says that the markets are out of bounds of townships. It's not necessarily true. And that's why the big retailers are going into the townships, because there's a market in the township. The problem in the township is what I've defined, that the food or any other things that are consumed are not produced in the townships. And township owned businesses are just consumers. And unless we change that, we will not be able to change the structure of our economy and the ownership patterns. That's what we need to do. And that's what, when we give our budget speech next year, we will be able to give details. What is it that we want to do? What resources are we directing towards that direction? So, in all the things he says, I think that's one issue where he's been, I think, incorrect. Honorable Ngomeni Senior, we acknowledge, we are concerned about the performance of our entities. And that's why at all the times, we have just appointed a board now. I think the lowest qualified person there has a degree, that the lowest qualification. Because we take these entities serious and we understand the important role they can play. We used to have an entity called Blue IQ, which has gave birth to GGDA and all other. The projects that they used to do impacting on the economy. We want to take these entities to those to that former glory. So we agree with you, and we identify the weaknesses that you are raising, including these targets that you say have not been raised. Honorable Sharif, trying to be, well, typical DA, it's a mandate, same script, just different actors. And you see, you'll miss the point, and you are still young. Don't be like old, grumpy people. I'm not antagonizing you, I'm giving you advice. Don't behave like these grumpy people, because I don't have a business of antagonizing you. You are missing the point, because some of the issues that we are raising are issues that we are concerned about. And by the way, township economy, it's not only what is done by DED. Township economy must be mainstreamed. So if DED does its part, and anyway, DED's budget is a facilitative budget. That's why it's not a lot of money. The money is in all departments. So I'm trying to help you
so that you understand. Because I want to have better debate in future. I'm tired debating mediocrity. I want to be taken to task. We must raise issues so that I can be enriched intellectually. So I'm trying to help you. So the next issue that you are raising about the retail program, the scooter program, we will be continuing, because MEC Mutara started with those programs. We will be continuing, but also the retail program, we don't want to depend on the big retailers like Pick and Pay, because they swindle our people. They abuse our people, and we've had a program recently with Pick and Pay, and we're not happy. We will be taking them to court on behalf of those township entrepreneurs. I think all other speakers spoke very well. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I'm going to just slightly change. We needed to go back to item 11 because Honorable Mekwe wasn't in the House at the time. Can the Secretary please read that order, please? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature's report on the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Mekwe.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Let me apologize for having stepped out. I had an urgent matter to attend to. Let me, as I present this report, the annual report, areas that I will not be able to read, can they be taken as read? The 2023-24 financial year marked the last financial year of the sixth administration term of office, and the committee consideration of the Office of the Premier's annual report for 2023-2024 financial year is in the new and first financial year of the seventh administration. The annual reporting stage is critical as it enables the committee to understand the extent of resources utilized for the realization of departmental outputs and to better evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness. The committee notes that the office received an adjusted annual appropriation of 827 million to implement its deliverables in the approved annual performance plan for 2023-24 financial year. In the year under review, the office spent 803.8 million, which is about 97%, and recorded an underspending of 23.6 million, which is 3%, which is within the 5% threshold as per the Treasury regulations. The Office of the Premier disaggregated performance per program highlighted that Program 1 spent, which is administration, spent 275.2 million out of the overall budget of 275.4 million. Program 2, which is institutional development, spent 385 million out of the budget of 389 million, which is a 100% achievement. Program 3, policy and governance, spent 143 million, which is 88% of the total budget of 162 million, which is an achievement of 87% of the planned targets. Then there's 18.9 million. Underspending due to incomplete procurement processes in this program is also concerning. Therefore, budget alignment with actual achievement of non-financial targets should be in effect. The overall assessment of the Office of the Premier's program performance reflected 85%, which is 46 out of 54 targets achievement in the year under review. The committee knows that the recruitment process is underway to fill 5 vacant positions to increase capacity in addressing the non-achievement of the targeted 6, but only 4 fraud detection review reports to fight corruption and ensuring a clean public service. Despite the office report that this matter is being addressed and the process is being expected to be completed before the fourth quarter of the 24-25 financial year, the committee remains concerned that a critical matter of curbing fraud in the department was well understaffed. The Office of the Premier reported that a total of 31 allegations were received for investigations into suspected fraudulent activities in the year under review. A total of 10 out of 35 cases received were in relation to alleged fraud and corrupt activities, and 2 of these were finalized with the recommendation to institute criminal cases. It is noted that these alleged fraud and corrupt cases cut across different departments, where 1 case of theft was linked to the Department of Social Development, 3 cases of fraud and corruption were in relation to the Department of Health, 1 case of invoice payment fraud was linked to Provincial Treasury, 2 cases of fraud were in relation to the Department of Education, 2 cases were linked to the Department of Transport, 1 case of financial misconduct linked to Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and the Office of the Premier should provide details of other cases in the next quarterly reporting period, since only the above 10 cases were specified. The committee notes the vetting is a national and not a provincial competency. I think in the previous report I alluded to this. I'm not going to repeat that again. But we want the Premier to ensure that they engage with the President to ensure that those other matters that are beyond the competency of the provincial government should actually be done. The Office of the Premier highlighted that intervention measures put in place to meet the targeted 7 as opposed to 0.03 provincial procurement spending in the year under review include, amongst others, the establishment of a dedicated room to work in collaboration with disabled people of South Africa and entrepreneurs with disabilities to ensure a coordinated and effective approach to increase procurement spend on entrepreneurs with disabilities through the involvement of all GPG departments, with the Department of Treasury and Economic Development taking the lead. SME workshops specifically for persons with disabilities will be prioritized by the Departments of Human Settlements, Community Safety, Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, and will be conducted in all Gauteng corridors in the year 24-25 financial year. The committee has noted that the Auditor General's thorough evaluation of the Gauteng Office of the Premier's financial performance and compliance for the year ending 31st March 2024. The AG's report brought to light the notable success of the OOP's achievement of a clean audit opinion for the year under review, and this has been maintained in the previous financial years. The AG's issued an unqualified opinion affirming that the financial statement fairly represents the Office of the Premier's financial position in accordance with the modified cash standards, the Public Finance Management Act, and the Division of Revenue Act. The AG's evaluation of the Office of the Premier included 2 key programs, which is the Institutional Development and Integrity Management, aimed at fostering a skilled, ethical Gauteng City region, and Policy and Governance, which focuses on advancing gender equality and supporting vulnerable groups. Committee notes that no material non-compliance with legislation was identified, and there were no significant deficiencies in terms of internal controls. It is further noted that the AG's report reflected that while challenges existed, the Gauteng Office of the Premier largely met its performance targets and maintained compliance with relevant legislation. In response to the committee question on the low number of posts advertised in the Office of the Premier, an indication was made that this is influenced by compliance procedures as per the DPSA regulations, stipulating that before any post can be advertised, notwithstanding that it was previously filled, the matter must be reported to Treasury to confirm whether it still falls within the funded post and should be job evaluated and properly graded. These processes tempers with the speed within which posts can be filled. As a result of these processes, progress has been very slow and has affected the Office of the Premier to fill posts within the required speed. It is further noted that another contributing factor to the slow progress in the filling of the posts is due to the organization's structural changes that warrants abolishment of or realignment of posts of a department. And in such cases, a letter should be written to the Minister of Public Service and Administration for concurrence and approval. Once a department has undergone all required processes through the Office of the Premier, then the filling of a vacant post may commence. This cumbersome process can also be linked to austerity measures to avert the ballooning of the compensation budget. On the findings, recommendation and implications, the committee has noted with concern the challenges faced in bringing the life estimate project to closure. This includes uncertainties that affect the payment of claims to patients whose births were never registered at Home Affairs, families who never provided contact details at all, families that do not want to nominate a single representative, as well as patients whose families are not traceable, both South African and non-South African patients. The committee is also concerned about the impact of non-achievement of targeted 1 regional master plan on service delivery due to the aborted procurement processes linked to potential service providers' non-compliance with Treasury regulations. And we are also asking what are the measures that are going to be put in place to recover the lost opportunities in the delivery of services. The last comment, the non-attainment of a targeted 50% implementation of recommendations of skills audit levels 1 to 12 as 0% was recorded in the year under review, despite the functional analysis being concluded and skills audit expected to commence in 24-25 financial year. How has this delay impacted service delivery in relation to human resource capacity in the execution of the planned targets? The committee is also concerned about measures put in place to ensure the attainment of the targeted 15% recovery of assets lost through financial misconduct, which is mainly focused on the ongoing capacity building program for officials responsible for financial management within the Gauteng provincial government and not in line with ensuring recovery of assets. The committee is of the view that capacitation of officials is a good step forward in tightening fiscal controls. However, the office has not provided effective measures to ensure recovery of assets lost through financial misconduct. Despite the Office of the Premier's report that the recruitment process is on track to fill 5 vacant positions to increase capacity in addressing the non-achievement of the target to draft 6 fraud detection review reports to fight corruption and ensure a clean public service, the committee remained concerned that a unit dealing with this critical matter of curbing fraud and corruption was left understaffed in the year under review. The recommendations, the Premier should actually provide the committee with intervention mechanism put in place to resolve challenges faced in bringing the Life Esidimeni project to closure, and the response should highlight the resolution of the following: 1, uncertainties that affect the payment of claims, families who never provided contact details, families that do not want to nominate a single representative, patients whose families are not traceable. In addition, the office should provide the contributions made by other spheres of government in resolving this matter as part of cooperative governance to fast-track service delivery. There were no implications on law-making. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier, the DG, as well as all senior officials. We wish to thank all the honourable members that participate in the committee as alluded in the previous reports. I'm not going to report all the names, but we also want to further thank all the committee support staff for their dedication and support. We also mentioned the names in the previous report. I'm not going to repeat in the interest of time. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Mekwe. Can I have a seconder for the report, please?
Second.
Who is that, may I ask?
Mokgethi.
Oh, thank you, Honourable Dr. Mokgethi. The report has been seconded. I put a question to the House. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favour say no. The report has been adopted. Can the Secretary please read for us the 15th order? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities, for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Alberts.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I hope you can hear me. I present the report for the Economic Development Portfolio Committee on the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development for the 2023-24 year as follows. The report aims to highlight key challenges and successes attained by the Department of Economic Development, herein referred to as the Department. Considering this, the Department and its entities are to develop and implement programs that will ensure decent employment, revitalize township economies, stimulate growth and investments. As part of its mandate of oversight and scrutiny, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee exercises oversight over the Department. The committee noted that the total budget amounting to 1,873.7 billion rand and an amount of 1,829.5 billion rand was spent by the department which constitutes 97.64% of the total budget. This represents fairly good spending, with the variance between the budget and actual expenditure within the 3% threshold at 2.36%. The underspending in this regard can be attributed to two programs, namely administration, which underspent 7.55%, and business regulation and governance, underspent by 6.58%, including economic planning, which underspent by 3.63% of their allocation. In the year under review, the department attained 23 of 30 set targets, which translate to 76.67% as a total. As a result, the department increased its performance in comparison to the previous financial year, wherein only 41.86% of targets were achieved. The committee observed that on the attainment of targets related to entities, the performance is varied as follows. The Gauteng Tourism Authority achieved 15 of 18 planned targets, which translated to 83%. The Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site contained 24 of the 25 planned targets, constituting 96%. With respect to the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, the entity attained 28 of the 34 planned targets, translating to 82%. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller attained all 16 planned targets, constituting 100%, and the Gauteng Gambling Board achieved 14 of its 70 planned targets, reflecting 82%. And lastly, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone realized all 9 planned targets, translating to 100%. The unattainment of targets by some of the entities remains a concern for the committee, especially in areas related to the support of small businesses. This includes the finalization of infrastructure projects that are aimed at creating employment. The committee still reiterates that the agency oversight unit within the department should be well capacitated and play a crucial role in ensuring that the agencies execute their mandate in creating employment opportunities. Furthermore, the misalignment between expenditure and attainment of targets remain a persistent challenge, and with no end in sight, as the unspent amounts owing to 44.2 million rand could have been reprioritized and utilized to support SMMEs and also make an impact in the implementation of the Township Economic Development Act through the utilization of various funding models. The committee once more noted that the funds have been outlined by the department with respect to the fact that they are being leveraged on. However, the committee is of the view that these funds that have been leveraged on should bear fruit and realize tangible outcomes such as the number of jobs created in various sectors and other economic opportunities within townships in the province. It is in this light that the department should, on a quarterly basis, report on the number of jobs created, both permanent and temporary, and also linking them to the funds that have been leveraged on. In addition, a detailed account on the leveraged funds should be given to the committee, including outlining where the funds are allocated and further indicating the contribution made by the implementing agents, such as Family Tree. Lastly, all matters as raised by the Auditor General should be attended to by the department, including entities to remedy the findings observed with effect to the GBP in the year under review, as these entities obtained unqualified audits with findings, and this seems to be a continuation from the previous financial year. The committee will observe the implementation of mitigation measures with the view to correct these scenarios. The committee noted with concern that the spending with GBP in the year under review was at 140.37%, which constituted an amount of 310.6 million rand. And this is due to an additional amount which was rolled over, allocated in the 2022-23 financial year for contract financing to fund SMMEs who have contracts with the government. The committee remained concerned on the implementation method applied by GP to recoup funds from businesses that would have been disbursed as loans or that have been disbursed as loans in order to recapitalize the business. This is owing to the fact that the past financial years, GP had always required additional funds to assist SMMEs. The committee raised concerns with the department's inability to procure goods and services from township-based enterprises. In addition to that, the township SMMEs also struggle with compliance for public sector opportunities, and as a result, the department is hosting compliance workshops every Wednesday to help address challenges related to compliance. The department should share with the committee a report on this, indicating the strides that have been made in this regard, including assisting and enabling township enterprises to start supplying high-value commodity products, noting that such workshops should be intentionally geared towards bearing fruit and not to be deemed as a compliance exercise. In a previous financial year, the department informed the committee that various funds were established to support the Township Economic Development Act. The department reported that through the GEP, they established a Township Economic Partnership Fund in collaboration with the Industrial Development Corporation, which has different products based on the Township Economic Development Act. This is despite the committee recently receiving information from the department that the Act is not effectively implemented in the manner that it should, as certain provisions are not applied and the regulations related to the Act have not been formulated nor implemented. Considering this, the committee should be furnishing information or furnished with information outlining the budget that has been allocated to all projects that are linked or meant to support the Act. The committee continued to reiterate the need to be appraised on the details relating to the functioning of the Kasi Umnotu Fund and the role of Family Tree, noting that several concerns were previously raised by the Committee on Family Tree, including the recommendations made on the forensic investigation to be carried out by the department on this service provider. With reference to the Gauteng Growth Development Agency, some of the infrastructure projects continue to experience delays. The committee is of the view that no progress has been made in the finalization on the construction of the Constitutional Hill Visitor Centre and remains concerned on a possible escalation of costs on the project, noting that it has experienced protracted delays. Therefore, it would be important for the committee to be furnished with the costs related to the project from the date of inception to date, including all remedial actions that have been taken by the GGDA to ensure that the project resumes without encountering further delays. In addition, the sub-program Consumer Affairs reported to the committee that the office is conducting compliance inspections in spaza shops with the municipality's environmental health specialists per region, amongst others. This is against the backdrop of some of the township spaza shops allegedly selling products that may be harmful, in particular to children, noting the deaths that recently occurred. The committee observed that the GLB did not outline measures put in place with aim to directly impact on halting acts of corruption within GLB officials, as the committee is of the view that corruption within GLB cannot take place without the support of GLB officials, and as such, good governance within the GLB should be strengthened. The committee noted all the funds that have been leveraged and the funding approved and dispersed to SMEs. However, the committee is of the view that through all the funds that have been leveraged, more jobs should have been created. In addition to that, the department should indicate how much money government has invested in all the funds that have been leveraged, including where these leveraged funds are located. The committee also expressed concern on the process undertaken in enabling the department accessing the leveraged funds to create employment, including whether an analysis is made by the department to match the number of jobs created to the amounts that are dispersed. Acknowledgements. Appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process.
As you move for adoption, please.
Right.
As you move for adoption, thanks.
In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Annual Performance Report for the 23-24 financial year. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Alberts. Can I have a seconder for the committee report, please? Honourable members.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise to... What are we doing? To adopt the report.
Second
adoption of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. You are blessed. I now put a question to the House. All those in favour say yes?
Yes.
All those not in favour say no? The report is adopted. Secretary, can you please read the 16th order? Thank you. The debate.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, including its entities, for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Robinson.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Gauteng's Provincial Treasury has failed to deliver the financial stewardship our province desperately needs. Despite their claims of enhanced fiscal control and sound financial management, the annual report for 23-24 reveals significant shortcomings that betray the confidence of our residents. The proposed Gauteng state-owned bank, allegedly aimed at aiding township SMMEs, is shrouded in legal ambiguities, untested assumptions, and enormous risks. According to the report, appointing a transactional advisor for the bank is ongoing, but no concrete progress has been made. What remains clear is that this initiative risks becoming another drain on taxpayer money, much like other state-owned entities that have succumbed to corruption and inefficiency. We have been assured that this bank will empower small businesses, but history suggests otherwise. When public money is injected into risky ventures without the rigors of private sector oversight, the results are catastrophic. Instead of enabling township businesses, this bank is more likely to saddle our province with unsustainable debt and open the floodgates to corruption. I urge this House to ask tough questions. Where is the evidence that this state-owned bank will succeed where so many have failed? How can we trust a government that has yet to fill critical vacancies in Treasury to establish and manage such a complex financial institution? Equally disconcerting is the e-toll debt debacle, which epitomizes fiscal irresponsibility. The Provincial Treasury boasts about its revenue enhancement strategy, yet Gauteng residents remain in the dark how this debt will be serviced. According to the annual report, Gauteng is committed to financing 30% of this debt. We are in fact paying 66% of this debt over the medium term, 3.8 billion rand this year to nationals, 1.2 billion rand. I can accuse this government of many things, but one accusation I will not make is that it is too transparent. We have not been given full details of the agreement with the National Treasury, nor have we seen a robust plan of debt repayment. It is not enough to say that the debt will be financed through borrowing and own revenue. Where are the safeguards to prevent further fiscal mismanagement? To the Gauteng provincial government, I say this. Ambition is commendable, but blind ambition without a credible plan is reckless. Spend first, plan later, if you will. Instead of funding dubious state-owned projects, we should focus on partnerships with the private sector, leveraging their expertise and capital to create real economic opportunities for all. In conclusion, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Democratic Alliance remains committed to sound governance and fiscal prudence. The residents of Gauteng deserve nothing less than competent leadership and clear, actionable plans for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Robinson. Member Makwala, online. Member Makwala, on soliting. Member Makwala, ke a feta. Hai, ke a feta. Member Ngobeni.
Legislature, Deputy Chair. Yeah, no, Deputy Chair, I mean, I just want to limit myself to one or two key performance indicators. One of them, MEC, is the appointment of women in senior management positions. The other one is the critical business cases, which for us, we feel that they need urgent focus and action. You see, it's imperative that gender equality be prioritized. It's not just as a checkbox exercise, but as a fundamental principle, driving organizational success and diversity. Moreover, delays in critical submissions, such as the consolidated annual financial statements, highlight a need for streamlined processes and enhanced efficiencies. Timely reporting is not just a statutory obligation, but a reflection of the department's commitment to transparency and accountability. Deputy Chair of Chair, in light of the financial achievements, including maintaining and sustaining wage bill and exceeding revenue collection targets, it's crucial to ensure that fiscal prudence does not compromise service delivery. Balancing financial acumen with service excellence should be at the forefront of all financial management decisions. As Action SA, we are saying moving forward, A sharper focus on addressing challenges related to project implementation, particularly in the case of GFA, is vital. Ensuring that flagship projects reach fruition within stipulated timelines is essential to realizing the agency's strategic objectives and contributing meaningfully to the infrastructure development. Additionally, we are saying the oversight mechanism outlined in the report underscore the importance of robust accountability structures, engaging stakeholders both internally and externally, fosters a culture of transparency and collaboration, essential for sustained organizational growth. Deputy Chair of Chair, in conclusion, we are saying while we're celebrating the achievements in this report, it is equally crucial to acknowledge and address the shortcomings transparently. By embracing a culture of continuous improvement, fueled by proactive solutions to identify challenges, we are of the view that Gauteng Provincial Treasury will be able to navigate towards an even greater height of success and impact going into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Ngubeni. Member Hicklin.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In last week's MTBPS, the MEC for Finance, Lebogang Maile, showed us he was a good orator. He quoted eloquently from Greek mythology and pointed out the devastation past health pandemics have wreaked on the lives of countless Gauteng residents. But the MEC failed to take responsibility for his own failures or those of Premier Lesufi's government in those catastrophes. Many could have been avoided had the GPG prevented the 270% deficit growth to 5.4 billion rand. Both Premier Lesufi and MEC Maile lack the drive, the determination and the political will to save the lives and the livelihoods of the citizens of Gauteng from the brink on the abyss on which we are now teetering. Last year's 6% public sector wage negotiations are having an adverse effect on the staff hiring patterns in the GPG and the levels of service delivery residents now receive. All staff posts have been frozen, other than critical ones, except those in health and education. But even those have to be given the all clear by the Premier. Incremental staff placements are funded from existing budget baselines. In the 2023-24 annual report, the compensation of employees accounted for 762 million rand, 96.2% of the budget, which with an under-expenditure being attributed to vacant posts. In this MTBPS, the figure is 59.1%, or 862.6 million rand of the total adjustment. This includes 912,000 for vacant posts for the officers of MECs who did not have a budget in the 7th administration. While MEC Maile waxed lyrical about an inclusive growth and development agenda aimed at addressing the fiscal challenges and interventions that are underway to alleviate it, the reality is a different picture. On 27 September, he stated, and I quote, "Gauteng is facing financial ruin," unquote, because of Premier Lesufi's Nasi Ispani and crime warden programs, not to mention the e-tolls debacle my colleague Member Robinson has spoken about. I haven't even touched on the state-owned pharmaceutical company or bank or the township revitalization project. A state-owned pharmaceutical company, which Premier Lesufi is adamant will happen, is touted, and again I quote, "to convert our Gauteng medical supply depot into a standalone Schedule 3C public entity, which will allow us to buy bulk medicines directly to ensure that sourcing and delivery of medicines to our healthcare facilities is done securely, efficiently, and on time." MEC Maile, centralization of power into one entity will accomplish only one thing: corruption, not efficiency or service delivery. The concerns in health and education are enormous. While both have seen increased support from National Treasury, both spend considerably on the compensation of employees and the settlement of accruals. There is a lack of credible leadership in the Gauteng Health Department and an inability to appropriately spend budget by providing timeous cancer treatment or to purchase the necessary equipment, and this has caused numerous deaths. Let us not talk about the deaths of school children because of a lack of environmental health practitioners or inspectors to prevent pesticide contamination of foodstuffs sold across our province. There is blood on your hands, Premier Lesufi, and the list is endless. Sadly, the solutions offered in this MTBPS
Thank you, Member
don't cut the
Hicklin.
mustard.
Thank you very much.
I thank you.
Your time is up. Member Tlebere.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable MECs, Chief Whip, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, today we debate the annual reports of Gauteng Provincial Government Departments at a time when, as a country, we are grappling with the passing of children due to foodborne illnesses. The ANC is deeply saddened by the death of these children whose lives were cut short carelessly. We welcome the ANC government's intervention, including the setting up of investigation teams supervised by the National Institute of Communicable Diseases. We send our sincere condolences to their families. May their innocent souls rest in peace. We want to assure the people of Gauteng that justice will prevail. No stone will be left unturned, as no one is above the law in our beloved country. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, for any government to be functional, it requires a treasury that is effective in the management of finances and risk. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury prides itself as a catalyst of fiscal prudence and good governance within a mission to drive world-class financial support. For the citizens of this province, the department is a beacon of hope as it is responsible for allocating budgets to various departments for the implementation of service delivery programs. These are the programs that are expected to alleviate poverty and change the lives of the people. To us, it is therefore not amiss that this department received clean audits during the 23-24 financial year. The clean audits are an indication that the department understands its role and mandate. The ANC is pleased that during the reporting period, the Provincial Treasury responded positively to the ANC-led government roadmap, Growing Gauteng Together 2030, Provincial Growth and Development Strategy of the Gauteng City region to maximize the potential of economic growth and development. Honorable members, the clarion call to reigniting the Gauteng economy cannot be emphasized enough. Indeed, the Treasury dwelt on the performance at length during the implementation phases, guided by the budget and performance plan to implement its programs to facilitate the service delivery, pointing out that the Gauteng City region is taking a lead in the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan announced by our Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Comrade Panyaza Lesufi, for social compact to respond to inequality and societal challenges. This can be seen in the continued focus on high growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that will be instrumental in unlocking the transformation, modernization and industrialization of the different corridors and districts of our Gauteng City region. Deputy Chair of Chairs, needs assessment and skill audit will identify gaps, risk, while ensuring compliance and improved performance within the departments. Targeted training and development programs as well as tailored training programs will flow from the needs assessment and skill audit process. In essence, all measures put in place by the department, if followed properly, will adequately equip Gauteng Provincial Government to overcome current challenges. Furthermore, we commend Gauteng Provincial Treasury for issuing cost guidelines to departments and entities to pave the way forward, a standardized budget approach and processes in the determination of financial information. The guidelines will be applicable to all Gauteng provincial government departments and their trading entities and provincial public entities as listed in the Public Finance Management Act 1999. These guidelines will include all categories of infrastructure, information technology, leases, equipment of land, goods and services being procured. Deputy Chair of Chairs, equally important, the Treasury Department must fund innovative ways to ensure the rotation of suppliers, which is a serious challenge that has continued to be sharply raised by township suppliers in the interaction with government. Our efforts as ANC-led government is to contribute significantly to the growth of the small business sector and create much needed jobs. Treasury must also intensify monitoring and evaluation to assess whether funds allocated for projects in local communities are correctly to deliver essential public services to the citizens. Honourable members, the department must interact directly with communities to understand their views about service delivery and intervene immediately if there are challenges. Such a fundamental approach will ensure that the department plays an active role in facilitating proper usage of public funds at local level and contribute immensely to improve relation and interaction between communities and municipalities in Gauteng. We commend the performance plan for department, which anchored objectives and priorities for economy, jobs, infrastructure, education, the skills revolution, and health, integrated women settlement and land release, safety, social cohesion, and food security, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state to encourage sustainable development for future generations. We also commend the department in its resilience in managing to effectively implement its programs in an economy that is not friendly. The departmental priorities are aligned to the ANC-led provincial government's blueprint, the Growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030 plan. During the reporting period within the framework of elevated priorities of provincial government, the department committed to enhance sound finances in the province, increase compliance with legislated prescripts, sustainable local government finances, reduced youth unemployment, alternative source of funding. Honourable Deputy Chair, we are confident that the ANC policies speak to the challenges of our people and are relevant in facilitating a society where we all have a better life. The ANC Provincial Legislature earlier this year emphasized the realization of a social compact and economic emancipation to alleviate poverty. For this reason, we want to emphasize the importance of integrating small, micro, and mid-sized businesses. Inclusive economy is critical for the development of our society. The ANC is well convinced that by supporting township entrepreneurs, including the access to tailor-made finances products to expand their businesses, the government will create new jobs, increase access to goods and services, and promote much-needed economic development in our communities. The state-owned bank is one of the key mechanisms that can support us to grow the township economy and increase the overall contribution of Gauteng to the country's gross domestic product under the capable leadership of the ANC. The ANC government occupies a strategic role in providing services to the needy communities across the boundaries of the Gauteng province. In order for the government to bring solutions to the people, the MEC was tasked with development of a revenue model aimed at funding the e-toll debt, establish a state-owned pharmaceutical company, establish a state-owned developmental bank. The ANC is pleased that the department has made inroads towards the realization of this task. We are particularly excited by the progress made on the establishment of the state-owned bank and pharmaceutical company. We are indeed growing Gauteng together, and we do have a good story to tell. When the African National Congress attained power in 1994, One of his priorities was ensuring universal health care for all. Establishment of a state-owned pharmaceutical company will contribute significantly in a realization of the ideals of freedom that we fought for. We commend the department for ensuring that solution proposed will address institutional arrangement, supply chain management, medicine procurement facilities, distribution of medicines to the provincial healthcare facilities, medicine inventory and dispensary to members of the public. The Provincial Treasury recorded an overachievement on provincial own revenue collection, achieving a 14% against its target of 7.5%. This is positive because in development of society where government has limited resources, every cent counts. Youth unemployment continues to be a ticking time bomb, which the ANC-led government is addressing at all fronts. We commend the department for its contribution in youth development with the 12% achievement against the target of 10%. Honorable Deputy Chair, as the saying goes, failure is part of the process. Winners are not afraid of losing, but losers are. As a mitigation to challenges encountered, the ANC-led government, through oversight mechanism, will ensure that the department strengthen its system, including consequence management, to avoid hindrance in implementation of the performance plan. ANC-led government believes in integrity, accountability, ethical and morality in leading transformation agenda. As the ANC Deputy Chair of Chair, we do have confidence in a provincial government to leading Gauteng communities to a better life. We therefore commend the hard work the department continue introducing innovative ideas to help the poor and the working class. I thank you for the opportunity to engage this august House, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Tlebere, Member Hicklin, Member Ngobeni, and Member Robinson for your debate. We are now going to ask the MEC, Honorable Maile, to respond to the debate.
Chair. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think one of the, let me start by thanking all the members who have participated in the debate. And then maybe start to respond on issues that are raised by Member Robinson. I think, Member Robinson, I'm sure you will agree. I know you belong to a party of hypocrites, but I don't want to believe that you are one. It happens that you find yourself in the wrong place. So now, you will agree with me that since '94, the structure and the structure of the economy and the ownership patterns have not changed fundamentally. And I think it's one of the biggest weaknesses post-1994. And as a result, the overwhelming majority of the people are on the sidelines of the economy. And one of the things that makes it difficult for people to participate and own the economy, it's finance, it's funding. It is said that about 400, we need more than 400 billion if we're to finance all the SMMEs. So because of that background, I'm sure you will agree in your heart that, hey, this man is telling the truth, that we need to disrupt the system. We also need something that will help to intervene. We can have a discussion about the format of the state-owned bank. You want to know where it has succeeded. It has succeeded in many countries, in Kenya and China, and we can go on and on. And by the way, one of the state-owned entities in Gauteng, the Gautrain, is well run. So the state-owned, in case you don't know. So we can go on and discuss about all these issues. So I want to say that we will be able to, and there is no waste of money, Honorable Robinson. We had to undertake this process of checking legally, and now we know what are some of the challenges legally so that we are able to work around them. And by the way, I've had a conversation on this even with the governor of the Reserve Bank, and we will come to you and indicate how we are going to do this. But it's going to be done responsibly. But we also understand that if you were to start a bank, you must have money, which we don't have as government. You must have the capacity, the skills, the knowledge, the systems. So, contrary to your narrative of trying to create an impression that the government is incompetent, we apply our minds to this thing. And this is one of the issues we have applied our mind to. So rest assured, we will be working with private sector. And we have started engaging them, by the way. We have started engaging the private sector. I met with already 3 CEOs of the banks. I'll be meeting 2 others now. So we understand. The e-tolls, how will pay e-tolls? You know, that's why I'm saying you belong to the organization of hypocrites. You were saying people must not pay, you're mobilizing, and then we concede and say, well, there might have been weaknesses. However, we still maintain the principle of user pay. We will pay the first phase, and then you come back and wish that we don't have money to pay. And it's you who said you must pay. Then when we commit and we pay, you then ask, how are you going to pay? Where are you going to get money? You are going to bankrupt government and say all sorts of things. No, we are responsible, we are capable. In our executive council, we have the experience, we've got the skills, the qualification. So we apply ourselves when we deal with this issue. So don't worry, we are not going to raise money to pay the debt. It's not a clever way, it's not a smart way of running finances. We will raise money to invest in economic infrastructure. And by the way, let me tell you the structure of the debt. It's not a secret. I've spoken about it in public. 12.9 billion is the actual debt. And then there's the maintenance, which is 4.1 billion. Then there's interest that is involved there. So all that money we will pay from the fiscus. And then when we raise money, we will raise money, or when we borrow, we will borrow for other things. Honorable Ngobeni, let me not, because I have, what is the time constraints here, but I have noted your issues. We agree with you. And this culture of continuous improvement and the hiring of women in senior management positions, we agree with you. That's why now we have said, with all the positions that we are going to fill, or rather most of them, we will deliberately target not just women, young people, and people living with disabilities as well, including other communities. Honorable Hicklin, thank you very much for the compliment. Thank you. I never get compliments from that side of the house. Thank you very much. But then let's deal with let's leave the issues of oratorship and all that. Let's deal the issues of the lack of will, lack of political will. No, it's not true. The political will is there. And that's why, despite the fact that there are challenges, let me go to the issue you are raising. Firstly, you are misquoting me. I never said we are in a financial ruin because of NASISPA. I never said that. No. I know what I say. I'm saying. So whatever I say, I know very well. And I can tell you what I've said. But for now, we are in a financial difficulty because, one, the payment of e-tolls will obviously have a strain on the one. Two, we've got accruals. Three, there are things like medical claims and all that. And then the fourth one is because our equitable share has been cut drastically. There was an issue about the overpopulation of our, overstatement of our numbers in 2022. And then there was the cutting initially because the economy is not doing well and National has not been giving additional money. So that's the reason why we have financial difficulties. It's objective things that are beyond our control, and therefore we are trying our level best, and that's why we are also investing efforts in making sure that we raise revenue. One of the things we'll be talking about in the next budget speech, it's the revenue
generation efforts, and the numbers as well. What are we looking at? So already I know what I want to speak about in the next budget speech, and it will be informed by this. And then there's an issue about centralization. I would like us to have a discussion about it with pleasure. I don't have problems of having discussion, including with opposition. I want us to have a discussion. I'm actually challenging you, honorable member. Let's have a discussion because it's not given. It's not automatic. It's not inherent that anything that is centralized would have problems. There are problems as well with decentralization. So there's pros and cons on both. And I would want us to have that constructive discussion. I don't have a problem. And then, you know, the Department of Health, there might be issues that are emerging now and all that, but you need to have an appreciation about not only the Department of Health, including the Department of Education. Gauteng economy, in fact, South Africa's economy has not been growing at the same pace with the population. And it's inherent, it's given that because your economy is not growing at the same pace with the population, you are going to have limited resources and you'll not be able to deal with some of the issues, you know. So the Department of Health, you have increase in population, and the burden is huge on the health system. You've got 4 tertiary institutions in Gauteng. So some of the issues have nothing to do with leadership, but unfortunately, you are feeding into your narrative of trying to say, and that's why it has been the theme throughout. You are not qualified, you are not. When in fact, on this side of the house, if we were to say, let's check our qualification, we're more qualified than you by far. So don't cast aspersions. If you don't agree with us or with the systems that we put in place, engage us. Don't try to create an impression, and in fact, you are casting aspersions on us that we don't have the skills, we don't have the ability and all that. And I'm challenging you that on this side of the house, these people are very educated. Don't see them making noise here. They are very educated, these people. So please, don't venture into that. If you engage us on issues, not on our capacity. Only time will tell if we've got the capacity or not. So thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Mr. Maile. Will the Secretary please read the 17th order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, including its entity for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Member Musa, you are called once more again to present the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. May you please consider the other parts of the report as having been presented. An annual report is a comprehensive report on the departmental activities throughout the preceding financial year. It is intended to give the legislature information about the financial and non-financial performance of the provincial government department. In this regard is the GPT, inclusive of its component Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency. Furthermore, the annual report is an important tool in assisting the Finance Portfolio Committee and the public's understanding of the operations of GPT and GIFA, as well as ensuring accountability to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury met most of its performance targets for the 2023-24 financial year, as set out in the annual performance plan of the 2023-2024 financial year. Of the total number 45 performance targets applicable for the period under review, GPT achieved 42 performance targets, translating into 93% of APP achievement compared to 94% in the previous financial year. Although slightly lower than the previous year's achievement against the APP, the 93% APP achievement compares favorably with the 96.2% expenditure of the final appropriation. As at the end of the financial year, the administration program achieved most of its planned performance targets, apart from the performance target pertaining to the appointment of 50% of women in SMS-level positions. However, it was noted that there were instances of overperformance in some performance targets. The key performance achievements are associated with the attainment of an unqualified audit opinion, the payment of all suppliers within 30 days after receipt of the final correct invoice, submission of a revised annual performance plans for the 2023-24 financial year and the approved 2024-25 financial year APP to the Legislature. A departmental risk register updated and approved, a number of workshops conducted to promote awareness on gender-based violence, femicide and LGBTQI+, and quarterly reports submitted to the Office of the Premier on the implementation of GIODI. In keeping with the GPG priority of reducing youth unemployment, this program ensured that 12% of youth were placed in development programs against the staff establishment, contrary to the planned target of 10%. All the 12 performance targets applicable under sustainable fiscal resource management were achieved, albeit with pockets of overperformance. The program recorded the following key achievements. That is, the tabling of a specially referenced medium-term expenditure framework budget and specially referenced adjustment budget, the consolidation of 12 and 40 in-year monitoring reports for departments and entities respectively, and publishing 2 gazettes on allocation to schools and hospitals. The program exceeded performance expectations by keeping the GPG wage bill below 60% by 3% and increasing provincial owned revenue collection to 14% against the planned revenue target of 7.5%. Of the 26 performance targets applicable to GIFA for the period under review, 23 performance targets were achieved, or 88% APP achievement. The areas of underperformance relate to the delayed approval of the business case for the establishment of the state-owned bank, the delayed approval of the business case for the establishment of a state-owned pharmaceutical company, and 1 project concluding commercial close, as opposed to the planned 5 projects. As at the end of the 2023-2024 financial year, GIFA spent 95% of its total allocated budget compared to 97% in the previous financial year. The financial governance program achieved most of its planned performance targets, apart from 1 performance target. Contrary to GPG's plan to submit consolidated annual financial statements to the Legislature in accordance with the set timelines, the submission of consolidated AFS did not meet the deadline on the 31st of August 2023 due to delays by the Transport Authority of Gauteng. The key achievements for the program include, amongst others, ensuring 100% submission of annual financial statements by the department and entities, producing quarterly departmental 30-day supplier payment compliance reports, producing quarterly departmental 30-day supplier payment compliance report, conducting a training workshop for both departments and entities, and holding 25 audit committee cluster meetings. Overachievement was notable in the 99.7% electronic submission of supplier invoices, in contrast to the planned 90%. Of the 7 performance targets set out in the APP for the provincial supply chain management, all performance targets were achieved without deviations. The outstanding performance targets include conducting quarterly SCM compliance assessments for 14 departments and 8 entities, producing quarterly reports on spending on township suppliers, providing 8 training workshops for Gauteng township-based suppliers, producing 8 reports on monitoring implementation of open tender process by departments and entities, and producing 2 reports on monitoring implementation of procurement plans by departments and public entities. Of the 5 planned performance targets under Municipal Financial Governance Program for the period under review, all performance targets were achieved, while some surpassed their performance measures. Contrary to conducting 16 IGR engagements with relevant stakeholders, 71 IGR engagements were conducted. Similarly, this program planned to conduct 10 structured and targeted capacity building initiatives for delegated municipalities, and 17 training initiatives were conducted. Furthermore, instead of publishing 3 publications on provincial grants allocated to Gauteng municipalities, 4 publications were published. The other performance targets achieved are associated with conducting 24 municipal budget assessments and conducting 32 assessments on Municipal Finance Management Act compliance by delegated municipalities. Under the Gauteng Audit Services, 5 performance targets were planned, and most performance targets were achieved except for 1. The performance targets pertain to tracking 100% action plans for internal audit findings as implemented at departments and entities. Issue 19 Audit Committee approved audit action plans to departments and trade entities, following up on 100% of Auditor General's management letter key findings through a follow-up audit, and compiling 19 annual internal control assessment. It is worth noting that neither GPT nor GIFA reflected on any major strategic risk that warrants intervention with respect to their APPs or budgets and or performance in their reports. In terms of the findings and the committee concerns and recommendations, the committee is concerned about GIFA in terms of about the erroneous omission of payment of invoices and the impact thereof on the reported compliance to government's 30-day payment to service providers and accumulation of accruals. In terms of GPT, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that positive bank balances should not be a cause for celebration at the expense of service delivery. The Portfolio Committee is concerned that the debt write-offs can create a moral hazard where municipalities may expect future write-offs and therefore lack fiscal discipline. The Portfolio Committee is concerned about the quality and uptake of the support provided to local municipalities, considering the appalling 2022-23 financial year local government audit outcomes. And the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the extent to which fruitless and wasteful expenditure might be because of poor planning and budgeting, ineffective procurement processes, or weaknesses in internal controls. The committee, therefore, recommends on GIFA that GIFA should provide a detailed explanation how the payments of invoices were erroneously omitted to be paid, how such changed the complexion of the reported 100% compliance with payment service providers, and how they will rein in the increasing accruals, depleting funds earmarked for service delivery. In GPT, that it should provide a report detailing the financial health of the Provincial Revenue Fund. The GPT should provide a report highlighting how it would mitigate against fiscal ill discipline in municipalities. In conjunction with stakeholders, it should develop and submit a plan to strengthen the support it provides to local municipalities, considering the recent local government audit outcomes. It should provide cogent reasons of what led to it incurring fruitless and wasteful expenditure, whether it achieved the intended outcomes or provide value to a department. The Portfolio Committee extends its gratitude to the Honourable MEC, the head of departments, the GIFA CEO, as well as senior officials of the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. We want to also appreciate all the members of the committee for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the annual performance report processes. The committee also extends its gratitude to the staff members. After due consideration in the Finance Portfolio Committee, it unanimously adopted the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Annual Performance Report for the 2023-24 financial year in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee's Oversight Report, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, inclusive of GIFA Annual Performance Report for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Member Musai. Is there a seconder? Member Sesedinyane, seconds. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 18th order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Church. Public Accounts Standing Committee's Oversight Report on the report of Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statement of the following reports: Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Office of the Premier, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Environment, Department of Economic Development, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Gauteng Tourism Authority, Gauteng Growth and Development, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng Liquor Board, Tshwane Special Economic Zone, Cradle of Human World Heritage Site, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Gauteng Infrastructure Development for the year ended 31st March 2024. Thank you.
Member Moody, you can present the report. You must know that you are standing between us and ending.
Am I standing between you and supper? Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I, John Moody, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, tabled the committee's oversight reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the departments and entities for the financial year ending 31 March 2024, as was called out by the Secretariat. I request, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that these reports tabled be taken as read. I will present a short consolidated report of all oversight reports of the committee. Chair, SCOPA's responsibility is to see to and interrogate the audit outcomes of the Auditor General. The departments themselves, portfolio committee departments and so on, will give their and have been given their reports as far as the annual reports are concerned, relating to the actual functioning, the achievement of projects, etc. So let me confine myself to the issues relating to the Auditor General's outcome. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I think some people over here have had something to eat that they shouldn't have been eating, which includes the Chair of Chairs, but that's fine. The committee has thoroughly interrogated all these reports by going through them on numerous times and deliberated upon them in depth. The audit opinion, Deputy Chair of Chairs, please allow me not to go into detail on the audit findings of the departments and entities, as I propose that these too be taken as read. I would like the House, however, to take note of the fact that of the 13 reports tabled here today, 11 of them had received unqualified audit opinions, and 2 had received unqualified audit opinions with material findings. These 2 being the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Urban Development. I must highlight that in both cases, these are unchanged audit opinions as received in the previous 2 financial years, 2021-2022 and 2022-2023. And it is of deep concern to us that we don't see a progression to an area of finding of an unaudited finding without any material issues to be raised. The committee submitted written questions to department and entities in question, and from the written responses received, the committee hopes that in this present year's audit financial statements, there will be an improvement upon the performance. None of the 13 departments and entities were subjected to public hearings due to the committee being satisfied with the corrective steps being undertaken by the accounting officers and senior management as conveyed in the responses to the questions as referred to above. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I would like to highlight the fact that the committee is extremely concerned about the continued unacceptable findings on unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure occurring in most of the departments and entities in this government. The lack of consequent management and the laying of criminal charges where warranted was not only observed by the committee, but in fact was highlighted as a serious concern by the Public Service Commissioner on his presentations to us as a committee on Tuesday, the 1st of October 2024. The committee has therefore found it prudent to include in all the reports that there are and will be presented to the House today and over the next 2 days, the Supreme Court of Appeal's judgment in the case of Mbasa and others versus Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality 2024 in brackets and ZASCA capital letters 151 under the heading of additional matters in the report. The committee would urge all members and employees in this provincial government to read this groundbreaking judgment and take notice of the serious consequences of acts of dereliction of responsibilities and misuse of authority that our respective positions infers upon us. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we have heard the Honourable Mehwe speaking about the issues of grave concern with regard to investigations being conducted against errant employees. What has been found in some of these departments is that accounting officers has failed to even take action where it is very blatantly so that evident that employees have flaunted the system in order to possibly enrich themselves. And it is that particular aspect that had raised the concern of the Public Service Commissioner, that in many an instance where there are people identified who should be, against whom disciplinary action should be taken, the can is being kicked down the road until eventually it lands up on his desk and he then has to deal with the issues because accounting officers are too afraid or they are neglecting their responsibilities to do their jobs diligently and to hold those accountable. We in this House as elected public representatives very often, in fact always, are the ones who are tarnished with a brush of corruption, of allegations of corruption, when indeed you and I are trying to make a difference. And I can see over the past years that I have been in this House that there is an appetite for us to definitely get to the bottom of stopping unscrupulous practices so that service delivery to all our people can be improved upon. But you and I can continue to talk until the cows come home and until we are blue in the face. And unless it is that those those appointed officials who are actually the implementers of our policies are held to book and to account, we will be failing the people of Gauteng. So, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I request that the concerns and recommendations in the various reports submitted be regarded as tabled. And after due deliberations, the Committee on Public Accounts, that is SCOPA commonly known as, unanimously adopted its report on the annual reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following Gauteng departments and entities for the financial year end 31 March 2024. The Office of the Premier, the Gauteng Legislature, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Development, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Gauteng Infrastructure Agency, Department of Economic Development, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Gauteng Tourism Agency, Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng Liquor Board, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, the Cradle of Humankind, World Heritage Site and Denokeng projects. In terms of Standing Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the committee presents to this House the above reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Moody. You have saved us a good 11 minutes. We thank you very much. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you, sir. He's my brother.
Thank you. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 19th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Focus Intervention Study Report on a root cause analysis of the backlog of Giva Infrastructure Project, a case of underperforming project by the Oversight Committee on Finance during the second quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Musai, you can follow the example of Member Moody and present the committee report.
Thank you so much, Chair. The Portfolio Committee conducts its activities as prescribed by the Sector Oversight Model, which is premised on the prescriptions of the Public Finance Management Act. The Deputy Chair of Chairs, please consider some of the items as having been read. The methodology applies various toolkits in the assessment of performance. Among others is the FIS. The FIS is an oversight tool utilized by the Portfolio Committee by identifying a key issue which requires in-depth critical analysis. For the purposes of this FIS, public-private partnership was identified as an area of study which requires in-depth critical analysis. More particularly, the Portfolio Committee undertook to investigate the rationale for the slow progress of PPP projects by GIFA. However, this report takes as its starting point, a brief outline of the mandate of GIFA to properly contextualize the debate. Through project development, GIFA developed infrastructure projects from sector departments, municipalities and provincial agencies through processes and structures such as Gauteng Infrastructure Coordinating Council, the Premier Budget Council and engagements with accounting officers. The projects are developed into comprehensive business plans that are ready for funding and implementation. Of importance, GIFA also structures finance for development infrastructure projects. It engages potential private and public funders with the aim of raising finance for the projects and to constantly research best practices and models for financing infrastructure projects. It is against this background that the Portfolio Committee undertook an FIS titled A Root Cause Analysis of the backlog of GIFA infrastructure projects, a case of underperforming projects. Case studies were drawn from the following projects: the Gauteng Broadband Network Project, Hospital Revitalization Project, Krugersdorp Game Reserve Project, the City of Johannesburg Alternative Waste Treatment Technology, and the Rooftop Solar Panel Project to gain a better understanding of what causes delays in projects attaining the required National Treasury approvals to pass the public-private partnership test and or reach the implementation stage. A close examination of the performance of PPP projects by GIFA reveals that PPPs are inherently complex contractual and operational arrangements, which requires that detailed documentation be prepared at all phases of the PPP project lifecycle and approvals to be granted by the National Treasury. FIS is an oversight toolkit utilized by the committee by identifying a key issue emanating from the performance of GIFA projects, which requires in-depth critical analysis, in line with the strategic oversight intervention processes, which requires that choices are made with regards to which government program performance is verified and monitored. The Portfolio Committee identified GIFA's program on project development and compliance, strategic objective relating to developing the projects into comprehensive bankable business plans that are ready for funding and implementation, with the aim of assessing the extent to which projects developed by GIFA reach their logical conclusion, that is project implementation stage with minimal deviations. The FIS is titled A Root Cause Analysis of the Backlog of GIFA Infrastructure Projects, a case of underperforming projects. The aim of this study was to assess the effectiveness of GIFA's project filtration process, establish the root causes for delays from client departments and municipalities in granting approval, and assess the effectiveness of remedies and penalties within the service level agreements to ensure accountability and improve performance for both the GIFA and project owners. The committee is concerned about the poor conceptualization of the GBN commercialization project, which suggests that there was no cost-benefit analysis conducted. The Portfolio Committee is concerned that GIFA did not apply itself properly prior to the approval of the GBN commercialization project into the project pipeline in view of the regulatory impediments without withholding the progress of the project. The Portfolio Committee noted with concern that GIFA stakeholder management practices have a profound impact on the completion of projects on time. And the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the capacity of GIFA to mobilize alternative funding on behalf of the projects they develop for project owners. And the Portfolio Committee is concerned that GIFA is not realistic in developing project timelines, which is a critical step for ensuring that the project is completed on time, within budget, and at the desired level of quality. The committee therefore recommends that GIFA should submit a report highlighting how it would include a cost-benefit analysis in its processes prior to the including of projects in the project pipeline to ensure that the benefits outweigh the cost of embarking on a project by 31st January 2025. That GIFA should submit a strategy outlining how it intends strengthening its project filtration processes to include legal due diligence to avoid the inclusion of projects in the project pipeline whose progress is likely to be hampered by the regulatory framework. GIFA should strengthen its stakeholder management practices by developing a stringent service level agreement with penalty clauses that makes it mandatory for project owners to comply with the project timelines to circumvent delays in the project development cycle. It should develop and submit a project implementation funding model that includes off-take agreements from potential funders to avoid projects not attracting funding at the implementation stage, and it should provide feedback on how it would validate project timelines with stakeholders to ensure that projects do not veer off the critical path due to non-compliance with timelines. The Portfolio Committee extends its gratitude to the Honorable MEC Maile, the GIFA CEO, Mr. OCIB, and officials of GIFA for their cooperation during the focus intervention study. The appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the focus intervention study goes to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. The committee's gratitude is also extended to the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the FIS report. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee's Oversight FIS report titled A Root Cause Analysis of the Backlog of GIFA Infrastructure Projects, a Case of Underperforming Projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Musai. Is there a seconder?
Seconded, Chair.
Member Gentile seconds. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 20th order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Economic Development Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the role of the Gauteng Investment Center, Invest SA Gauteng, in facilitating investment to foster economic growth and development. Thank you.
Member Alberts, are you still online?
Yes, I am. Thank you very
Please,
much.
please present the committee report.
Chair, thank you. Will do so. I want to present the Economic Development Committee report on a FIS on the Gauteng Investment Office. The committee conducts oversight of the Department of Economic Development, herein referred to as the department and its entities. In conducting oversight, the committee utilizes a myriad of tools to achieve its objectives in ensuring that services delivered is rendered. In this instance, the committee undertook a focused intervention study to assess the work or projects undertaken by the department in aligning and supporting the implementation of the Township Economic Development Act. In this regard, the committee focused on the role of the Gauteng Investment Centre in facilitating investments to foster economic growth and development. The committee noted that investments play a crucial role in creating the necessary jobs in the province. For instance, the investments that was received from Ford Motor Company South Africa, also from the BMW Group, and various investments made in the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zones. The committee emphasized that municipalities play a critical role in the investment space, wherein an operating model for the investments into municipalities should be developed, working in conjunction with provincial government. Online businesses such as Shein and Temu, who have a large customer base in the province, should then be encouraged to make greater investments in the province by having a physical footprint so as to also generate revenue from them through taxation whilst boosting employment creation. The committee undertook a focused intervention study themed the role of the Gauteng Investment Centre or Investment SA Gauteng in facilitating investments to foster economic growth and development. The aim of the proposed FIS is to examine the role of the Gauteng Investment Centre in facilitating investments to foster economic growth and development, and this will be attained through the following objectives, which are to: 1. Explore the role and responsibilities of the Gauteng Investment Centre in attracting and sourcing investment to invest in Gauteng. 2. Examine the state of the Gauteng Investment Centre in attaining the mandate set, mainly its ability and resources as a one-stop shop for potential investors in the province. 3. Assess the challenges encountered by the Gauteng Investment Centre which impede the attainment of the DED's mandates. And lastly, determine the extent of the socio-economic benefits such as growth and development, mainly infrastructure and jobs derived from the Gauteng Investment Centre's activities. The committee noted that the GIC as a one-stop shop works with several partners, which includes all municipalities within the province, including national and provincial government departments, including their state entities. Furthermore, the GIC partners with the private sector and other multilateral institutions such as PwC and World Bank, amongst others. Considering having all these partnerships, the GIC should highlight to the committee the extent to which they are assisting in growing the economy and creating the required number of jobs in Gauteng. In attracting direct investments, direct domestic investments and foreign direct investments, the GIC developed an investment promotion strategy to attract investment into key strategic investment areas in the GCR. This function includes investor research, investor retargeting, hosting inward business delegations, and outward investment promotion missions. The committee further noted that the GIC aims to continuously improve intergovernmental coordination to reduce the cost of doing business. In addition, participating in the subnational committees for ease of doing business to influence policy through conducting aftercare forums, industry feedback sessions, ease of doing business index review, manage expectations from investors, and to intervene timely to resolve challenges experienced by local investors. The GIC further facilitates the access to export markets for Gauteng enterprises through the implementation of export readiness programs. The operations by the GIC started in 2017, where the department indicated that in the last 3 financial years and through the centre, it was able to secure investments worth 19.28 billion rand in the 21-22 financial year, 35.4 billion in the 22-23 financial year, and in the 23-24 financial year, the centre solicited investments worth 52.3 billion, whilst the target for the current financial year is set at 22.8 billion. The committee was informed by the GIC that in contributing to the investment climate in the province, the one-stop shop attempts to create a conducive environment in order to fast-track visa and business registration processes, investment sharing sessions, red tape reduction, industry engagement on regulatory or policy issues, and facilitates access to national government incentives and funding from FDIs, and facilitate also and fast-track investor applications at all 3 spheres of government. The committee is of the view such initiatives should be expressed in the rand value of investments made, including the number of jobs created with reference to the sustainable job opportunities. In outlining some of the milestones that the GI has attained, the committee was informed that several memorandums of understanding are in place with several strategic partners. There has been increased visibility of the GIC in various media platforms and collaboration with municipalities on improving governance in partnership with NGOs and COPTA. The committee is, however, concerned whether the investments made within municipalities are linked to growing the township economies, and if so, what operating model is implemented in this regard. Despite some of the successes, the GIC has faced some challenges, and these challenges relate to the support that is given to the GIC, wherein delays are experienced in processing investor applications across departments, entities and municipalities, and this includes the unavailability of automated services within the centre. The committee is of the view that to expedite investor application process systems should be automated, and thus it would be prudent for the department to investigate the feasibility of creating an automated system that is dedicated to investor applications, which will cut across the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and the South African Revenue Services. In addition to these challenges, the GIC informed the committee that issues relating to crime, infrastructure challenges, and the energy crisis that was experienced hindered investments within the province as it decreased its attractiveness. The GIC has indicated the plans or interventions have been developed to address some of the investor challenges, such as participating in different forums targeted at addressing challenges of crime, infrastructure, and energy constraints experienced by investors across the 5 development corridors. In doing all this, the committee is of the view that the GI should have a targeted strategy that looks into creating new economic opportunities, including having twinning agreements between major cities such as New York and Las Vegas in creating new economies such as what is termed as the night economy. This is over and above the existing agreements between provinces and other African cities. In addition, the GIC should be in position to have a model of investments tailor-made for all the municipalities, considering their gradings. The committee raised concerns on companies that are investing in the province, but is however not located in a province or country. Thus, the view of the committee is that there should be an engagement between the GGDA and the SARS with respect to looking into ways or the feasibility of taxing such companies, which will assist in creating revenue for the provincial fiscus. The GIC informed the committee that it remains relevant within its current operating model with regard to soliciting investments Thus, the committee is of the view that the GIC should enhance the return on investments through creating more sustainable jobs against the number and value of investments made. This is against attaining and exceeding the targets set in terms of soliciting investments in the previous financial year. In addition to that, the GIC should highlight on how red tape is reduced in the cost of doing business. And that is the summarized version of the report, Chair. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 165, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's Oversight FIS report themed the role of the Gauteng Investment Centre in facilitating investments to foster economic growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Alberts. Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mfikwe. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 21st order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the final voting mandate on the Older Persons Amendment Bill B11D of 2022. Thank you.
Member Chokwe, please present the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. I, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby table the committee's final voting mandate on Older Persons Amendment Bill. The process that was followed was as like this. The Speaker of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Morakane Musupie, formally referred the further amendments on Older Persons Amendment Bill, Section 76, to Social Development Committee for consideration and reporting in terms of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Rule 245, Section 1, read to, with Rule 246, Section 1, and Rule 248 on Monday of the 25th November 2024. On Thursday, November 28, the committee convened a meeting to deliberate further amendments and adopt the final voting mandate on Older Persons Amendment Bill. The Older Persons Act of 2006, which is Act number 13, and which is termed the Principal Act, mandates that services to older persons should be rendered in a comprehensive, coordinated, integrated, and standardized manner by all organs of state and other service providers. The Department of Social Development, here referred to as the department in the bill or in the act, as the custodian and a lead department for the provision of services to older persons, has a responsibility of ensuring that the objectives of this Principal Act are adhered to and the older persons receive services in accordance with the Principal Act. The Principal Act came into operation or into effect on the 1st of April 2010. Soon thereafter, a number of challenges in relation to the implementation of this Principal Act have been experienced. Chief amongst them were the institutional one, coordination mechanism, and compliance measures. Poor coordination and intersectoral collaboration impacted negatively on the provision of services to older persons. The purpose of the Older Persons Amendment Bill of 2022 is to ensure that older persons are provided with quality services and are afforded the necessary protection by the society, including the community-based and residential care facilities. On the financial implication, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the implementation of the bill will come with the required financial resources that are available from the department. The committee's recommendations are as follows, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development support the Older Persons Amendment Bill, Section 76, with proposed amendments as stated. Now, Deputy Chair of Chairs, our final position adopted by the committee is as follows, is that the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, conferral of authority on the Gauteng Provincial Delegate or delegates to National Council of Provinces to vote in favor of the Older Persons Amendment Bill, Section 76, in terms of Section 6 of the Mandating Procedure of Provinces Act 52 of 2008, read together with Rule 248, Section 4 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Committee. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Chokwe. Is there a seconder?
I stand to second, Chair.
Member Evans, seconds. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 22nd order, which is the last order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Transport and Logistics Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the maintenance and protection of infrastructure, the implication of these on the road safety in the province. Thank you.
Member Shiniman, follow the example of Dr. Chokwe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I intend to be as brief as possible. In fact, maybe I should just table the report. On a more serious note, in line with the strategic objectives of the Department of Roads and Transport of a modern, accountable and developmental-oriented department, the committee agreed to undertake a study on the maintenance and protection of infrastructure and the implications of these on road safety in the province. The committee is concerned about the implications of vandalism and theft of road infrastructure and the negative impact exacted on road safety in Gauteng. The committee noted that the socio-economic implications of the continued vandalism and theft of road infrastructure has resulted in increased criminal activities, road accidents and fatalities, the loss of life to motorists, cyclists, pedestrians, economic losses, budget pressures to replace and repair vandalized road infrastructure. Taking into consideration the engagements on the topic, the committee noted that the Department of Transport and Logistics, as well as municipalities, are responsible for the installation and maintenance of road infrastructure on provincial and municipal roads. However, the committee noted that with the high level of vandalism and theft of this infrastructure, the Department of Transport, Roads and Transport and municipalities are experiencing budget pressures to keep up with the continuous replacement of, amongst others, traffic signals, street lights, electrical cables, power supply requirements, amongst others. With regards to key national and provincial legislation on the protection of road infrastructure, the committee noted that the Gauteng Transport Infrastructure Amendment Act 2003 was intended to provide for the protection and rehabilitation of provincial roads, railway lines and other transport infrastructure in the province. Furthermore, the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act 8 of 2019 was also intended to provide for measures to be put in place for the protection, safeguarding and resilience of critical infrastructure. The committee urges the Department to ensure the implementation of sections of the above-mentioned legislation or pieces of legislation which will assist in enhancing the maintenance and protection of road infrastructure in the long term. The committee noted that challenges experienced in the maintenance and protection of road infrastructure require a collaborative approach of several Gauteng provincial government departments, municipalities, public authorities, stakeholders and the public. The need for a collaborative approach in the province is overdue, and hopefully the proposed interventions by the Gauteng provincial government, led by Premier Panyaza Lesufi, will yield positive outcomes in fighting this increased vandalism and theft of critical road infrastructure, as well as the apprehension and conviction of perpetrators of these acts in the province. And I forgot, Chair, at the start to ask that those parts of the report that I do not read be taken as read. I want to move to committee recommendations, and they are as follows. The committee recommends that the following be responded to by the 7th of February 2025. 1. The Department of Transport and Logistics, together with the Department of Community Safety and local government in the province, should establish a task team for developing a comprehensive plan and implementation thereof to address theft and vandalism of road infrastructure throughout Gauteng. 2. The Department of Transport and Logistics, together with the Department of Community Safety, should consider the possibility of transferring the transport law enforcement function from the Department of Community Safety to the Department of Transport and Logistics in line with national and provincial legislation, as is the case in other provinces. 3. The Department of Transport and Logistics, together with Community Safety and local government in Gauteng, should develop a plan to coordinate traffic flow on non-functional intersections and hotspots around the province. 4. The Department should develop and implement a plan on the regular inspection of roads and road infrastructure in the province. 5. The Department should consider the utilisation of technology to instantly detect and subsequently repair defective traffic lights in the province. 6. The Department should develop a plan to partner with stakeholders to address the implications of theft and vandalism, inclusive of education awareness programs of road infrastructure on road safety in the province. 7. The Department of Transport and Logistics should provide a report on a quarterly basis on the Adopt and Protect a Robot campaign and progress on the implementation of deliverables as per the MOUs entered into with business partners. 8. The Department of Community Safety should develop a plan to coordinate and strengthen law enforcement with local government as well as the South African Police Services to ensure protection of road infrastructure in the province and adherence by motorists and pedestrians to the traffic rules of the roads in our province, governing the roads in our province. My apologies for that. I therefore want to move straight away in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 165. The committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's focused intervention study report on the maintenance and protection of road infrastructure and its implications on road safety in the province, taking into account the comments and recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Shiniman. Is there a second?
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
I second, Chair.
Oh, okay. Member Moriarty.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and I don't know if it's just my copy, but the even pages are missing. And so the recommendations that were read out by Honourable Schneeman are supportable, but could we be assured that we will get a full copy of the report? Thank you.
Yeah, it will be emailed to you, to all the members. If you want the hard copy, I'm sure the proceedings will make a plan for you. Is there a seconder?
I second, Chair.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it, the report is adopted. Se re fihlile qetellong ya mosebetsi wa rona kajeno. Re tla kopana hosane ka hora ya 10 hosanoseng. Ke a leboha. Kopano e fedile. Hona mona ke a leboha.